It was just another lame school day, or so Inori Takafuji thought, until that goddess yanked him and his classmates into a whole new world. At first, Inori was hyped, ready for the glow-up of a lifetime. But life had other plans. Instead of the chill adventure he was dreaming of, he got tossed around like a rookie and resummoned to one world after another, getting hit with some extra powers every single time. With every power, Inori got stronger, but it always felt like the world was just laughing at him. Was there even a real challenge waiting for this ultimate alpha, or was the adventure just going to be another breeze? Now, let's diving into the story. Our story began when a boy heard his name being called. A beautiful girl with red eyes smiled at him, calling him by name. The words Lee Inori echoed in his mind as she reached out and touched his face. Her torn clothes made her look like a character from a fantasy story. The high school boy, dressed in his uniform, stared at her in shock, his reflection in her eyes. He wondered who she was. Before he could figure it out, blood splattered around him, and a sharp pain shot through his body. He looked forward and saw the girl holding a bloody knife. She had stabbed him. As she stepped back, her left eye changed from red to light blue. She dropped the knife, her body surrounded by blood and water floating in the air. Her face twisted in pain, and tears started falling as guilt washed over her. His mind filled with thoughts. Who was this girl? Why had she stabbed him? And most of all, how had she known his name when they had never met? Suddenly, Takafuji Leonori, age 17, blinked and found himself back in his classroom, holding his novel, The Crybaby Teacher in Another World. His classmates chatted and laughed like any normal day, but he sat there completely confused. Was it just a dream? It had felt too real. Before he could process it, a bright purple light flared up on the classroom floor. A magic circle appeared, glowing intensely before swallowing everyone in blinding light. When Inori regained consciousness, he found himself in a vast, empty void along with his classmates. Panic spread among them as they realized their classroom was gone. Fear and confusion took over, but before things spiraled out of control, a bright yellow light appeared behind them. A woman descended gracefully, introducing herself as the goddess. She told them to calm down and explained that they were in a space called the Gap of the Worlds. Then came the bombshell. The students had been summoned to another world to become heroes and defeat the Demon King. The class stared at her in shock. Heroes? That wasn't exactly what they had signed up for. The goddess told them they would soon arrive in a kingdom called Hyen, in the world of Burj. One student nervously asked how they were supposed to fight. Unlike the others, Inori, a fan of these kinds of stories, quickly understood what was happening. This was exactly like the plot of a novel. The goddess smiled and told them they wouldn't be going in empty-handed. She placed a hand on each student's head, granting them unique abilities suited for the new world. She warned them not to let their powers corrupt them and urged them to follow the right path. With that, their journey began. The next thing they knew, they were standing in a grand castle hall. A young saintess beamed at them, relieved that her summoning spell had worked. The people in the hall cheered for her, celebrating the arrival of the so-called heroes. But the king quickly silenced the crowd. He stepped forward, introducing himself as Lysen Hyen, ruler of the Hyen Empire. He bowed and thanked them for coming, then wasted no time asking them to defeat the Demon King. Inori watched carefully, sensing something off. His classmates asked the Saintess Isia if they could return home. She reassured them that after a month, when the full moon rose, they would be able to return to their original world. So, she offered those who didn't want to fight the Demon King the option of staying in the castle for 1 month before being sent back to Earth. It all sounded too good to be true, and Inori couldn't help but suspect a hidden catch. She left the choice open, fight for the kingdom or sit safely in the castle for a month. Inori sighed. This was playing out like every cliché summoning story. He waited for someone to step up and declare themselves a hero, but no one did. The students asked for time to think, and the king agreed to give them a month. Inori shrugged. To him, this was just a short trip to another world. The king announced a feast to celebrate, and Inori's mind immediately went to the food. But before he could enjoy it, a golden light glowed beneath his feet. He frowned, realizing that the last magic circle had been purple. Why was this one yellow? Before he could react, his soul was pulled away again. He found himself in the void once more. The goddess appeared before him, only to freeze in shock when she recognized him. Inori casually greeted her, while she stared, completely confused as to why he had been summoned a second time. Inori stared straight at the confused goddess as she wondered if she had seen him before. He simply nodded, and she started thinking about why he had been summoned again. She looked away, trying to figure out how this had happened. Inori asked if being summoned to her meant he would be sent to another world. She confirmed it and explained that she had to give a magical power to anyone who appeared before her. With no other choice, she granted him a second power. Inori watched her, unimpressed, as she placed a hand on his head and granted him a new ability. She told him to hold on until they found a solution for his situation. Inori glared at her, calling her irresponsible for not solving the problem. After being summoned again, he found himself tied up. He noticed a magic circle on the ground and started comparing it to the one he had seen earlier. But there was a bigger issue in front of him. A crazy scientist excitedly declared the summoning a success. Another man stepped forward and suggested they call Inori subject number 12. The doctor studied Inori closely and explained that he might have a powerful magic eye. Inori quickly realized that being called a test subject was bad news. The scientist pulled out a tool for removing eyes and got closer, talking about conducting careful experiments. His assistant supported him. Inori looked at them, uninterested, already guessing that this guy was completely insane. The scientist brought a scalpel toward Inori's eye, catching him off guard. He explained that humans summoned to their world often had a special magic eye, and he wanted to test if the theory was true. Inori started thinking that this magic eye might have been the gift the goddess had given him. The doctor then tried to hypnotize Inori to keep him under control, but nothing happened. The doctor was shocked, confused that such a strong spell had no effect. Inori scoffed, unimpressed by the weak magic. The assistant suddenly noticed that Inori had two different magic eyes, one for time and one for truth. The scientist and his assistant got excited, calling Inori the best test subject they had ever found. They prepared for more experiments, no longer needing hypnosis. Hearing their insane plans, Inori started panicking and struggled to break free. He tried using his magic, and suddenly, another portal with a green light opened beneath him. He escaped just as the doctor and his assistant were left with nothing. Inori found himself back in front of the goddess. She looked at him in disbelief, realizing this was the third time he had returned. Inori asked if she knew why this kept happening. She was just as confused, saying it was the first time something like this had ever occurred. She promised to investigate and sent him to another world. This time, he was summoned by a noble-looking girl and her elf-like instructor. The elf woman called him a humanoid monster that the young girl had successfully summoned. They treated him like a summoned beast and tried to force him into a subordination contract. But before that could happen, the magic circle activated again. He smirked as he reappeared in front of the goddess, who was clearly exhausted from seeing him return again. He asked if she had figured out the reason behind his endless summoning. She explained that he had a strong soul, which caused him to be summoned repeatedly to different worlds. She told him that if he formed a contract in any world, his soul would be trapped there, and the cycle would end. In his next world, he gained a stealing skill. Just as he was about to form a hero contract, the portal activated again. On his fifth summoning, black magic was involved, and he gained another dark skill. On his sixth summoning, he somehow ended up as the reincarnation of a demon lord. When he returned to the goddess, she told him that his powers had reached an insanely high level. She assured him that the next summoning would be the last. She combined all his abilities and told him to check his status in the next world. Once again, he was summoned, this time to a grand castle where people were cheering for heroes. Inori immediately assumed it was another hero summoning. He noticed 3 high school students standing nearby. The first one was Ryuto Shinzaki. The second was a girl named Tamaki Karasawa, followed by another girl, Aoi Isogai. The king looked at them and mentioned that the legend spoke of 3 heroes, but 4 people had been summoned. Inori suddenly realized he was never supposed to be part of this and felt his frustration boil over. The legend mentioned 3 heroes, and the 3 students clearly fit that role. He groaned, furious that he had been dragged into yet another random summoning as an extra. The king told the 3 students in front of him that they were the real heroes, while Inori was just some extra who had gotten caught up by accident. He seemed surprised, saying this had never happened before. A girl stepped forward and introduced herself as the first princess of the kingdom. She asked the students if they were the summoned heroes from another world. Inori took one look at her smug face and immediately found her annoying. The princess explained that this was the kingdom of the rising sun, where humans, demi-humans, and demons lived. She said demons were the enemies of humanity, and that they had recently attacked her kingdom, led by the demon king. Because of this, the Makard kingdom, which led the human alliance, had asked every country to summon heroes. She proudly stated that only women of royal blood could summon heroes, meaning she was the only one who could have done this. She then explained that every country summoned and trained heroes for battle. With a smirk, she asked if her plan sounded impressive. Inori started worrying about his life after realizing that this world focused only on summoning as many heroes as possible, prioritizing quantity over quality. This was definitely messed up. The princess told them to become strong warriors who could defeat the Demon King. Ryuto asked if there was a way for them to return home. The princess stared at him blankly and said no. The king, looking a little nervous, asked the heroes to place their hands on sacred books to receive their blessings. Ryuto went first and got a powerful ability called Limit Break. Aoi followed and received barrier magic. Tamaki got magic affinity. When it was Inori's turn, he received the blessing of detection. That day they tested everyone's physical limits. Ryuto showed superhuman strength, while Aoi performed incredibly well in magic tests. Tamaki wasn't far behind, proving she had strong abilities too. Meanwhile, Inori completely failed compared to them. He felt humiliated, especially since even the girls had outperformed him. At night, the group arrived at their dorms, which were much bigger than Inori's usual living space. Tamaki immediately commented that Inori didn't belong in the same room as them since he wasn't a valuable asset to the country like they were. Inori stayed quiet and carefully observed how they felt about him. Tamaki then questioned whether they should really be staying in this country. Before anyone could respond, Inori quickly spoke up, saying they were being treated well and should stay. As the group looked at him in confusion, he signaled them to be quiet and secretly showed them his diary. Inside, he had written a warning, telling them the room was bugged and people were listening in. The group was shocked and Inori smirked. His blessing had already proven useful. Inori's ability to sense people around him, even through walls, turned out to be pretty handy. That's how he knew someone was eavesdropping outside their door. Since he had already sent all the maids away, it had to be either one of them sneaking back or someone else entirely. Without making a fuss, he went back to scribbling in his diary and asked Aoi if she could put up a soundproof barrier. She had been practicing her magic a lot, so this was a good chance for her to try. She nodded silently, stood up, and raised her hands, casting a green magic barrier. The group was impressed, but Aoi quickly admitted that while she could cast the spell, her magic was still too weak to keep it up for long. Ryuto praised her, saying she was doing great. Inori, on the other hand, was annoyed, thinking that this little flirting session should have stayed outside the barrier. Tamaki, being her usual spoiled self, started whining about why people were spying on them in the first place. Ryuto reminded her that they weren't just high school students anymore. Now that they had superhuman powers, they were a potential threat. People would obviously want to keep an eye on them. Tamaki wasn't having it. She got frustrated, yelling that they were summoned against their will, so the least the country could do was stop spying on them all the time. Inori shrugged, saying that this country must be desperate. He admitted he wasn't too familiar with how things worked in this world, but something felt off, like the country was going through a financial crisis. The group looked at him like he was crazy, but Inori had his reasons. First, the king was stepping out way more than a king usually would, and second, there weren't enough vassals and guards in the castle. Tamaki agreed that something was weird, but if the country was so broke, how were they managing to make such rich, flavorful food packed with spices and garlic? Inori frowned, remembering the food. He thought maybe his taste buds were messed up because, to him, the food had tasted awful. He also pointed out how plain the rooms were. These were supposed to be prepared for heroes, yet they looked as basic as soldier quarters, just slightly bigger. The others might not notice since this was their first time being summoned, but Inori had been through this before. Compared to the grand castles of other kingdoms, this one felt lacking. Realizing how messed up the situation was, Inori suggested they start looking for a way to escape. They needed to figure out how to return to their world. With his detection ability, he could help them avoid security, but escaping wouldn't be easy. They were probably the last hope of this kingdom, so the rulers wouldn't just let them walk away. Getting back home would be tough, and with their current abilities, they weren't ready yet. Ryuto agreed, saying they needed to train more before making any big moves. Tamaki suddenly stood up and stared straight into Inori's eyes. She noticed his left eye was yellow and asked about it. Inori had almost forgotten about his odd eyes. He quickly covered them, feeling embarrassed and scrambling for an excuse. Ryuto stepped in, telling Tamaki to drop it, saying she was just going through a phase. Inori realized Ryuto thought he was just some edgy kid wearing a colored contact lens. Instead of correcting him, he let him believe whatever he wanted. That night, Inori sat on his bed, thinking about his so-called evil eye. He recalled the goddess's words and checked his stats. His stat bar was filled with ridiculously high numbers, which made him happy at first, but then he realized he had no idea what the average stats were in this world. Without a comparison, he couldn't tell just how strong he really was. And if his stats were so high, why was his physical performance so low? He checked his skill list: Mystic Eye of Poetry, True Mystic Eye, Steel Skill, Dark Magic, and now Detection. All of these had stacked up over his multiple summonings. Thinking back on it, this was the third time he had been summoned as a human-type monster. Looking at his status, he realized he was labeled as a demon vampire. That explained why he got exhausted so quickly during the day. His abilities were reduced to 1/10 of their full power in sunlight. Everything started making sense. His dislike for the food, especially the garlic, and the way he kept noticing the blood veins on the girls. All clear signs of being a vampire. If that was the case, he needed to stop worrying about his outer strength and start figuring out what was happening inside his body. From now on, he was determined to get to the bottom of his abilities himself. After being summoned into different worlds multiple times, Inori gained a bunch of powerful skills. One of them, Skill Detection, lets him sense any living creature from miles away. Another, Weapon Creation, allows him to absorb magic from objects and shape them into weapons. He grabs a candle stand from his side and turns it into a dagger without breaking a sweat. He studies his eyes, realizing that his right eye, the poet's mystic eye, is packed with benefits. It helps him detect movement and gives him microscopic vision. Easy enough to understand. His left eye, the true mystic eye, though? A whole different story. This one supposedly lets him copy magic circles just by looking at them and store them for later use. It sounds powerful, but he has no clue how it actually works, so he decides to wait until he figures it out. Turning the dagger back into a candle stand, he shrugs it off, deciding he'll learn more about this world's magic later. There are plenty of other skills he doesn't fully grasp yet. The one ability he completely understands is vampirism. If Inori drinks a lethal amount of someone's blood, he can turn them into a ghoul. If a virgin drinks his blood and becomes a vampire, they'll turn into ghouls unless Inori interferes. He can also create servants by killing someone and soaking them in his blood. On top of that, draining someone completely lets him absorb their memories, making him an absolute menace. He can even steal skills from people he drinks blood from. The only catch, his abilities only work at night. Knowing this, he decides to build up his strength and get used to the harsh challenges of this world. The next day, Inori and his group stand in uniform as the Knight Commander of the Rising Sun Kingdom, Ijiana Icheda, addresses them. She announces that she'll be teaching them martial arts. Inori is surprised that the kingdom has a female knight leading the army. He wonders if it's because of financial issues or just for image building. Icheda tells Tamaki and Aoi they have strong magical talent, but need basic martial arts training to improve. Normally, training starts with strength building, but since they've already surpassed human limits, they'll skip straight to learning techniques. She tells Ryuto, Tamaki, and Aoi that they can choose their own style once they master the basics. When she turns to Inori, she says he's different, so she'll be training him personally. She starts by making him build up strength like a regular soldier, but Inori struggles with the sunlight. He feels nauseous, his body barely holding up. Just when he's about to give up, the first princess shows up with another girl standing stiffly behind her. Inori immediately gets irritated. The annoying pigtail princess just had to show up. His eyes shift to the other girl, another princess, but something about her expression seems off. She stands there with a fake smile, looking almost unnatural. Icheda greets them and asks why they're there. The second princess politely says she's here to observe the training. The first princess, as usual, acts full of herself, claiming everyone should be honored by her presence. Meanwhile, Inori is already sitting on the ground, too drained to care. The second princess walks up to him and introduces herself. She says she wants to speak with him and takes him to a chamber in the royal castle. There, she tells him they'll be having an afternoon lesson. Inori finds it awkward that he has to take lessons alone with her, while the other heroes study with the first princess. The reason? The first princess straight up refused to teach him, so the second princess took on the responsibility. He looks at her, already plotting revenge on the first princess. Before the lesson starts, Inori interrupts her. He wants to ask a question. The second princess smiles and allows it. Inori asks if she's the younger sister of the first princess. Her smile fades as she looks away. No, she's actually the older sister. Due to some complicated royal drama, she was demoted to second princess while the first princess became the heir to the throne. Inori sighs, already expecting royal politics to be messy. He decides not to press further. The second princess starts explaining the kingdom's history. The Rising Sun Kingdom was founded when a past female hero defeated the Demon King with magic. In short, a witch saved the world and built this kingdom. Because of that, witchcraft plays a big role in their culture. Women hold a lot of power, and the throne is passed down through queens. The king, who marries into the royal family, only acts as a regent and can be stripped of power through divorce at any time. During the lessons, Inori dozes off and the second princess lets it slide, since he had been studying seriously earlier. That night, he sits on his bed, flipping through magic books. He makes a schedule for his upcoming lessons. His next class with the second princess is about magic ideologies, and after that, he'll start practicing magic. He borrows a magic book from the second princess, who throws in a sarcastic comment about him sleeping in class but still borrowing books. Despite that, she keeps smiling like a perfect doll. Inori finds it a little ridiculous how she never drops that smile. Flipping through the pages, he sees diagrams of magic circles. He wants to test his true mystic eye again. Focusing on a magic circle, he activates his left eye. It glows yellow, and the magic circle starts shining. But when he tries to store it in his memory, nothing happens. No matter how many times he tries, he can't copy the magic circles. Disappointed, he shuts the book. As expected, this eye isn't working the way he wants. Just as he's about to give up, he remembers something. He still has another eye. He activates his poet's mystic eye and grabs a pen. His eye glows red as he starts drawing a magic circle from memory. He recalls a magic circle used by a crazy scientist who once tried to hypnotize him. Thanks to his poet's mystic eye, he can recreate it perfectly. Once he finishes drawing, he activates his true mystic eye's power. A strange electric surge rushes through his body. Unsure if it worked, he rings a bell to summon his maid, Ms. Nala. When she arrives, he asks her to come closer. The moment she does, he uses the hypnosis magic circle on her. Her eyes go blank instantly. He waves a hand in front of her face. No reaction. That confirms it. His technique worked. To test it further, he asks her a random question. Without hesitation, she answers. Inori smirks, realizing the magic worked exactly as planned. But he's still confused. Why did it only work with this particular magic circle? Thinking it over, he concludes that his true mystic eye can only store and activate magic circles obtained from other worlds. After Inori successfully used the hypnosis magic circle, he realized that he could only use magic circles he had seen in the world when he got his special eyes. He started thinking hard, realizing he could only use advanced mind hypnosis magic from that world, but he refused to give up. He kept recalling the moment he was summoned over and over. Using his poet mystic eye, he started drawing the magic circles he remembered from his memories. He got excited because he had seen all the summoning magic circles himself. If that was the kind of magic he could use, then he would use them all. He carefully drew every magic circle he had seen before and used his Jin mystic eye to memorize and activate them. Within seconds, he managed to open a transportation circle right in his room. A bright light surrounded him, and the next moment, he was outside the castle, transported to a forest nearby. Using both his eyes together, he combined the long-distance vision of the poet mystic eye with the perspective shift of the god's mystic eye. This gave him the ability to teleport anywhere outside whenever he wanted. Since his powers were at their best at night, he decided to test different skills. The first was the black magic from his Jin eye. He was instantly able to manipulate objects around him. Then, he tried black magic domination, which let him control multiple objects at once. If it was a non-living object, he could easily move it as he pleased. The only limitation was that he couldn't control objects he hadn't already dominated. But by planning his movements carefully, he could still influence them indirectly. Next, he practiced shadow movement, a skill from dark magic. It let him slip into the shadows and move freely. He quickly mastered it, then moved on to weapon creation. He levitated a stone using black magic, activated his weapon creation skill, and transformed the stone into a sword. He examined it carefully and felt satisfied with what he had created. Taking a deep breath, he activated his poetic mystic eye again. Earlier in the day, the Knight Commander had been teaching swordsmanship to the heroes. Inori had secretly memorized her techniques using his eye. Now he got into position and copied her movements. After an intense training session, exhaustion took over, and he collapsed onto his knees. But he had finally learned the sword techniques used by the Knight Commander. A green skill box appeared, showing that he had mastered level 1 swordsmanship. Feeling happy about gaining a new skill, he decided to focus on leveling up. But before he could start planning, he heard rustling behind him. He quickly hid in the bushes and spotted a giant bird-like monster. He used his identification skill to check what it was. The monster turned out to be a powerful creature called Kecho. Its massive size overwhelmed him, so he stayed hidden. He recalled the princess mentioning that its feathers were used to make pillows in their kingdom. Analyzing the difference in strength, he decided to start by fighting weaker monsters instead of rushing into battle with Kecho. But every monster he found turned out to be stronger than him. Some were even way beyond his level. Sitting on a rock, he wondered if the monsters in this forest were too strong, or if he was just too weak to fight them. Inori knew the monsters in this forest were stronger than him, but that didn't mean he was going to roll over and accept it. One-on-one, he stood a chance, but if they ambushed him, it'd be game over. After weighing his options, he decided to retreat to the castle and rethink his approach. Inside the castle, the second princess was out wandering late at night when the knight commander Ijeana stopped her. Ijeana wasn't pleased to see her roaming around alone without guards. The princess put on her usual fake smile and smoothly changed the topic, asking why the heroes weren't being trained with magical weapons yet. Ijeana explained that they were still mastering the basics of martial arts. Before they could handle magical weapons properly, they needed to build up their physical strength. The three heroes were focused on technique, while Inori was mainly working on his strength. The princess dropped the act and pressed the issue. If they were going to use those weapons anyway, why not introduce them now? Ijeana didn't back down. She argued that while magical weapons could make someone stronger, relying on them too much would stunt their growth. If they weren't physically and mentally prepared, they'd become weak fighters who couldn't hold their own without magic. The second princess grit her teeth, but forced another fake smile, acting like she agreed. She called Ijeana the strongest warrior of humanity, and admitted that whatever decision she made was probably best. Ijeana, however, wasn't fooled. She pointed out that the princess didn't smile the way she used to. The act crumbled for a moment. The second princess turned away, claiming she was still smiling even now. Ijeana changed the topic and asked for her honest opinion about the first princess. The second princess stuck to the script. She praised her sister's abilities and called her a perfect fit for the throne. Ijeana didn't buy it and pushed further. The second princess didn't waste any time shutting her down, warning that speaking ill of the first princess was considered blasphemy. Ijeana bowed slightly, saying nothing more. As the princess walked away, Ijeana quietly thought to herself that Aaliyah had nothing to be afraid of and should do whatever she wanted. A few days later, Inori reflected on how things had gone so far. It had been 2 weeks since their training started, and everyone had settled into their roles. Ryuto was focused on close-range combat, still figuring out if a sword suited him. Tamaki was doing things her own way, using a staff both as a magic tool and as a blunt weapon. Aoi, the quiet one, had taken up archery. Keeping her distance in battle suited her, but aiming left her vulnerable, so she used a magic barrier to protect herself while shooting. Together, the three of them balanced each other out. Ryuto was all about melee combat. Aoi kept her distance with ranged attacks, and Tamaki could switch between the two. It was a solid team. As for Inori, he was deep into martial arts training, but unlike the others, he focused on daggers instead of swords. He was learning stealth techniques, how to disarm traps, and dagger-throwing skills. It was clear now, these people had been planning to make him a scout from the start. With his detection blessing, it actually made sense. But Inori wasn't just relying on what they were teaching him. He had his own skills to level up. At night, he trained in the forest, honing his dark magic. He levitated his dagger, using domination magic to control it remotely. When he released it, the dagger flew straight into the target. Perfect hit. This was why nighttime training worked best for him. His magic was useless in the daytime thanks to the sun god's hatred. He glanced at the moon, wondering if leveling up would change that. Maybe one day, maybe never. Either way, he needed to focus on what he could do now. With that thought, he moved on to shadow movement training. The skill let him slip through the darkness undetected, and the more he used it, the better he got. While practicing, he spotted that same bird monster from before. This time, he had a plan. Using his shadow movement, he crept closer, ready to strike. Inori had already sharpened his skills in shadow movement, blending multiple abilities into one lethal attack. This time, he wove together weapon synthesis and dark magic, forging shadow ropes reinforced with raw power. The second they lashed out, the bird monster never stood a chance. The ropes wrapped around its body, locking it in place like a predator toying with its prey. With a flick of his fingers, he tightened the trap, turning his creation into something more sinister. Black death silk. The bird let out a shrill cry, thrashing in agony as Inori stepped forward, eyes locked onto its fading strength. Power swelled in his gaze as he activated hypnosis, sinking his will into the creature's mind. The light in its eyes flickered. Just like that, The monster submitted, falling under his command without a struggle. Inori knew dark magic could never control the living, but the dead? They were his to command. He finished the job in one swift move, then lifted the lifeless body into the air. The shadow beneath him stirred, opening up like a beast's maw, swallowing the corpse whole. A perfect storage, hidden in the darkness where no one could see. But that wasn't enough. He wanted more. Moving through the shadows, he tracked another monster. An ugly thing, not even worth eating, but perfect for his purpose. By the time dawn rolled in, he had taken down enough creatures to fuel his growth. He teleported back to his room, clapping onto his bed just in time for his usual routine. Nala, ever persistent, woke him up without fail, dragging him back into reality. For the past 2 weeks, he had been using hypnosis to gather secrets about the Sun Kingdom, and what he uncovered was nothing short of madness. The royal bloodline had always been passed down through daughters, but one after another, the heirs started dying young. A mysterious illness wiped them out, leaving the throne empty. Fearing extinction, the royal family took drastic action, bringing in a duchess as the king's concubine. She gave birth to a daughter, Aaliyah, a child named to inherit the throne. But fate had different plans. 7 years later, the queen gave birth to another girl, Amanda, and everything changed. Born with the queen's magic, Amanda became the beloved one. Aaliyah, once the future ruler, was cast aside like an old toy. Education, training, royal duties, stripped away, replaced with cold indifference. The girl who was supposed to be queen became nothing more than a shadow, ignored and forgotten. A doll princess, abandoned in a castle that once promised her the world. Inori, half asleep in yet another dull lesson, caught himself staring at Aaliyah with a strange sense of pity. She walked over and tapped the desk in front of him, snapping him back to attention. If he wasn't willing to learn, then these lessons were pointless. He barely stifled a yawn, rolling his eyes at the scolding. But then, her tone shifted. Different from the usual polite, empty words she always used. She called him out. If he was learning detection and concealment in martial arts, then he needed to take it seriously. Magic wasn't his strength, but he had something else, a skill others didn't. If he focused, if he worked for it, he could surpass expectations. He scoffed at the idea, thinking about how pathetic he must look in this world, where even the weakest maid could cast basic spells. What was he supposed to do? Keep struggling while others soared past him with ease? But then, Aaliyah did something unexpected. She actually got mad. Not a quiet, hidden frustration. Not the usual fake smile. Actual burning anger. She snapped at him, saying that if even the Knight Commander was willing to waste time training him, then he had no excuse to keep slacking off. If he wanted to stop being a weakling, then he had to act like it. Then, without waiting for a reply, she turned on her heel and ordered him to follow. He didn't even have time to process what was happening. She led him through a hidden passage deep inside the castle, stopping in front of a massive white door. A spark of magic flickered from her fingers, and the door groaned open. No more lessons, she said. From now on, this would be their training ground. She stepped inside, then turned to him with an expression he had never seen before. Cold, determined, dead serious. She asked how it felt being the weakest among the heroes, how it felt to be looked down on, how it felt to be nothing. Inori stood there, completely dumbfounded. This wasn't the same princess who smiled through everything, who played the role of the forgotten heir with grace. This was someone different, someone furious, someone who had decided that if the world had no place for her, she would carve one out herself. And now, she was dragging him into that fight with her. Aaliyah, the second princess, had been pushed out of the line for the throne and turned into a living doll after her past failures. People started calling her a doll because she had stopped showing any emotions other than that fake smile. But standing in front of Inori, she was furious. The anger she had toward how Inori was being treated was impossible to miss. She turned and walked into the room, where a purple magic circle was glowing on the ceiling. Inori followed her inside, and once they were in, she faced him and warned him that if he didn't start working harder, he would be kicked out of the castle very soon. Aaliyah repeated the queen's words, saying the kingdom had no obligation to keep someone who didn't even try. Inori thought that idea was ridiculous, but tried to reason that his detection blessing was actually quite useful in certain situations. Aaliyah agreed that the blessing was useful, but she made it clear that it didn't matter if he wasn't doing anything to improve his skills. She asked him why. If he had such a gift, he wasn't trying harder. Inori thought back to all the times he had nodded off during her lessons, but it wasn't because he was lazy. He had been hunting all night. He shrugged it off and said he was already doing his best. Deep down, though, he had accepted that he was always going to be inferior to the three heroes and the first princess. He tried to walk away, but Aaliyah stopped him. She told him the room was locked with a magic barrier, and he couldn't leave. No one would come to help, no matter how loud he yelled. Inori acted like he didn't care, asking how he could get out. Aaliyah snapped. She was done with his indifference and kicked him toward the door, telling him that if he got kicked out with his current skills, he would be dead in the forest. She added that, embarrassing as it was, he needed to survive in the castle first. At that moment, Inori realized Aaliyah wasn't the doll princess anymore. She stood there, a proud noblewoman, angry, but firm. She told him he could get stronger if he stopped being so blind to what was going on around him. Inori was taken aback by her intensity. For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated her. He hadn't expected her to be this strong. He told her to relax, and that his drive to get stronger was much greater than the others, that he was just like her. Aaliyah froze, shocked by his words. She hadn't expected him to be this strong either. Her eyes widened, and she finally saw him in a new light. The dark magic swirled around him, and his eyes began to glow. Aaliyah recognized his power then, but it still felt like he was on the edge of being thrown out. Inori promised that he would find a way to stay in the castle, no matter what. From that point on, Inori started taking everything more seriously. He worked hard to gather information about the kingdom and showed that his detection blessing was more useful than people had realized. After his training with Ijeana, he planned to ask her to speak to the queen on his behalf to help him stay in the castle. When he made his request, though, Ijeana told him it might be hard to get her approval. Inori felt embarrassed, admitting he might not have shown enough enthusiasm, but he promised he would work harder to improve. To his surprise, Ijeana disagreed with him. She wasn't underestimating him. She saw his skills as invaluable. She told him that if he joined the knights, he could be a huge asset in dungeons or when fighting the Demon King. She motivated him, saying that if he kept working hard, he might be able to avoid being kicked out of the kingdom after all. After being offered a spot in the knights, Inori started weighing his options. He wasn't sure what kind of trouble he would be getting into if he accepted the offer and what it would mean for his future. He needed some time to think it over, so he politely asked for a break to consider it. Ijeana, taken aback by his response, was quiet for a moment, but then told him he could come back to her when he had nowhere else to go. Inori raised an eyebrow, asking if she meant after he got kicked out of the kingdom. She nodded and turned to stare out of the window, her gaze lingering on the kingdom's flag as she took a deep breath. A few days later, Inori learned that heroes from a neighboring country were coming to visit. Aaliyah would be attending the meeting, but Inori was excluded from the party. He couldn't help but complain while Aaliyah sipped her tea. She didn't hold back, telling him it was his own fault for sleeping through the lessons, which was why he wasn't invited. Inori grumbled to himself, suspecting that he was being deliberately left out of the party. The heroes from the neighboring country were welcomed with grand festivities, while Inori was left alone in his room. He couldn't help but mutter to himself that despite the kingdom's financial struggles, they were spending a fortune on this event. He wondered if anyone would even notice him if he showed up at the party. Inori began thinking about what could go wrong if he did decide to show up. He imagined having to explain to the foreign dignitaries how he got dragged into the summoning, how he was an abnormal hero, different from the others. His mind raced, worried that an investigation team might arrive with the foreign guests and decide to study him. That would lead to endless trouble, and he would get caught up in all of it. He let out a heavy sigh as he collapsed back on the bed, but then quickly sat up again. Watching people enjoy the party from the sidelines didn't appeal to him, but he realized it was his only option if he wanted to gather more information about the heroes. With the decision made, he activated his poet's mystic eye, the red glow of his eye lighting up as it extended beyond the usual limits of sight. His vision zoomed in on the hall, where he saw both princesses hosting the event. He wasn't impressed by the extravagant display and rolled his eyes at the sight of Aaliyah, who was dressed like a doll again, her smile as fake as ever. His gaze wandered to the food tables, and he couldn't help but get lost in the sheer number of delicacies laid out. He remembered hearing from Nara that the queen loved to show off her wealth to foreign countries, and this lavish banquet was a perfect example of that obsession. The country's financial crisis wasn't just because of bad management. It was a direct result of the queen's obsession with flaunting their wealth, disregarding the king's warnings. Inori's eyes scanned the room, and, as they passed over the other guests, they landed on the heroes. He noticed 3 heroes standing off to the side, chatting among themselves. One of them was a cheerful girl with pigtails who reminded him of Tamaki, while another, a gloomy boy, seemed like someone Inori could easily befriend. He smirked to himself, confident that the gloomy kid would be his ally. But then his eyes fell on the last hero, a blonde guy who caught his attention for a different reason. Inori immediately thought that this guy was Japanese, just like him. Using his poet's mystic eye, he focused on him, wanting to check his stats. The hero's name was Date Masayoshi, an old-fashioned name that seemed to fit perfectly for a hero. Inori observed him closely, noticing that he was shouting at Ryuto. Curious, Inori zoomed in further with his mystic eye and read the hero's lips. To his surprise, Masayoshi was demanding that Ryuto bring Inori in front of him. He was challenging Inori. After the party, Aaliyah took Date to meet Inori. She led him into a room and introduced them. The other heroes, including Ryuto's group, and the visiting heroes were curious to see if Inori had any connection to Date. Inori, standing there with a bored look, didn't seem fazed by Date's aggressive challenge to a duel. Everyone in the room, including the princess, and Ryuto's group was stunned by Date's sudden declaration. The rest of Date's group only looked at him with pity, clearly used to his dramatic outbursts. After a moment of thinking, Inori asked Date why he wanted to fight him. It was confusing, and Inori genuinely wanted to know how Date knew about him and why he was so eager for a duel. Date, with too much energy, explained that he wanted to prove to the goddess that Inori wasn't worthy at all. Inori frowned, trying to figure out which goddess he was talking about. This made Date even angrier. He yelled at Inori, demanding he stop pretending to be clueless. Date then mentioned the white space, where souls temporarily stay before being guided to the next world by the goddess, who also gives them a gift. He asked if Inori had been there and met the goddess. Inori remembered her and asked what meeting the goddess had to do with their duel. Date, looking away shyly, admitted that he had proposed to the goddess while in the white space. It turned out this guy, who looked like a troublemaker, was hopelessly in love with the goddess. Inori was still confused when Date shouted again. Date explained that after his proposal, the goddess had set a condition. If he could defeat Takafuji Inori, she would consider his proposal. Inori finally got it, realizing the goddess had tossed this troublesome challenge his way. He made a mental note to deal with the goddess the next time he saw her. Ryuto, confused, asked Tamaki if she knew about the white space, but she had no clue, just like Date's teammates, who were just as confused about which goddess he meant. Inori, looking at the oblivious faces around him, decided explaining the situation would be a huge hassle, so he played dumb for the time being. He agreed to the duel after a moment of thought. Date smirked, lowering Inori to the ground, excited to defeat him and win the goddess's favor. Once on the ground, Inori told Date there would be conditions for the duel, and he'd be setting the rules. He explained that his blessing didn't grant him combat skills, and unlike other heroes, he had no physical powers or abilities, so it'd be unfair to fight one-on-one. Ryuto and his group seemed pleased hearing Inori speak so openly about his limitations. Inori teased Date, saying he could let him play dirty if that's the kind of hero Date really was. This triggered Date, who snapped back, ready to accept any challenge Inori proposed. All the other heroes, including the princess, were shocked by how simple-minded Date was. Inori proposed the dungeon near the capital as the venue for their duel. It was a place where knights trained, and Inori suggested they race to defeat the first-level boss of the dungeon to determine the winner. Date, without a second thought, accepted the challenge. Ryuto, worried about Inori's physical abilities, tried to stop him, thinking Inori was just a weak hero. But Inori assured him that he had a plan. The duel was set for the next day, and Inori was much more prepared than anyone realized. The day of the duel arrived. After the match, Inori was presented in front of the queen, who immediately insulted him for his poor performance in the dungeon. She pointed out that it was Inori who chose the venue, yet he was defeated in disgrace. Date had indeed proven to be incredibly strong, easily clearing the first-level monsters with his impressive swordsmanship, which was on par with the Commander Knight's skills. He defeated the final boss effortlessly. On the other hand, Inori had used his skills to sneak around the dungeon, avoiding all the monsters, including the boss, who he could have easily defeated. Inori quietly acknowledged that this duel was his loss. The queen, frustrated, complained that she had tolerated Inori's lazy behavior only because the trusted knight commander had asked her to. But with his disgraceful performance, Inori had brought shame to the country. The queen's words were clearly biased, driven by her favoritism and disdain for Inori. She'd been looking for an excuse to banish him, and this duel gave her the perfect reason. With a raised fan and a shout, the queen declared she would exile Inori from the kingdom. But Inori, from his spot on the floor, smiled up at her. Unknown to the queen, Inori had set up the duel to work in his favor all along. The queen stood in front of Inori and told him he had caused harm to the country, so she was banishing him. The first princess stared at him, while the second princess closed her eyes, accepting the consequences Inori had brought on himself. Inori smirked, and the queen asked if he had any objections. He looked straight at her and said he did, which surprised the queen since no one ever spoke back to her. He asked her what harm he had actually caused. The queen tried to blame him for losing the duel against Date, but Inori pointed out that even though he lost, it had nothing to do with the country. It was just two men fighting over who was worthy of being with the goddess. Inori also reminded her that the duel was supposed to be kept secret, so her claim that he hurt the country's reputation didn't make sense. He wasn't even considered a hero by anyone, and no other nations even knew who he was, so he couldn't have hurt the kingdom. The duel was just a personal challenge between him and Date, with no real stakes for the country. After making his point, Inori told the queen he hadn't been doing nothing in the dungeon. He gestured to the guards who brought in snacks and set them down beside him. The queen was confused as Inori opened the bags and revealed they were filled with gold coins. Everyone at the hearing was shocked. Inori told the queen this was a gift he had found on the first floor. He had brought it to her since he knew he couldn't defeat the hero. He added that he used his special ability to find the treasure. The queen, drawn to the gold, was distracted, and Inori made sure to use her love for wealth to solidify his position in the castle. Inori was clever. He used the duel to prove he had value and could bring more treasure in the future. The second princess watched, amazed at how Inori turned the situation around and convinced the queen while keeping the hero in good spirits. Later that night, Inori was able to practice again without worrying about being banished. With that problem solved, he focused on his hunting skills. After wiping blood from his face, he decided he was getting bored of just hunting kechos. Something felt off in the air. He looked around and noticed the forest didn't feel right. With his detection ability, he realized something was wrong. He decided to use his special vision. He activated his mystic eye and revealed an illusionary barrier in front of him. His eye glowed red as he saw through the illusion. He touched the barrier, and it sent ripples through the pink layer, making him wonder if his skill from another world was helping him find this hidden barrier. Curious, Inori reached inside and hoped to find stronger creatures than the kechos beyond the barrier. He decided to step in quickly and check it out before the sun came up, since his powers wouldn't work once it did. As soon as he stepped inside, the air shifted. Deep within the barrier, a dangerous wolf beast waited for him, its glowing blue eyes and sharp fangs ready to attack. Little did Inori know, a group of powerful beasts was waiting for him to face them. Inori stepped into the illusion portal and looked around, intrigued by what lay beyond. His attention was quickly drawn to a pack of gray wolves approaching him. It was the first time he had seen a group of beasts attack him like this. Without wasting any time, he sat on the ground and activated his dark energy. He used his dark death web ability, successfully trapping the wolves in its grasp. They struggled, but were stuck, hanging there like flies in a trap. Inori wiped the blood from his mouth and winced in pain. He noticed the strength of the wolves, realizing that defeating them together would be tough without taking some damage. He pushed them deeper into the shadows, wondering if drinking their blood might help him level up faster, considering they were stronger beasts. Inori moved into the shadows, drinking the wolves' blood to gain their power. Afterward, he continued to wander through the area. He came across a tree by a pond, feeling a little bored. The place looked oddly familiar, like a den for a boss monster. He couldn't shake the feeling that something big was waiting to appear. Ignoring the thought, Inori walked past the tree. Out of nowhere, a gigantic gray wolf attacked him, ripping off his arm in one swift motion. Shocked, Inori looked at the severed limb, then fell to the ground in pain as the wolf glared at him. Struggling to get up, Inori sat beside a tree, confused about what had just happened. He looked up and saw the wolf glaring at him again. His stats showed that this wolf was a phantom-type white Fenrir wolf, a mid-level boss. Inori realized defeating this beast wouldn't be easy. He considered his options. Escaping into the shadows seemed like a good idea, but he worried that the wolf would be waiting outside, trapping him there. Just as he thought this through, the Fenrir wolf lunged again. Inori barely managed to dodge, jumping out of the way just in time. Using his flying ability, he stayed just out of the wolf's reach. Inori felt a surge of excitement as he finally got to use his vampire abilities, something he rarely had the chance to do. With his abilities, he managed to keep a safe distance from the beast. The Fenrir wolf locked eyes with him and asked why he had come to its territory. Inori figured the ability to talk meant the wolf was a phantom beast. Inori clicked his tongue, casually saying he had gotten lost. The wolf, clearly annoyed, growled at the obvious lie. It explained that breaking through the illusion barrier to reach this place wasn't easy. Inori simply shrugged, saying that he had seen the illusion in the forest and got curious about what was inside, which led him to step through the portal. He then pointed out that the place must be important to the wolf, since it had set up such a strong illusion barrier. The wolf glared at him, claiming that Inori was an intruder and that, since he had killed its kin, it couldn't let him live. Inori looked down at the wolf, pointed out that this land must be of great importance to the wolf, considering how determined it was to protect it. The wolf narrowed its eyes at him and said it would tell him the reason for its protection as a parting gift, a final explanation before Inori's death. Inori looked down, feeling a sense of relief, glad the wolf was finally going to speak. The wolf began, explaining that it and its pack had made a pact with a witch to guard this land. Inori's confusion deepened at the mention of a witch. The wolf continued, clarifying that the pact was the reason they were eliminating all threats, even powerful monsters, from their land. Since Inori had intruded, he too would be eliminated. Inori calmly met the wolf's gaze, ready to face whatever was coming. The wolf threatened that if Inori stayed still, his death would be painless, but if he resisted, the death would be slow and filled with pain. As the wolf spoke, it froze when it noticed Inori's arm had already regenerated. Inori glanced at his arm, telling the wolf that the regeneration was thanks to his vampire abilities. He remarked that the healing was far better than he expected. The wolf now realized Inori wasn't just any ordinary person, considering how quickly he had regenerated his arm. The wolf glared at Inori, now even more determined to end his life. It lunged at him once more, trying to bite him. However, Inori was already out of the way, avoiding the wolf's teeth as it crashed into the dirt. Thanks to his mystic poet's eye, Inori could just about predict the wolf's movements, but he quickly realized avoiding the attacks would be much harder than he anticipated. Since Inori hadn't used his flying abilities in a long time, he was still inexperienced with them, making it hard to stay airborne. He kept his distance, hoping to fly around and escape into the forest, but before he could act, the wolf launched blue crystals from its mane, hitting Inori with incredible force. The crystals pierced his body, causing him to lose his balance and stumble. Inori struggled against the pain, sitting beside a tree as he tried to recover. But the wolf wasn't done. It attacked again, and Inori barely managed to dodge, feeling helpless. He couldn't use his hypnosis on this wolf. Its attacks were too brutal and chaotic. Desperate, Inori scanned his surroundings for an escape route. Ahead, he noticed a waterfall, but he knew getting close would put him in the wolf's range. With his wings, he flew towards the waterfall, hoping to outrun the wolf. But the wolf was quick, catching up to Inori and striking him once again. This time, the wolf's attack hit directly. Inori fell to the ground, his wings shattered from the blow, leaving him completely vulnerable. The wolf seized the opportunity, preparing to finish him off. But just as the wolf lunged, Inori's expression shifted from fear to a confident smirk. Using his ability, Inori summoned stakes from the earth, attacking the wolf in a sudden, unexpected move. The wolf staggered back, confused by Inori's surprise counterattack. Inori smirked wider as he pulled out even more stakes, hidden in the shadows. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the wolf, feeling pleased with himself for having stashed away hidden weapons for just such a moment. The wolf looked at Inori in confusion as he watched Inori hiding behind the wooden stakes. Inori started to devise a strategy to escape this illusion space. Inori wanted to use his teleportation skills, but since a hypnosis spell was already stored in his poet mystic eye, he couldn't use teleportation. To change the effect of the magic, Inori had to store another magical circle in his Jin's mystic eye. To store another magical circle, Inori needed some time. He pulled back his hand and took out a lot of daggers from the shadows. After preparing the dagger attack, Inori glared at the wolf to find an opening to attack. Inori's dark energy surged out of his body as he looked at the wolf. Inori launched his dagger attack on the wolf, but this time, it did not affect the wolf. Instead of getting injured, the wolf shook off the daggers and rushed towards Inori to attack him. By this time, Inori realized that this monster was far stronger than he had expected it to be. The wolf lunged at Inori again, and Inori dodged the attack again. For a counterattack, Inori tried to attack the wolf again, but once again the daggers did not affect the wolf. The wolf mocked Inori for using such a sloppy and useless attack on him. Fenrir used his tail and attacked Inori with his needles again. Inori used his eyes and quickly dodged all the needles coming his way. Inori realized that he didn't need to dodge all of the wolf's attacks. The only organs he needed to protect were his heart and legs, so he could escape the wolf. Fenrir got more agitated by Inori's persistence and stubbornness. Inori started to prepare his next attack by using black death silk all around the forest to catch Fenrir. The wolf got stuck in the black death silk. Inori assumed that he had been successful in subduing the wolf, but he was proved wrong when the wolf easily broke through the black death strings. The wolf broke free and rushed towards Inori to attack him again. Inori got shocked to see his death silk breaking so easily. He gritted his teeth and escaped the wolf again. While escaping, Inori thought that he had no other choice but to use one of his most dangerous methods. The wolf chased Inori while constantly attacking him. Inori took one look at the wolf and wished for his last resort method to work. Inori jumped through the trees and flew in the air. The wolf looked at Inori and called him foolish for becoming an easy target for himself. Fenrir attacked Inori, but this time, Inori used his Jin's mystic eye and activated a series of golden strings. The strings started glowing and formed a magic circle under Fenrir. Inori smirked and got happy that he had been able to restore the Jin's mystic eye again. After the magic circle restoration in Jin's eye had been restored, Inori smirked and activated the teleportation portal. His eye started glowing, and the teleportation portal behind him opened. Fenrir Wolf got shocked when Inori disappeared in the teleportation circle. Fenrir was still trying to figure out if Inori had escaped or not when a portal opened above his head. Inori jumped out of the portal and took out his short sword. Inori exclaimed that his initial plan had been to escape, but after his teleportation portal started working, he changed his plan and decided to say a nice goodbye to the wolf before he left. The wolf looked above his head and noticed the blade in front of his eye. Inori sat on the wolf's head and stabbed its eye. Blood spurted out of his eye as Inori leapt off of the wolf. Inori jumped in front of the wolf and exclaimed that just taking hits from others wasn't his style. The wolf started to bash around the trees with his tail, hoping that one of his attacks landed on Inori. Inori jumped on top of a tree and looked down at the wolf. He knew that the wolf wanted to kill him because of his injured eye. Inori noticed that the wolf was looking in his direction. He assumed that the wolf was trying to pinpoint his location by locating his scent. The dark energy emitted out of the wolf, and Inori flinched from the overwhelming killing intent of the wolf. Fenrir lunged at Inori's location to attack him, but missed when Inori used his teleportation again. Fenrir bit on a bark as Inori disappeared again. This time, Inori transported himself out of the illusion world. The wolf got determined that he was going to kill Inori the next time he found him in this world. Meanwhile, Inori transported back to his own room. He lay beside his bed and thought that he hadn't landed enough hits on the monster. He promised himself that he was going to win next time. From that onward, Inori started to rework his equipment. He started inflating the fifth armory to obtain more metal for his weapon creations. He also collected some of the Fenrir wolf's fur in case of an emergency situation in battle. He looked at the fur, which was a soft bunch of blue hair. The system showed him the stats that this fur had the ability to harden, crystallize, and miniaturize. Inori picked up some fur and appraised it. The fur quickly hardened and formed a needle-like structure once it reacted to Inori's magic. Inori now understood why his dagger attacks didn't affect the wolf, because this fur was covering his body and avoiding any damage to Fenrir's body. Inori used his magic on the fur and got the idea that he could make some weapons out of the fur. He raised the fur in front of him and used his magic to make weapons out of the fur. With the help of his magic, Inori was able to change this fur into Gleipnir. The fur became a bunch of dark-colored strings. Inori held the strings in his hands while reading the stats, which said that this string was a strong element that couldn't be destroyed or torn, no matter how much force was used on it. Inori remembered his lessons where he learned that Gleipnir was a string used to shackle the Fenrir wolf in mythology. Inori inspected the string and got excited that the Fenrir wolf wouldn't be able to escape this string even if he tried his best. Inori got an idea and built a black glove made from this string to upgrade his defense. Inori used his abilities to build the glove in a certain way so that certain points of the glove shone when Inori used his magic. After the magic circle was clearly visible, Inori examined the glove. He suddenly got an idea and made a complete outfit using this Gleipnir thread. After he was all geared up with the Gleipnir thread armor, He glared and stated that it was time for him to get revenge. After gearing up, Inori transported to the illusion portal. Fenrir, alerted by the sudden presence in his turf, immediately noticed the disturbance. Inori stood in front of him and greeted the wolf with a smirk. He mocked Fenrir, causing the wolf to grow even more agitated. Fenrir snarled, calling Inori shameless for daring to step foot on his ground again. With a growl, Fenrir lunged at Inori. Inori mocked him for his damaged eyes, further enraging Fenrir. The wolf's anger intensified as he launched another vicious attack. Inori easily dodged each strike, moving with effortless precision. Despite Fenrir losing his sight, his attacks remained unnervingly accurate. This time, Fenrir was determined to ensure Inori wouldn't leave alive. Inori, surprised by the wolf's resolve, noticed that Fenrir's fury was outweighing the pain from his injury. As Fenrir attacked, Inori leaned back, preparing for the next move. Placing his hand on a nearby tree, Inori summoned dark shadow creatures. Shadow wolves emerged from the shadows and attacked Fenrir. Fenrir, confused, demanded an explanation from Inori. Inori smirked and taunted Fenrir, asking if he could recognize the scent of his own kind attacking him. Enraged, Fenrir demanded to know what Inori had done to his kin. Inori simply smiled and revealed that the wolves had been useful, so he made them his servants. Fenrir furiously shook off the shadow creatures and pounced on Inori. He dodged, but the wolf's attack landed squarely on his suit. Inori grinned, realizing that his suit was providing useful protection, buying him time to regenerate. As Inori continued dodging, the shadow wolves ran rampant throughout the forest. Just when Inori found himself cornered, he smirked and activated his teleportation skills. Fenrir, gritting his teeth, turned his gaze to Inori, who was now floating above his head. Fenrir leaped into the air to attack Inori, but Inori stayed calm, still smirking. He told Fenrir that he hadn't planned to escape at all. Instead, it was Fenrir who would be trapped. Black Gleipnir threads appeared around the wolf, ensnaring him. Fenrir looked around in shock, realizing he was completely surrounded. He demanded to know what Inori had done. Inori smirked again, explaining that the threads binding Fenrir were spun from the wolf's own fur. Inori was pleased to see Fenrir now had no chance of escape. Inori looked down at the furious Fenrir, who roared with frustration. Fenrir demanded an explanation for the trick Inori had used on him. Without hesitation, Inori used his dark magic to command the Gleipnir threads to shrink. As the threads tightened, Fenrir roared, struggling to break free, but eventually gave up and accepted his fate. Inori explained that the thread was made from Fenrir's own fur, which had kept the wolf from sensing its presence. He revealed that the constant provoking and attacks were just a distraction, allowing the thread to entangle Fenrir unnoticed. And with his final move, Inori had used teleportation to trap Fenrir within the threads with no escape. Inori grasped the threads and bid farewell to Fenrir. The wolf, realizing his fate, understood that his life and pact with the witch had come to an end. Inori drank Fenrir's blood, leveling up 5 times and gaining new skills during the battle. Among these was a new ability, Vessel of the King. As he was still processing the ability, Inori heard the shadow wolves calling his name. Confused, Inori wondered how the wolves could speak. The wolves, just as confused, asked Inori to make the phantom Fenrir his servant, just as he had done with them. Inori, seeing the wolves' pleading expressions, listened to their reasoning. They explained that Fenrir had fought for his land until his death, and they wanted Inori to honor him by making him a servant. Inori agreed, glancing at Fenrir. He expressed that he was tired of all the fighting. Back at the castle, Inori sat down to dine with the other 3 heroes. Ryudo pointed out that the first and second princesses didn't get along. The girls nodded in agreement, while Inori complained about the garlic in his food. Tamaki, casually eating, remarked that the second princess was too reserved, which was why the sisters' relationship was so strained. Aoi disagreed, saying she didn't believe the sisters hated each other, noting that she had seen the first princess stealing glances at the second princess. Ryuto, grinning, suggested that Inori could help mend their bond. Inori, unimpressed, argued that Tamaki and Aoi, being girls, would be better suited for the task. The trio disagreed, insisting that Inori was the best option because he was closer to the second princess. Ryudo pushed Inori to talk to the first princess about her relationship with her sister. Inori quickly refused, stating that the stuck-up first princess wouldn't listen to anything he had to say. Ryudo reassured him, claiming the first princess would listen to Inori if he spoke directly. When Inori questioned why she would listen, Ryuto smirked and explained that the first princess was smitten by him, which would make her do whatever he asked. Inori glanced at the girls, who looked away awkwardly, wondering how Ryuto's personality had changed so much. Ryuto made a final offer, promising Inori a day off every week for their training. Inori quickly agreed and accepted the deal. After accepting the offer, Inori headed to the first princess's room. Inori scanned the room, noticing various odd decorations. He asked if this was her style, but she explained that the gifts were from her mother and other countries. She told him that royalties didn't buy gifts. They were gifted luxurious items instead. Inori got straight to the point, saying he was there to talk about her relationship with the second princess. The first princess, however, dismissed it, claiming she wasn't concerned about her sister. Inori gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that the first princess's attitude wouldn't help him repair the sisters' bond. The first princess pretended not to be worried about the second princess. She began twisting her hair as she tried to hide her concerns. Inori, tired of listening to her lame excuses, told her about being asked to help both princesses make up. While sliding her finger through her hair, the first princess admitted she didn't want to make up, which left Inori confused and irritated. She turned around, called him a commoner, and told him it was none of his business. Inori got even more irritated. He believed this was going nowhere, so he decided to try another approach. He smirked and used Ryuto's name to lure the first princess into his trap. He casually remarked that she should know he had come there because he heard it was for the sake of both of them. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, and added that if Ryuto found out she had refused to talk, he might be a little disappointed after setting up that opportunity. His plan worked. The first princess's expression shifted. Concern flickered in her eyes. She clicked her tongue and called Inori impatient before stopping him. She huffed that it was fine and stated she would explain everything in detail. Inori sat in front of her as she brushed her hair, recounting her and her sister's relationship. The scene shifted to flashbacks from her childhood. Things hadn't always been like this. When they were young, they got along well. The second princess was smart and playful, and the first princess followed her everywhere. But at some point, the second princess started keeping her distance. When the first princess turned 7, she was given the right to inherit the throne, and that was when she learned the truth. The second princess was not actually her mother's real daughter. Back in the present, the first princess concluded that from that point on, things became like this. Inori listened carefully. Another flashback came. Her strict successor training to become the queen. That was when she realized the second princess was truly exceptional and kind. The first princess used to think about how wonderful it would be if her sister stayed by her side. But the adults around them would not allow it, and the rift between them only grew deeper. That was all she had to tell Inori. Inori, speechless, thought that this was the first princess's true self, believing her arrogant attitude was just a result of the adults' influence. He looked around her room, taking in the inconsistent decorations. There was no trace of her personality anywhere. Everything, including the furniture, had been provided for her. She relies on her status and superiority to affirm her own existence. The first princess, her face slightly flushed, turned to him. She muttered something under her breath, wondering what was wrong with him, then demanded that he say something and give her some advice. Inori was silent for a moment, thinking that her pride was just part of her nature. Then, after a while, he finally told her to call the second princess her sister. The first princess's eyes widened. She stared at him in shock, asking if he really thought that was befitting a princess, and questioning how she could say something like that or what the maids and everyone around her would say. Inori smirked, tilting his head slightly, and teased her by asking if the maids were of higher status than the first princess in that country. He questioned who decided how a princess acted, whether it was them or her. The first princess stiffened. She realized the truth, but hesitated. Another concern surfaced in her mind. She admitted that if she said that, it might cause trouble for the second princess. Inori leaned back with a knowing smile and stated that she underestimated her, insisting the second princess was not as weak as the first princess thought she was. The first princess remained silent for a moment. Then, her face turned red as she muttered that she would take it into consideration and expressed gratitude for it. A while later, Inori sat in front of Nala. He had explained everything to her. She understood, though she didn't seem thrilled about it. He watched her face carefully. Her reaction was lukewarm, but he figured it was natural. She was the second princess's maid, after all. The next day arrived. Nala approached Inori with a message, informing him that the second princess had a message for him and that there would be a special lesson, different from usual. Inori froze. He repeated the words about a special lesson. He was having a bad feeling about it. The scene shifted to a bright sky before focusing on Inori, who looked exhausted as he walked down one of the streets of the capital, following the second princess and her maid, Nala. The second princess called out for him to hurry up, glancing back at him. Inori made a weird face and asked if she was really having class in a place like that. She explained that understanding the streets, the water, and the atmosphere of the city was important for social studies, adding that, as a noble, she would have him accompany her while she shopped that day. Inori sighed, wanting to know exactly what she was shopping for. The second princess looked around, deep in thought, then wondered aloud if they should look at accessories. As she struggled to decide which one to buy, Inori observed her carefully. He thought about the first princess, how she never bought things for herself. He wondered if this might be something of interest. The second princess's face turned red as she studied the accessories. After a moment, she turned to Inori and asked which one he thought looked prettier. Inori, uninterested, replied in a dismissive way that they both looked good. She pouted slightly, looking away, and admitted shyly that it wasn't for her. Before Inori could ask, Nala stepped in, explaining to him that they were there to buy a birthday present for the first princess. She further informed Inori that she had passed on his message from yesterday to the second princess. The scene then shifted to a flashback. Yesterday, the second princess had blushed as she decided she would go out today to buy a present for her younger sister. Back in the present, Inori now understood the situation. But one question still lingered. He asked why she was seeking his opinion. The second princess hesitated, before explaining that because he had met the first princess yesterday, she thought maybe he knew her taste better than she did. Inori sighed, shaking his head, clarifying that one conversation wasn't enough to know everything. Besides, the first princess seemed used to receiving gifts, so he believed whatever the second princess chose would be fine. The second princess's face fell slightly, interpreting his words as if he was saying her gift was useless. But Inori immediately boosted her confidence by insisting that the important thing was who the giver was, and that anything chosen by her would be great. His words touched the second princess's heart. Nala, watching from the side, thought he was so kind. But poor Inori just wanted to sleep. Nala appreciated everything Inori had done so far. Seeing a smile on the second princess's face made her truly glad. After that, they all decided to have lunch. 5 days later, Inori found himself specially invited to the first princess's birthday party. As he looked around, he observed the extravagant meals and the high-status guests gathered there. Inori, however, was wondering about the second princess. He hadn't seen her anywhere. Just as he looked around, he finally spotted her, standing behind a pillar, looking incredibly nervous. He thought it was just talking to her younger sister and wondered why she was so anxious, but interrupting them wouldn't be easy. The first princess was currently deep in conversation with Ryuto. Inori decided to help. He casually walked over to the second princess, startling her. Before she could react, he pushed her forward, making her stumble slightly. She looked at him in confusion, but soon realized where she had ended up, right in front of her sister. The entire room went silent. Everyone stared in shock except for Inori, who stood there calmly. There was an awkward silence between the two sisters as the first princess stared at the second princess's face. Meanwhile, the second princess, embarrassed, looked away from her younger sister. The second princess stood there, holding the gift she had purchased for the first princess behind her back. The crowd observed them in stunned silence. Inori, amused, thought about the chaos that had erupted just from the sisters facing each other. He mused that after everything he had done, she should just hurry up and give the gift already. The second princess took a deep breath, gathering all her courage. With a slightly trembling voice, she handed the gift to the first princess and offered her birthday wishes. The first princess's eyes widened in shock. She hesitated, looking shy, but eventually took the gift. As she unwrapped it, her expression shifted. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Without a second thought, she decided to use it immediately. The second princess, taken aback, watched as her younger sister carefully held the accessory. Then, stepping forward, she helped place it in her sister's hair. The first princess twirled slightly, turning to her and asking how she looked, using a rare softness in her voice. The second princess, warmth filling her eyes, responded with heartfelt affection that she looked beautiful. A bright smile spread across the first princess's face. She whispered her thanks to her elder sister, happiness evident in her tone. The crowd, witnessing the emotional moment, erupted into cheers. Then hesitantly, the first princess looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. She murmured if she could ask for one more gift. The second princess tilted her head, wondering what it was. The first princess, still avoiding eye contact, fidgeted with her fingers. She stated that from now on, she would call her older sister. The second princess froze, her heart skipping a beat. Seeing no response, the first princess hesitated again, asking if it wasn't okay. The second princess's mind drifted to the sweet memories of their childhood. times when they had played together, laughed together, and had no distance between them. Her eyes grew teary. She finally whispered that she was really happy about it. Tears welled up in both their eyes as they embraced each other. Inori, watching from the side, sighed in relief, thinking that finally this problem was resolved. But just then, his eyes caught sight of the king and queen. They too were wiping away their tears, deeply moved by their daughter's reunion. Ryuto approached Inori, chuckling, remarking that it was a good idea to leave this to him. Inori, expecting a well-earned reward for his efforts, turned to him with a raised eyebrow, but Ryuto only giggled and continued watching the sisters. Inori stared at him, unimpressed, thinking that this was what made him a hero. Shaking his head, he decided to step outside. He muttered that he was going to get some fresh air, walking toward the balcony. As Inori leaned against the railing, staring at the city lights, he heard soft footsteps behind him. The second princess appeared, her expression gentle. She thanked him and mentioned she had come there to talk. Inori glanced at her, telling her to go ahead since no one was around. She took a deep breath, a confident look on her face, and stated that she knew he had used detection, calling it such a useful blessing. Inori smirked slightly, noting that it was better to express emotions sometimes, like she had done back there. The second princess immediately frowned, irritated, and retorted that she didn't want to hear that from someone as blunt as he was. Before Inori could respond, the scene suddenly shifted, a splash of blood, screams echoing in the air, and people running in terror. Back to Inori, his expression darkened. He thought it looked like the second princess would no longer be called the doll princess. Then, in the distance, a loud, chilling scream tore through the evening. The second princess turned sharply, her face paling in shock. Inori too stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward the source of the chaos. The second princess rushed toward the hall, but Inori grabbed her arm, stopping her in her tracks. Her face turned blank as her eyes fell on the gruesome sight before her. A severed head rolled across the floor. The king and queen had been decapitated. Screams filled the hall. A man stood in the shadows, his head lowered, a blood-stained sword in his hand. The chaotic noise around him seemed to irritate him. He suddenly raised his voice, shouting for everyone to stay silent and calling them foolish and corrupt. The army had arrived, and no one dared to move. The man's voice rang through the hall. He accused the queen of wasting finances despite the country's impoverishment, and blamed the king for doing nothing to stop her. Then he declared they were no longer alive. The scene shifted to the thrones, where the lifeless bodies of the king and queen sat, their heads missing. The man lifted his chin proudly, proclaiming that he was Viteri, someone with true royal blood, and that he would take the throne. He announced Igiana would be the queen. The first princess staggered forward, kneeling beside her mother's severed head. Her eyes glistened with tears, but soon rage burned through them. She screamed at Viteri, calling him a madman, her voice trembling with fury. Power surged around her as she activated her abilities, launching an attack at him. But before the attack could reach its target, Igiana stepped forward. With a swift movement, she neutralized the attack by cutting off the first princess's arm. A sharp, agonized scream tore through the air. The first princess collapsed, trembling in shock. The delicate gift from her sister slipped from her hair and landed on the floor beside her. The heroes froze in terror. Igiana turned to Ryuto, warning him not to move, and threatening that if he attacked, he wouldn't die peacefully either. Then, she pressed her blade against the first princess's throat. Viteri's voice echoed across the hall. He called everyone there the children and people of the witch, accused them of betraying the witch's will, and declared the summoning of heroes a grave sin, one that could only be forgiven by death. The first princess's gaze dropped to the fallen gift. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her thoughts drifted to her sister, but in the next moment, Igiana's blade sliced through her neck. She whispered for her to return to the witch's side. The second princess stood frozen, staring at the horrifying sight. Her body trembled, her breath hitched. She tried to scream, but before the sound could escape her lips, Inori clamped a hand over her mouth. He whispered harshly that if she made a sound, she would be discovered. Then, his gaze shifted toward Igiana. His thoughts raced, noting that a rebellion was quite a flamboyant event. Viteri's face twisted with anger as he turned to the crowd, ordering them to send the fools gathered there to the witch's side, commanding they be punished. Fear spread like wildfire. The citizens, frozen in terror, had no time to react before the soldiers began their slaughter. Viteri looked up, his voice echoing through the blood-stained hall, accusing all the nobles present of corruption and claiming they deserved to die. Meanwhile, Inori tightened his grip on the second princess, keeping her restrained. He told her to calm down, his voice firm. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled against him. He warned her that if she went now, she would die too. She sobbed, her body shaking. He explained she had two choices: Die a worthless death here or escape and survive. Splashes of blood filled the surroundings. Ryuto sat beside the lifeless body of the first princess, his fists clenched, his body trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Viteri not to be ridiculous, insisting there was no such thing as a person who deserved to die. Viteri, watching Ryuto's fiery spirit, sighed and tried to reason with him by pointing out that he was still young. He labeled all the nobles there as parasites, unworthy of life, and told Ryuto he had no idea of the situation the country was in. Ryuto, his voice shaking with emotion, argued there had been no need to kill them. Silence fell between them for a moment. Then, Viteri exhaled, looking almost disappointed. He remarked that if Ryuto saw the horror for himself, he would gradually come to understand the country's reality. His gaze darkened as he turned to Igiana, ordering her to imprison all the heroes. Igiana, standing calmly beside him, turned toward Ryuto and warned him to stop feudal resistance if he didn't want to suffer. A sharp hum filled the air as she activated her power, drawing her sword. Ryuto's irritation flared. He activated Limit Break, swiftly dodging Igiana's strike. But before he could react, Igiana appeared before him, unharmed, and met his gaze with unsettling calmness. She remarked that it was a decent strike, acknowledging his judgment and power as not bad at all. Ryuto felt the pressure closing in around him. Gritting his teeth, he poured everything he had into overcoming her. But it was useless. He failed. Miserably. Aoi barely managed to avoid an attack as well. Meanwhile, Tamaki activated her powers, rushing to Aoi's side and insisting they needed to save Ryuto. But Aoi hesitated, saying it was impossible since they were dealing with too many soldiers and had no weapons. Igiana silently observed Ryuto. He was exhausted, panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. She tilted her head slightly, remarking that Tamaki's side seemed to be struggling too, and winning wouldn't be easy for them either. Then she raised her sword again, stepping forward, asking what he would do now. She noted that even if he kept fighting, he could not defeat her. She let her words linger before making her next move, telling him to give up. Then, her voice took a chilling turn, as she mentioned that once she finished capturing all the heroes, she would have to deal with the second princess. The scene shifted. The second princess sat on the ground, sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Inori stood beside her, watching in silence for a moment, before he finally spoke. He apologized for breaking the mood, but warned that if she stayed there, she would die. She flinched at his words. He continued, his gaze sharp, telling her to decide whether she wanted to run away and live or give up and die there. He asked if she would give up again this time. Memories flooded her mind, the warmth of her sister's smile, the pain of their distance, the love they had shared despite everything. And then, something inside her changed. Her hands trembled, but her eyes burned with new resolve. She wiped her tears away and stood up, fire in her gaze, declaring that she wouldn't let anyone decide her death. Inori blinked, surprised. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. With a smirk, he addressed her as Aaliyah instead of calling her second princess, announcing he would help her escape. Ryuto's sword shattered into pieces as Igiana's attack landed with full force. His eyes widened in horror. He was defenseless. Igiana didn't hesitate. With a cold, merciless expression, she raised her leg and drove the sharp heel of her high boot straight into his stomach. Ryuto gasped, blood spilling from his lips as she lifted him off the ground with ease. The pain was unbearable. Then, she let him drop. His broken body hit the floor with a dull thud. Tamaki stood frozen in shock, her mind barely processing what had just happened. Her gaze darted to Ryuto, lying motionless at Igiana's feet. Her heart pounded. At that rate, they would all die. She clenched her fists, silently deciding she had to save Ryuto first. But before she could even move, Igiana appeared right in front of them as though she had materialized out of thin air. Tamaki and Aoi recoiled in terror. Igiana calmly ordered the soldiers to seize them. The soldiers wasted no time. Within moments, Tamaki and Aoi were restrained, their struggles useless against the overwhelming force. Tamaki thrashed against the soldiers' grip, demanding they let go of Aoi immediately. But her words meant nothing. Viteri turned to his men, instructing them to throw all the heroes into prison. Igiana nodded. She glanced down at Ryuto, lying in a pool of his own blood, wondering aloud if she had spent too much time on him. Then her focus shifted. She heard footsteps, someone was running, that someone being Aaliyah. But Igiana only scoffed. It didn't matter. Whether Aaliyah escaped or not, the result would be the same. There was no way Aaliyah could get away on her own. Somewhere deep in the palace, Aaliyah and Inori ran for their lives. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridors. Inori glanced ahead, then quickly to the side, telling Aaliyah that the right corridor was no good and they would take the left. Aaliyah nodded in agreement. Her mind raced, wondering how Inori could track their enemy's movements so easily. It was almost as if he had been waiting for that day. As they ran, Inori suddenly asked if she could use magic. Aaliyah, taken off guard, blinked and admitted she only knew the basics. Immediately, Inori grabbed her hand and shoved her forward. Aaliyah stumbled, confused, demanding to know what was wrong. Inori's voice was urgent as he said that in 10 seconds, 3 soldiers would appear from that corner. His breath was ragged, but he kept going, telling her to do something about them. Aaliyah's chest tightened. She asked if they couldn't just avoid them. Inori refused, stating it was not an option, as they couldn't dodge anymore. Aaliyah swallowed hard. She had no choice. She closed her eyes, then activated her magic. Inori started counting down, and as he reached one, Aaliyah attacked. A sudden burst of energy filled the corridor as her aid-hole spell struck all 3 soldiers at once. Inori stared for a moment, then smirked. Of course she did it. Aaliyah was an elite. Aaliyah exhaled, relieved, and thanked the early casting for their success. Then she turned to Inori, noting he looked like he was struggling. Inori took a deep breath, agreeing that it was tiring, but reminding her that the enemy wouldn't wait for them. He straightened up and mentioned that a little further ahead, there was a spot with less security, suggesting they get there first. Aaliyah nodded, and with that, they ran. As they sprinted through the dark corridors, Inori's mind raced. The soldiers might still hold them off, but he couldn't imagine Aaliyah facing that captain. The captain was on another level, and Inori was far from fit to fight properly himself. They had to ensure he didn't find them. Eventually, he slowed down, panting heavily. He remarked that it seemed the security was thin around that area, and that no one seemed to be in the bedroom. He glanced at Aaliyah and asked if she was okay with him checking the escape route there. She repeated his statement about no one being around, her heart racing with concern. This was likely the servants' quarters. As she looked at the pools of blood on the floor, nausea washed over her. What lay before them was horrific. Brutally injured bodies of the servants were strewn everywhere. Inori surveyed the area, realizing there were no guards because that place had been abandoned. It felt like the massacre was meant to include even the servants. Suddenly, Aaliyah gasped, crying out Nala's name. Inori turned to see her kneeling beside Nala's lifeless body, who had been brutally killed. Aaliyah pulled Nala into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Inori felt a heavy sadness grip him. He remembered the time spent with Nala, and it devastated him to see her like that. Aaliyah whispered a farewell, crying her heart out. After some time, she wiped her tears and looked at Inori, telling him she was okay now and thanking him for waiting. She then asked how they should escape. Meanwhile, in the prison, the captured heroes sat in despair. Ijeana surveyed them, declaring that it was the kingdom's most secure prison, designed to seal away the most heinous criminals, and that without magic tools, breaking out was impossible. She told them to stay quiet. Tamaki scoffed, asking if, since it was so secure, they could at least take off their shackles. Ryudo chimed in, telling Tamaki not to bother. He reasoned that since a coup involving hero summoning had occurred, the Hero Alliance wouldn't stay quiet, so they were likely being used as hostages. That was why their shackles wouldn't be removed. Ijeana was taken aback, remarking that for someone so tense, Ryudo's head was surprisingly clear. She looked into his eyes, filled with a fierce hatred, causing the girls to shudder. Ijeana recognized that look. Memories flooded back of a time when she had shared that same burden, the helplessness, the naive lack of resolve. After a final glance at Ryuto, she departed, telling him he was still young and advising him never to forget those feelings if he wanted to survive in that world. She added that if he had managed to keep his judgment cool back then, perhaps he could have saved Tamaki and Aioi. Ryuto flinched, anger boiling within him. The girl sat in shock, speechless at Ijeana's words. Back to Ijeana, she considered Aaliyah and Inori. It seemed they had escaped better than she had anticipated. Once she finished equipping herself, she would join the search for the second princess. She ordered the soldiers to move ahead, determination in her eyes. The scene shifted to Aaliyah, who pointed at an area on the map, suggesting that if they aimed for that spot, it might work. Inori glanced at her, asking what was there. Aaliyah explained there was a hidden door leading to the underground waterways. If they went through there, they should be able to escape the castle. Inori considered it, asking if it was a secret path known only to the royal family. Aaliyah confirmed it was an emergency escape route for the royal family, though she wasn't sure if it was still usable. Inori stood up, remarking that since they had no other options, that settled it. Aaliyah glanced back at the fallen corpses, guilt washing over her as she felt powerless. Her gaze lingered on Nala's lifeless body, and she whispered her thanks for everything. With soldiers searching for them, they rushed out of the servant quarters. Inori kept thinking that a path only the royal family knew about might be worth checking, if it still existed. They continued running through the corridor, but suddenly Inori stopped and warned Aaliyah it was an ambush. Aaliyah's eyes widened. Inori explained there weren't just 10 or 20 soldiers. Breaking through would be nearly impossible. They were closing in behind as well, so retreating was just as difficult. Aaliyah's worry deepened as she asked if there was any way to sneak past them without being seen. Inori shook his head, saying it was impossible because it looked like the soldiers already knew about the hidden door. It was completely locked down. His thoughts turned dark, wondering if they had tortured someone for information or if they already knew. Either way, escaping wouldn't be easy. Aaliyah clenched her fists, insisting she wouldn't give up and wouldn't just sit there and let herself be killed. She vowed to fight until the very end. Inori stared at her, momentarily stunned, then smirked, relieved her spirit wasn't broken. He felt she was someone he could still rely on. He quickly explained that he had used detection and found out an army from a neighboring kingdom was heading their way. Whether they were there to save the royal family or not, one thing was certain. Soldiers from another country were approaching. Aaliyah's eyes widened, asking when they would arrive. Inori informed her it would be around sunset in about 15 minutes. He exhaled, mentioning that if they could hold out until then, they might survive, but they wouldn't be able to avoid combat. Aaliyah took a deep breath, determination hardening her expression. She asked if they would last until sunset. Inori estimated their chances at about 50-50. He took off running, saying they would head where there were fewer soldiers, instructing her to cover the rear. Suddenly, soldiers spotted them. They shouted that the second princess had been found and ordered everyone to surround them and fire magic arrows. A barrage of arrows flew toward them. Aaliyah quickly raised her hands and used barrier magic, forming a shimmering shield to block the attack. She gritted her teeth, silently swearing she would survive those 15 minutes no matter what. Aaliyah's clothes were torn and bloodied from the arrows as she struggled to protect both herself and Inori. Inori yelled at her to turn right, pulling her into another corridor. The arrows slammed into the walls, narrowly missing them. Aaliyah barely dodged the attack, her heart racing. The soldier in command ordered his men not to let them escape, instructing them to surround and fire on them. Inori's worry intensified. The soldiers were moving faster than he had anticipated. He used his ability to detect their movements and warned Aaliyah they were coming from the left. Aaliyah, her face injured and desperate, realized what had to be done. She activated a magical barrier just in time to block the soldiers, but they managed to break through it, confusion on their faces. They continued to move, dodging the incoming threat, but found themselves cornered in front of a dead end. Aaliyah's fear spiked as she looked at the impassable wall in front of them. Inori, panting heavily, apologized, explaining they had no choice but to escape there since there were too many soldiers, and urging her to hold on just 3 more minutes until sunset. But then the soldiers arrived and both felt the panic rising. The commander ordered another volley of arrows. Aaliyah shouted for Inori to step back as she raised her hands to form a barrier around them, protecting them from the arrows. The soldiers hesitated. One asked if they should charge, but the commander advised against it, instructing them to keep attacking with bows. More arrows came at them, but Aaliyah's barrier magic was weakening. She thought she couldn't keep this up, her strength fading. She had to hold on just a little longer to avoid fatal blows. The arrows continued to rain down on her, and dust from the attacks filled the air. The commander's voice ordered the next volley to be readied. Aaliyah, bloodied and exhausted, barely managed to maintain her barrier. She asked Inori if help was almost there, her voice strained but clinging to the hope that reinforcements were on the way. The commander grew confident, seeing no counterattack. He thought they would surrender soon enough, pleased by their lack of resistance. But as the dust settled, the soldiers were confused. One of the enemies was gone. They realized the other one had disappeared. Aaliyah, panting and trembling, looked around and called out for Inori. She began to sob, fearing he had used her as bait. She remembered that he had promised to escape with her and questioned if everything about the reinforcements had been a lie. She collapsed on the ground, despair overtaking her. Just as the soldiers prepared to fire again, the sun set completely. Suddenly, a strange aura filled the air. Inori appeared, grinning and standing tall. He apologized for keeping her waiting, telling Aaliyah that from that point on, it was his time. The air trembled as a heavy darkness spread across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. Soldiers felt their breaths hitch as an overwhelming aura crushed them, their vision stolen by the void. Then, from the darkness, Inori emerged with piercing eyes that gleamed in the abyss. Without hesitation, he summoned Fenrir and commanded it to slaughter everyone present. A massive shadow burst forth, tearing through the soldier in a single merciless strike, leaving nothing but scattered bodies. Panic surged as one of the surviving soldiers screamed, demanding to know what was happening. But before he could react, Inori appeared behind him, whispering coldly that no one would come to his aid, no matter how loud he screamed. When the man's trembling gaze turned to Inori, he questioned if he was truly the same person he once knew. Inori ignored him, only asking Fenrir if his task was complete. The beast confirmed that the soldier before them was the last one alive, though it was disappointed by how weak they all were. Inori agreed, noting that compared to Fenrir, they were nothing more than mere insects. Realizing there was no escape, the soldier fell to his knees, begging for his life. But Inori, with eyes void of emotion, told him it was only fair. He had killed many before, so it was his turn now. As the soldier's eyes widened in horror, Fenrir struck, silencing him in an instant. Amid the carnage, Aaliyah clung to life, struggling to stop her bleeding with the last of her magic. Inori observed her with indifference, stating that it was already too late. Aaliyah had lost too much blood. Yet, the wounded woman still had questions, her voice weak but unwavering. She demanded to know where Inori's power came from and why he hadn't used it from the start. Inori dismissed her glare, explaining that his abilities only awakened after sunset, which was why he had told Aaliyah to endure until nightfall. If he hadn't cared, he wouldn't have bothered keeping Aaliyah alive this long. Hearing this, Aaliyah was left speechless. Inori studied her, recalling how even now, despite everything, Aaliyah's eyes still burned with determination. She had not given up, not even in the face of death. Then, there was only one answer left. Without hesitation, Inori stated that he would be blunt because time was short and asked if Aaliyah was still a virgin. Shocked, Aaliyah demanded to know how Inori could tell. With a blank expression, Inori explained that if it were true, then there was still one way for her to survive. But it came with a price. She would have to become something no longer human, bound to Inori as his servant. It was a choice between certain death or an existence beyond mortality. For the last time, Inori told Aaliyah to decide, and in that moment, silence filled the battlefield, as if even fate itself awaited her answer. The princess was shaking, but she managed to whisper her wish. She wanted to keep live as a human, to protect those she loved, but her words got stuck in her throat. Memories of her little sister and her loyal maid flashed through her mind. They had always been by her side, but now they were both gone. Rage started to boil deep inside her. With her anger reaching its limit, the princess cried out. She said she didn't care what she had to do, even if it meant selling her soul to a demon she wanted to live. Inori heard her answer and just gave her a sly grin. He said it was a good answer, and, just as she guessed, he was probably closer to being a demon than a god anyway. Then, without warning, Inori bit the princess's neck, giving her a strange new power. The princess's body began to change in a way no one could call normal. Her skin turned paler, her eyes sharper, and the fangs that grew in her mouth were a sure sign she was turning into a vampire. Inori tossed her a cloth to cover herself, and then he glanced at the shifting shadows behind him. He ordered his shadowy minions to turn the nearby corpses into ghouls and handle the soldiers waiting outside the party venue. He also told them to protect the new vampire princess until she woke up. The order came with a twist, told them to have some fun while they were at it. Meanwhile, over in the royal throne room, all the soldiers who had joined the big revolution were kneeling to their new king, Betray. They saluted him and reported news that the second princess was trapped and on the verge of death. Betray simply nodded and told them the start of a righteous kingdom was close, and that nobody should lose heart now. His men answered with a loud yes, showing their loyalty. Betray then closed his eyes, his mind full of dark thoughts about all the hunger and sickness haunting the country. He remembered the orphans everyone left behind and the friends who kept believing in justice. He knew he was just as guilty for staying silent and doing nothing all this time. But starting today, he decided it was high time to make their homeland a better place. But out of nowhere, a shadow moved at his side. A dagger flashed, and in an instant, the new king fell dead. The kingdom lost 2 kings in just one day. Not far away, Aegiana shivered as she sensed something dangerous in the air. She just couldn't shake off a heavy feeling of dread. Back in the throne room, panic exploded. The soldiers screamed Betray's name, unsure where the attack had come from. Their answer came quickly. They turned and saw Inori standing tall, holding up Betray's severed head like some kind of wicked trophy. Inori declared that their whole plan had flopped and asked what they would do now, since they had nothing left to fight for. Their new king is dead. How funny. The soldiers lost it with anger and grief. They roared at Inori, cursing him and swearing to avenge their king. Honestly, Inori just laughed, a sly and cruel smile on his lips. He said he was loving this mess, and with a flick of his magic, he summoned several black swords that shimmered near him. He told them, Since things had gone this far, they might as well keep killing each other until the very end. He said that if they kept struggling, it would make him even happier. With that, he sent all his magic swords flying at the furious soldiers, still wearing that wild, thrill-seeking grin. And that's how things went down in the kingdom, a straight-up mess of rage, magic, and madness, with Inori loving every second of chaos he'd stirred up. The sounds of soldiers screaming echoed through the night, and some of Igiana's direct army picked up on it right away. They asked each other if they heard it too, and admitted the noise sent chills down their spines. The screams were clearly coming from the main venue, so they decided to make a run for it and check it out. When they arrived at the royal hall, all they could do was stare, trembling from the shock. Inori was there, standing surrounded by bodies she had killed everyone. He looked over his shoulder, eyeing their arrival, and guessed their identities. He remembered that they were the female warriors serving directly under Commander Igiana, the famous Valkyrie squad. It seemed he hit the mark. One of the Valkyries, shaken by the bloody scene, called out Inori's name and asked in a shaky voice if he was really the one responsible for all this madness. Inori, unfazed, shrugged it off and said that if he gave them an answer, would they even try to fight him for real? All around them, it was chaos dons of corpses hung in midair, suspended by dark magical wires. One Valkyrie, looking at a dead soldier who was her lover unable to take it, she dashed forward and pulled out her sword, shouting as she rushed at Inori. The others yelled after her, calling her name. Elf plunged her sword right into Inori's stomach, thinking she had ended him right then. But Inori spoke up, totally cool, asking if maybe someone she cared about had died, teasing her that if that was true, then he must have done something kind of nasty. Before Elf could process it, Inori used his magic and had one of his black blades stab right through her neck. Elf dropped like a stone, gone in an instant. Watching Elf get destroyed so fast, the Valkyrie captain knew Inori was no joke. She shouted to Miranda and Alice, telling them to get ready, and warning everyone that Inori was the real deal. They had to take him down, or this kingdom is going to go extinct, and darkness will claim the world. They all locked into their battle stances, but the captain saw that Inori wasn't even sweating. Even after getting stabbed, he seemed totally relaxed and way too calm. She wondered how he just shrugged off Elf's attack, and figured maybe if she aimed for a vital point, she could actually finish him. Looking at his new toy, Inori noticed that one of the Valkyrie weapons was glowing with power, a magic tool, not some cheap soldier weapon. Just to be sure, he used his appraisal skill to check it out. And he realized that weapon was on a totally different level from what the soldier usually carried. That weapon is powerful. Suddenly, one of the squad's mages popped off an ice skill and froze Inori's feet to the ground. She let everyone know she had trapped him. Another Valkyrie swooped in and hit Inori with her own skill, the power and speed way higher than other usual attacks. No wonder she was in the strongest squad. Even Inori had to admit it, these magic tools were crazy strong. With Inori locked down, the captain charged and managed to slash a big chunk off his face. She stared, thinking there was no way he was surviving that. She was sure he'd finally been killed. But Inori was just thinking about how annoying all these magic tools were. He took matters into his own hands, literally, and sliced off his own frozen foot to escape the spell, then jumped high into the air. The captain was totally shocked that he could still move. She figured he must be dodging a follow-up strike, which was a bad move because she was ready to catch him right when he landed. But Inori had more tricks. In midair, he whipped out his magic threads and caught Miranda and Alice, tying them up in an instant. The captain freaked out, calling their names as her teammates struggled and groaned. Inori gave her a wicked smile, saying he would honestly love to play around with their teamwork, but he was on a tight schedule. He offered to go one-on-one, saying he would love a duel with her, the deputy commander, for a real warm-up before he faced her boss. So there they were, the room covered in chaos, with Inori grinning like he owned the joint, ready for the next round like it was just another game. The captain listened to Inori's words and just shook her head in disbelief. She thought Inori was wild for wanting to fight Commander Igiana, calling him straight-up reckless. Inori kept pushing, saying she was the most talented warrior among the group. He told her that fighting alone should let her show off her true skills, so why even bother sticking with a team? That hit a nerve. The captain's face twisted with anger and she jumped at Inori, yelling at him to stay quiet and not act like he knew her. She attacked Inori fast and furious, her blade flying again and again. While they fought, old memories came rushing through her mind, her training days with Igiana, how her commander welcomed her when nobody else did, and all the warm moments with her squad. It stung that Inori was talking trash about comrades who meant everything to her. She snarled inside, thinking she would never forgive him for that. Inori just kept grinning like he was having the time of his life. He told her fighting spirit was awesome and begged for her to keep going, to fight even harder, wanting more. But even as she fought, the captain started to get sneaky. She looked for a chance, and instead of landing another hit, she used it to try to help her two squad mates who were trapped by Inori's magic threads. She believed deep down she couldn't ever abandon them, because her friends were her real home. Just as she reached them, out of nowhere, one of her teammates clamped down and bit her from behind. Her comrades' eyes were empty and wild. They had totally turned into a zombie-like monster. Before the shock could wear off, Inori let out a lazy sigh. He told her it was too bad, but her friends had already become ghouls. He admitted the battle had been fun, but said he was kind of greedy and wished she could have lasted longer. Just like that, he left her to her fate with the monsters. Inori waved off the rest, telling the ghouls they could do whatever they wanted now. The scene got ugly fast. The captain's own friends, now ghouls, jumped and bit her, bringing her down on the spot. Inori didn't even look back or care about the screams echoing behind him. He just shrugged and mumbled. Now it was time for the last act, for the main menu in the list. Meanwhile, Ijeana, the commander, came running after catching a horrible feeling in her gut. Her instincts always got sharper when things went bad. She made it to the hall and found the head of her new king, Betray, lying cold and lifeless. She could only whisper Lord Betray's name, her heart sinking. From far above, Inori's voice floated down, sounding way too casual for the situation. He said the moon was beautiful tonight, claiming it was a famous line for confessing in his own world. Then he spread his wings wider in front of the shining moon, as if telling the world that he was the true villain, looking totally at ease while the whole world went crazy below. Ijeana snapped her head up and glared at Inori, rage burning in her eyes, recognizing him immediately. But Inori just smiled down guiltlessly and told her that the head was his own special gift for her. Commander Ijeana glared up at Inori, pointing at his wings. She said those wings could only belong to a demon. She figured anyone with those belonged to people who had sold their souls for power. She asked if he had really gone that far, giving up everything that made him human. She demanded to know what he was even living for now. Inori looked at her, totally puzzled. He told her he honestly didn't know what she was getting eighth, guessed he was just living. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Ijeana scowled at his answer, saying his so-called just living thing was way too stupid. She shouted back that she fought for the nation, and in a world like theirs, a strong reason to keep going was everything. It could be family, dreams, or even revenge. It didn't matter, as long as you meant it. She even accused herself, thinking if she had taught Inori better, maybe he wouldn't have become this demon today. Hearing her words, Inori just stood there silent for a moment. Then he slowly floated down, landing right in front of her. He told her her speech was impressive, really noble. Even after being double-crossed by the demon who killed their leader, she still looked out for him like he was her student. But now the coup was over, and he wondered what nation she thought she was protecting anymore. She tried to argue about Lord Betray, but it was pointless now. Chill as ever, Inori snapped his fingers and his shadow army materialized around him. He told her things weren't about we and us anymore. The soldiers who had trapped them, the ones who had killed all those people inside, it was the Valkyrie squad and all her other army who caused the whole mess anyway. There was no one left now but her. Their lives could still be saved, he said. Maybe he could turn them into a vampire, but only if she was willing to offer herself up. It would be funny enough to see the so-called righteous bullshit commander commit suicide in front of him. He sat down on the body of one of her fallen lieutenants, looking straight up bored. He figured he had been hoping for a real tough fight, but now it just felt like some weak teacher versus student after-school spar. He thought maybe he'd use mental tricks to force them all to fight, but honestly, even that sounded dull. He finally decided just him and Ijeana, no more games, and he'd try to spare as many other soldiers as possible. But right then, Ijeana moved. She lifted her sword high, then drove it into the ground. She called for a moment of silence for all her comrades who had suffered and lost their lives, her eyes burning with fire. With her sword shining bright thanks to an artifact hidden inside, she made a fierce promise to offer Inori's life for the sake of her friends, both those she had lost and those who were about to die. Everyone could feel the tension crackling in the ruined hall. It was all or nothing between the last commander and the guy who turned the whole night upside down. Things are gonna go into crazy shit, guys. Inori saw all this and still seemed totally unfazed. He asked if the commander was really just planning to abandon her own knights. The commander glared right back and insisted she never abandon them. The Knight Corps was her whole life, and if it came down to it, she'd be the one to end them herself. Inori just scoffed. He pointed out that if she really did that, there'd be no royalty, no soldiers left, and the country would probably fall to pieces. But as he walked calmly closer, he said it didn't matter. The people were still there. Even if the nobles were corrupt, the soldiers were wiped out, and the royal family pretty much gone. Those were just minor things to him. The commander held her head high and replied that as long as the people survived, her fight for the nation would never end. That was her one true reason to keep living. Her aura flared up. stronger and brighter than ever before, filling the whole ruined throne room with burning energy. When Inori saw this, his bored expression transformed into wild excitement. Finally, it seemed like he was getting the fight he'd been waiting for. The commander saw the goofy grin on his face and called him out, asking why he looked so hyped. Inori tried to hide how pumped he was, quickly telling her he was sorry for underestimating her, and admitted that lying or bluffing now would be lame. So, for once, he gave her his honest answer. Then he snapped his fingers and activated his own terrifying skill, raising all the corpses in the room into new ghouls. The commander stared in shock, rage flashing in her eyes when she realized what he'd just done. Inori explained that those things were nothing but failed corpses that hadn't fully become vampires. There was no way to save them now. He bragged that he had wiped out all of her squad. Now, she was just food for his monsters. Inori then pointed, and all the twisted ghouls rushed towards the commander. For a second, Ijeana just stood there, head bowed, pure disappointment on her face. She said flat out that Takafuji Inori was now truly beyond redemption. She declared him her enemy, and she vowed for this country that even with her dead, she would make sure to bring down the demon in front of her back to the abyss. With that, she activated her ultimate skill, and the room exploded with power. Inori had to dodge fast turns out. This was Ijeana's ace move, unlocked by the artifact sword in her hand. The ancient weapon, something that people called a weapon created by an old god. The entire undead horde got wiped out right away. Even as shields, they didn't stand a chance against that explosion. Inori could feel his heart pounding from all the excitement. He finally found it. This was the feeling he'd been chasing. He summoned every magic blade and shadow wolf he had left, showing that now, he was all in. He no longer called her commander, now she was just Ijeana. He declared that he would use everything he had to take her on as a true enemy. This was exactly what he wanted, a real battle against a strong rival, a fight that would drive him to transform and become even stronger, aiming to rise to the very top of the world. The room was trashed, shadows and lightning flying everywhere. Finally, for both Inori and Ijeana, there was no turning back. Suddenly, a creepy hand tried to grab Commander Ijeana's foot, but she snapped into action real quick. Using her crazy strong power, she smashed a bunch of nearby zombies with one move, leaving only dust behind. Inori watched all this with a relaxed, cocky grin, thinking that her old teammates, the Valkyrie squad, had all turned into zombies and were now screeching like monsters. He wondered how long Ijeana could keep fighting like that before running out of steam. As she took in the scene, Ijeana's mind flashed back to when her squad had been living people, her friends and trusted allies. But now, here they were, trapped as undead freaks. She refused to leave them stuck that way, so she showed them mercy by wiping them out one by one. Even when Inori's pet shadow wolf monster came rushing in, Ijeana just handled it like it was nothing, slicing it down in an instant. Ijeana then shot a look at Inori, as if she thought he was just standing around wasting time. It seemed to her that if he didn't want to jump in, then she would have to make the first move. She stood tall, totally unfazed, and practically dared Inori to come at her. Up above, Inori was hovering and honestly looking kind of stressed. He figured sneak attacks weren't going to work, not even if he tried going at her from behind. Her power felt just as nuts as before, and with her being unstoppable in close combat, he realized it'd be really tough to beat her face to face. He remembered a chat he'd had with Aaliyah. She had openly wondered if he wanted to know about Commander Ijeana's true strength. Aaliyah said Ijeana had always been strong, but when she was picked to lead as Knight Commander, the Queen had given her this super powerful artifact, an old weapon handed down from way back in history. It was a sword that could get even sharper and stronger when magic flowed through it. Back on the battlefield, Commander Ijeana kept smacking down waves of zombies without even breathing hard, while Inori launched blade after blade of magic swords at her from a distance. Each one shattered as it near her, nothing could cut her down. Inori couldn't help thinking his knives, even the ones boosted with dark magic, got busted to pieces so fast, like calling that sword sharp was a flat-out understatement. The sword Ijeana held just sliced through anything, no problem at all. Out of nowhere, Ijeana unleashed some awesome magic. Air hammer, she called, and two massive hands formed from thin air, powered by her magic. Those giant hands slammed right into both of Inori's wings. He was totally caught off guard and thought, wait, she could just blast magic at him now? Ijeana told him straight up that without those wings, he wouldn't be flying anymore. What was he going to do next? Thinking fast, Inori stabbed one of his remaining magic daggers into a nearby wall, managing to keep himself hanging in the air. He grunted from the effort, realizing that if he hung around, Ijeana would be all over him in a flash. He needed a plan. So he kept throwing magic daggers at her, planning to change direction at the last second and land a surprise hit. When Ijeana started closing in, Inori dodged fast and thought he was safe. But right when he thought he'd made it out, he got a nasty shock. Ijeana had sliced clean through his arm. He crouched back, totally stunned, and admitted to himself that he thought he did a pretty good job dodging, but realized that Ijeana didn't leave any spots open at all. There wasn't a single blind spot where he could get a cheap shot in. Ijeana stared at him coldly, her eyes sharp as daggers, and told him he was pretty quick himself. Maybe he should quit hero work and try being an acrobat instead. What a damn insult. He then checked out his system window for a read on her weapon. It popped up as a pure mithril sword artifact, an ancient weapon, lost technology made from pure mithril. This sword let her fill it with magic and use all kinds of magic attacks without needing a magic circle. Basically, she could cast spells super fast. Inori put the pieces together and figured out that those quick magic blasts she used were thanks to her sword. He then remembered something else. Mithril weapons were supposed to be extra dangerous to demons. He pointed this out, almost just to see how Ijeana would react. Commander Ijeana nodded and said quietly that he was spot on. She asked if he'd heard all this from the second princess, acting impressed he even bothered to study up. That wasn't what she'd expected from a supposed slacker like Inori. He grinned a little and thanked her for noticing, as if it was no big deal. But now, Ijeana's whole vibe changed. Her eyes glowed with serious energy, and her aura burned even brighter. She turned to Inori and asked if he was just showing off, because she was sure he had more wild tricks waiting up his sleeve. What was he going to try next? The game was clearly heating up, and neither one was backing down. Inori took a breath, and then asked Ijeana something that was bugging him. He wanted to know how she was able to react so fast, even when someone attacked her from a blind spot. He guessed she was spreading a thin layer of magic all around herself and the whole area, using it to sense enemies coming from any direction. He wondered if he was right about that. Ijeana, who always liked giving honest answers, confirmed it. She explained that her power was called the Detection Blessing. Inori couldn't help letting out a grumpy sigh. With an ability like that, he thought his own detection skills were totally useless. That was just monstrous. But Ijeana quickly pointed out it wasn't perfect. Because she always spread her magic everywhere, it meant others could easily find where she was hiding. That's why her power didn't work well for sneaking around or spying. However, it was the best thing ever for fighting, since it boosted her reaction speed and was all about battle. And then, she made it clear just how sharp her senses were by noticing the magic threads suddenly wrapping around her feet. Inori saw that she'd caught on and just smiled, acting like he'd been joking the whole time. He tried to use his grapple bind, but it was a waste because Ijeana cut through every single thread like it was nothing. Even Inori had to admit out loud that grapple bind can even get chopped. He was honestly a bit shocked. But out of nowhere, a rain of attacks fell on Ijeana. She was suddenly bombarded by something from above. It was Fenrir, Inori's huge wolf monster, pouncing from the wall and striking at her. Inori thought to himself that he had fired from beyond her magic sensing range. He wanted to see if that would trip her up. Ijeana noticed the new attacker and asked if that beast was one of Inori's familiars. She said that coming from outside her sensor range was clever, but the problem was that if something started too far away, she could deal with it before it got close. Still, Inori realized she hadn't noticed the attack right away. It was just that her reactions were so wild, she still had time to bat it away. Inori shouted out a new command to Fenrir, telling his wolf to keep harassing Ijeana from a distance and never let her have a break. At the same time, Inori kept raining down more magic knives and weapons from every angle. But Ijeana was a beast. She broke every weapon and dodged every attack. Inori wondered if maybe they could win by making her spend all her magic on defense. But then he figured it was pointless, since she had been fighting at this insane level from the beginning without showing any sign of slowing down. If things kept going like this, Inori would just run out of undead minions and magic weapons first, not her. He knew he had to try something new. He put all the puzzle pieces together. There was that magic layer covering everything, so she could sense enemies. She had the strength to handle all-out attacks, and her ancient weapon could cut even his bounding magic. Her insane reaction speed let her strike back at snipers from way outside her sensor bubble. It seemed like a total contradiction. How could someone be both far outside the range and close up at the same time? That contradiction, he thought, was the trick he needed. So Inori decided that if he wanted to get past her, he had to charge straight at her, even if it was risky. Seeing Inori suddenly running at her, Ijeana guessed he would try close combat, maybe thinking she was busy defending herself. She thought that was way too simple. Ijeana said she wasn't out of ideas for protecting herself, hinting that she had more secrets up her sleeve. She rushed at Inori, viciously swinging her sword, and managed to chop off his arm. She announced that this was the end for Inori, and she was finally going to finish him by cutting off his head with her pure mithril sword. But Inori just broke out laughing. He yelled back that it wasn't over yet. Then suddenly, something crazy happened. Beneath Igiana's feet, one of his shadow wolf popped up and bit her leg with a big chomp. Igiana gasped, totally taken by surprise. Inori explained that the only way to attack from outside her magic senses and at super close range was through his own shadow. That was the trick to breaking her guard. Igiana started to panic for real. She thought maybe she should chop at the shadow wolf first, but then she realized Inori was right in front of her with no weapon and no defense. She thought she'd just take him out quick. But in that moment, Igiana saw something she couldn't believe. Inori's arm, which she'd just cut off, had grown back instantly. She looked at him, totally shocked. Inori just grinned, letting her know she'd made a big mistake and let her guard down when it mattered most. Igiana started to freak out. She quickly thought that maybe only the pure mithril sword would hurt someone as weird and strong as Inori. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Inori's magic ropes pulled him backwards and stopped right in front of Igiana. Inori laughed, knowing he had set another trap. Igiana froze in shock. Something weird flashed in Inori's eyes. It was his mystic eye power called hypnosis. Inori shouted that she shouldn't have looked into his eyes. Igiana realized this had been his goal all along, to get himself to stop just outside her sword's range. But before she fell under the hypnosis, she swung her mithril sword and cut through the magic trap right away, smashing the spell to pieces. Inori grinned, a bit wild, and thought that even magic spells as tricky as that one could be cut by Igiana's sword. Igiana now just stood there, panting, in the middle of the battlefield. She asked in a tired voice what that move just was, but Inori only shrugged, saying he didn't know. She pushed again, asking why he was laughing at a time like this. Inori only smiled and said he probably just found it fun. He wondered if she was enjoying the crazy fight too. Igiana even let out a small, tired grin of her own, not saying either way. Inori signaled the next round, saying it was time to go again, calling Igiana by her full name. As soon as he spoke, Fenrir attacked her again, and Inori's magic knives flew at Igiana everywhere. He was ready to end things right here. Back behind Igiana, another new magic circle sparked up. She felt the weird energy and guessed it was another of Inori's traps. Igiana planned to chop the new spell to bits just like she had before. But this time, it was actually a teleportation spell. In a blink, Inori appeared right behind her, causing Igiana to panic and shout inside her head. She had not expected him to move so quickly or to be right on top of her like this. Inori smirked, thinking that everything was going as he'd planned. He reached out, grabbing Igiana's arm and trying to bite her, using his vampire powers. Igiana's mind started racing. She knew this was really bad. With her hurt leg, she couldn't move fast enough, and at this distance she wouldn't be able to swing the mithril sword in time to block or slice Inori away. Desperate, Igiana used all her magic in a do-or-die move. She activated her air hammer magic on her own arm, blasting it with force. This made her sword hand snap up super fast, letting her swing the blade at Inori, even in the middle of being attacked. Everything happened in a blur. Igiana's sword sliced hard, cutting right through Inori's hand and neck in one clean move. Suddenly, Inori's body and head were separated, falling to the ground. Fenrir, seeing his master get cut down, rushed at Igiana in anger, but Igiana didn't waste time. She turned and finished off Fenrir too with her razor-sharp sword. As everything went quiet, Igiana stood there, breathing hard. She glanced down at Inori's head and let a small, sad smile appear on her lips, saying goodbye in her heart. Farewell, Takafuji Inori. Igiana looked up at the big, bright moon hanging in the sky and let out a heavy sigh. She thought quietly to herself that fighting Inori had actually been fun. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd pushed herself this hard in a battle. Still, she couldn't let herself rest just yet. Her next goal was to find and deal with the second princess. But all of a sudden, something wild happened. Inori's severed head suddenly sprang to life. With sharp vampire fangs, his head lunged forward and bit down hard on Igiana's arm. The next moment was pure chaos. From behind, Inori's body rushed in, tossing out magic ropes and yanking his own head back towards him, all while kicking Igiana away. She went flying right into the wall and collapsed with a groan, feeling the pain for real. Meanwhile, Inori calmly picked up his own head, stuck it back onto his body, and twisted his neck as if nothing weird had just happened. Igiana, now backed into a corner and looking pretty freaked out, spoke with disbelief. She said that even mithril, cutting straight through the neck, had done nothing to stop him. Inori explained, cool and collected, that everyone in this world thought mithril was the secret weapon against demons, but that was only true here. He was from another world, and for him, mithril didn't work the same way. He'd already figured this out back when the sword first cut his left arm. Igiana managed a little smile. She realized now that Inori hadn't bothered to heal his arm back then on purpose. She told him it was a smart move. Seeing Ijeana getting weaker, Inori started putting more pieces together in his mind. He guessed that maybe, for vampires, the brain didn't actually matter much. He'd remembered how, during his earlier fight with Fenrir, his own spine had been crushed, and yet his body walked and fought like it was fine. He was starting to think that the real core of a vampire was the heart, not the head. He couldn't totally prove it, but it made sense from what he'd seen. Ijeana coughed up blood and admitted she'd lost this fight, but Inori just said it was pure luck he won. He told her honestly that he didn't have much real experience fighting people this skilled and strong. Ijeana realized the same thing, letting out a rough, tired laugh. She admitted she had given everything she had, but it just wasn't enough. Inori walked over to her and called her by name. He told her he was going to take all her power for himself. He wasn't interested in taking over her ghouls, thralls, or minions. He'd rather have her strength directly. Then he leaned in, bared his fangs, and bit her, drawing out her power like a real vampire lord. After dealing with Ijeana, Inori made his way over to the locked prison where the other heroes were being held. He paused at the barred door and found Ryuto, Tamaki, and Aoi inside. Inori tossed a magical tool toward the lock and said that he'd brought something to open up the cell. Tamaki and Aoi's mouths dropped open in shock when they saw Inori alive and kicking. "Inori, you're alive, we were so worried about you," they cried out. Inori just brushed them off, acting cool as ever. He told them to worry about themselves first instead of fussing over him. Then, he activated his magic eye power. His left eye glowed for a second as he tried to hypnotize Aoi, who seemed a bit confused. Ryuto, still shaken and not totally sure what was going on, demanded to know what Inori was up to and why he was messing with his teammates. Inori calmly said Ryuto could relax, and that he wasn't planning on hurting anyone. But right after, Inori turned his powers on Ryuto. Ryuto felt himself freeze, unable to move his body at all. He asked what kind of spell this was and why he couldn't move. Inori was genuinely surprised Ryuto stayed conscious, even with the hypnosis working. He wondered if maybe it all depended on a person's willpower or just how stubborn they were. Shrugging, Inori reached out and touched Tamaki and Aoi on the head, letting his magic do its work. He had a simple favor to ask them. He wanted the group to help clean up the whole mess left behind from the fight and rebellion. When he heard what Inori wanted, Ryuto was shocked and confused, yelling out, "Clean up!" He couldn't believe what Inori was asking. Inori just answered calmly, saying a lot of things had happened, so it would be better if everyone just thought he was dead. Then, he handed a special magic staff to Tamaki and told her to use it to burn everything inside the castle grounds. He even made it clear, don't leave anything behind, not even the bodies. Tamaki, who was still stuck in Inori's hypnosis, accepted the staff and wondered out loud if she could really pull off something that huge. Inori replied that deep inside she was holding her power back, but if she let go of that limit, she'd be able to do it. He also asked Aoi, the quiet hero, to put up a barrier so they wouldn't all get roasted by the fire. Ryuto, watching all of this, was totally losing it. He shouted, freaking out, asking if they were all serious about burning down the entire castle. With the staff in her hands, Tamaki felt powerful energy fill her. She said it felt like she could really do it now, so she was just going to burn everything. Ryuto panicked more, calling out to her to wait, because there were still people in the castle who were alive, and it would be terrible to burn them too. But Tamaki just answered that it would be okay, and that she'd do her best. Ignoring Ryuto's desperate yell to stop, Tamaki let loose with her big skill, Flicker. Huge flames burst out and raced through all the rooms and halls of the castle. Inori, standing behind the barrier Aoi put up, could hardly believe the power in front of him. Even though he removed Tamaki's limiter, her fire was still crazy strong. It was almost too hot even inside the barrier. He thought to himself that, as expected from the blessing given to a true hero, the magic was on a whole other level. After that, Inori turned to Ryuto with a serious look and told him that his job was to tell everyone the truth about what happened. From far away, everyone could see the bright, giant fire lighting up the sky where the castle used to stand. Near the burning ruins, Aaliyah, the second princess, saw the whole place go up in flames and started remembering everything, every shout, every crash, every bit of her old life. She thinking about her sister, her mother and father, her family. She then closed her eyes and silently said goodbye to her life as a princess. When she opened them again, her eyes had turned red and her hair was now a dark shade, mixed with red. She quietly walked away from the ruined castle, ready to start a new life. Inori was waiting in the shadows and called out to Aaliyah, asking if it was over now. Aaliyah looked at him seriously and asked if the cleanup was finished. Inori was surprised she knew about that, but she explained that when she became his servant and took his blood, his memories and thoughts came along with it. She admitted she didn't expect her new hair color, though. Inori thought it was kind of funny. Even as his servant, Aaliyah had managed to survive. He wondered if she cared that much about her hair color and decided maybe he'd never understand the way a servant felt. Aaliyah replied that it felt like she was tied to Inori's words and ideas now and probably couldn't disobey his orders, even if she wanted to. It would even be tough to hurt him. Inori nodded, saying he thought that was a good thing. Aaliyah grumbled, clearly annoyed, then smacked Inori right on the cheek and stormed off, angry. Inori rubbed his sore cheek and called after her, saying it wasn't so bad. He tried to cheer her up, telling her the new color actually looked good on her. Aaliyah paused, and a small smile crept onto her face. She said honestly that even though she had lost so much, she still had a bit of freedom, a chance to live, and something new to look forward to. She added that she had a new goal, to become strong enough that she could break free from Inori's control. Inori looked surprised, asking if she really meant it. Princess Aaliyah said, with determination, that one day she would become stronger than him and truly be free. Inori just grinned and told her he liked the sound of that. He dared her to try, saying if she could beat him, he'd really let her go. Inori stood up and said it was time to get moving. He smiled and told Aaliyah that since she now had her new goal, they should go to the place he had been using as a base. Aaliyah was surprised and asked how he knew about that spot. Inori just shrugged and explained that after everything that happened, it seemed a lot safer than any of the nearby towns. He led her to a hidden place in the forest. He said it used to be Fenrir's old den, and thanks to the magic barrier still around it, it was the perfect hideout. He told her they could also practice their skills there and plan for what they would do next. Looking at the hut, Aaliyah looked around and asked when Inori had even built it. Inori told her it was actually an old shack that had almost fallen apart, but when he tried using his weaponsmithing skills, he accidentally fixed it up pretty well. Inside the cabin, Aaliyah noticed it was really small for 2 people. Inori joked that of course it was small compared to a huge castle, and told her that they couldn't live like royalty anymore, so she'd just have to get used to it. He even pointed out there was only one bed, so he wondered what they would do about that. Aaliyah sat down and said she had never really thought of herself as a princess anyway. Then her cheeks turned red as she nervously said maybe it would be fine if they just slept together for now. She added that she survived because of him, and she didn't want to owe anyone, so this was the only way she could repay him. Inori grinned and teased her, saying it was rare for someone to offer before even being ordered. Aaliyah got flustered and said she was ready. Inori told her to take off her cloak, so she stood up and awkwardly removed the fabric that was wrapped around her. When she asked if this was good enough, Inori's right eye flashed with magic. He activated his vision magic eye and used his forging skill to shape the cloth into clothes. Inori handed her the new outfit and told her to wear it, saying it was weird seeing her in just rags. He reminded her that even though she was his servant, he hadn't meant it like that. He added that he also had the right to choose, and just because someone wanted to pay him back like that didn't mean he had to agree. He joked that Aaliyah must be pretty confident to offer her body as repayment. Blushing hard, Aaliyah gasped and shouted out in embarrassment, then ran off, holding her new clothes and mumbling thanks. Outside the hut, Aaliyah sat on a log, feeling embarrassed. She scolded herself, thinking that she'd messed up and only wanted to show she was serious about surviving. Since she was the only one who lived and had left her whole country behind, she guessed maybe she wanted to punish herself. Inori came out and teased her, joking if sharing a bed with him was her idea of punishment. Aaliyah panicked and rushed to explain it wasn't like that she was just confused, but she was still honestly grateful he saved her. She promised she meant it for real. He nodded and asked her to help him with something he was curious about. Aaliyah got excited and said she'd help if it was something she could do. Inori pulled up his system window and explained how he got a bunch of new skills from people in the castle, but there was one weird skill, sexual technique, that he couldn't figure out how to train. Aaliyah's face went tomato red as she stuttered out, "Sexual? Huh? Wait, what?" Inori said maybe the skill would level up if he just touched her chest a little. She freaked out, yelling, "Ah! He said it was just a little touch and better than actually sleeping together, right?" Aaliyah protested, saying just touching seemed kind of shady. Inori reminded her she'd said she'd help with anything. She wailed in embarrassment, calling him a demon. He just smirked and replied, "Vampire?" The next day, Aaliyah was outside, flapping her new wings and trying to learn how to fly. Inori was perched up in a tree, scrolling through his system menu and trying to pick which skills to level up since he had way too many to choose from. I will skip those 100 skills, of course, so don't ask me what his skill is for God's sake. He called out down to Aaliyah to come over for a second, and she replied right away, landing smoothly on the ground. Inori had been watching her, and he thought to himself that her new skill, genius, really fit her. She was already flying much better than yesterday. He asked Aaliyah how the clothes he made for her felt and if she needed any changes. Aaliyah smiled and said there was nothing wrong at all. They were easy to move in, which made her happy. Still, Inori couldn't help but notice something strange. Since Aaliyah could fly even in the sunlight, it was clear she was different from him. Unlike Inori, who had a weakness to sunlight because of his vampire side, Aaliyah didn't seem to have the sun god weakness. Maybe she was just built different. Then Inori handed her a new sword and told her to try it out. When Aaliyah pulled the blade out, she was shocked to see a deep red aura glowing from it. She called it beautiful and asked if he made it using his weapon transformation power. Inori closed his eyes, acting calm, and said he tried upgrading the original Blade of Absolute Severing from Ijeonna, using some dark magic. He explained that now it had a new name, Absolute Black Blade, but that sounded way too long, so he just called it Black Blade for short. Aaliyah was amazed. She couldn't believe this was the ancient weapon their tough commander used, and she realized Inori must have gotten himself a really awesome sword. But Inori acted like it wasn't a big deal. He told her even when he tried using it, the sword didn't work for him at all. He thought maybe it was because he didn't have the same kind of magic energy as people from this world. Aaliyah asked if that meant he couldn't use any special magic tools at all, not even this sword. Inori agreed. He probably couldn't use any of the magic stuff people here could. That's why he wanted her to have the sword instead. He said since her own power reacted to it, she should be able to use it even better. Aaliyah seemed worried and asked if he was sure. She guessed maybe this was part of his plan. Inori just grinned and told her not to worry. He could get strong enough without weapons anyway. He questioned if the only thing that counted in their strength contest was what kind of weapon they had, acting like it was no big deal. Then Inori summed up what they had learned so far. Aaliyah, since she was human from this world, could use its magic and tools, but she didn't level up or gain skills with a system like Inori. Meanwhile, Inori, who came from another world, could level up and get new skills, but he couldn't use this world's magic directly. Aaliyah smiled and pointed out that meant they were in a real race to see who would get stronger first. Inori said he had the advantage since he could keep leveling up, but Aaliyah just laughed. She told him she'd already figured out how to catch up. With her new vampire powers, she could grow stronger by drinking blood, too. Inori grinned, saying he finally understood. Aaliyah could get stronger just like he did, and her wings weren't her only upgrade. She also got a new tooth to suck. As they walked together, Aaliyah suddenly stopped, shocked to see a shadowy wolf beast jump out in front of them. The wolf spoke and said that if it had healed faster, it could let Aaliyah and Inori just ride on its back. Inori told Fenrir not to worry about getting hurt. He had to get slashed during the fight to make Ijeonna drop her guard, even if it meant taking more damage than planned. Aaliyah's eyes sparkled seeing Fenrir. She ran over and hugged the giant wolf, squealing about how cute and fluffy he was. Fenrir yelped, telling her to stop and let him go, acting all grumpy. Inori explained that even though Fenrir seemed cute now, he was actually a really scary beast before. Finally, Fenrir slipped away, diving back into Inori's shadow with a defeated face. Inori chuckled and asked if Aaliyah always liked animals this much. Aaliyah shrugged, saying not really, but she used to look after all the pets her little sister kept leaving behind. Inori thought that sounded totally believable. Then, remembering their plans, he said they'd have to leave the area that night. Aaliyah asked if he had a destination already, but Inori admitted he hadn't decided yet. He thought it might be smart to just visit the nearest country to gather more information. Ideally, he was looking for a place that hadn't summoned any heroes yet. Aaliyah quickly told him there wasn't a single country like that. Every country in this whole world had performed a hero summoning. Inori was so surprised he practically shouted. Aaliyah explained again. She said there was a deal called the 32 Heroes, which meant all 12 countries summoned at least one person each. Inori thought that was way too much. He looked at the sky, realizing that somewhere in this world, there were now 32 heroes summoned to different countries. He had to admit, this world just kept getting crazier and crazier. Somewhere far away, a mysterious woman stood in a dark place holding a glowing golden skull. The woman had long white hair, and around her were piles of bodies from all kinds of different races: beastmen, elves, dwarves, dragonkin, and even humans. She spoke softly to the skull, asking it to take over these bodies and return to them. Suddenly, the golden skull started to glow even brighter as something strange happened. The pieces of bone floated up, fitting together, and a scary demon slowly took shape. The woman, who was actually a demon too, shouted with excitement and respect when the demon appeared. She called him their demon lord, Lord Ignoa. Wow, guys, is our new enemy just being resurrected to be Inori Punching Bag? Meanwhile, in a lively city far away, Aaliyah was walking through crowded streets. She was using the fake name Ari and looked like any other traveler. A friendly man ran up to her with a loaf of bread, offering it to her. She tried to turn him down by saying she had already gotten her reward from the guild, but the man insisted, saying this was a thank you for helping him earlier. Soon, More people in the street called her name and handed her all sorts of free stuff, telling her to take it. Aaliyah started thinking about how different things were here. Ari was just her new nickname, her alias for this new life. She remembered how she and Inori, who now used the fake name Kiri, arrived in this local city called Regan, which was in the Lean Holy Kingdom. It was a busy transit city where merchants traveled, filled with big brick buildings everywhere. It was much more active and lively than anywhere she'd seen in her old country. Since this was a holy place, there were lots of priests and nuns around. There was even a church so huge it was hard to believe it was only in a regular city. To survive and pay for their travels, Aaliyah and Inori joined the Adventurers Guild. They worked to earn money, but honestly, it was mostly just she was the one doing the hard work. Inori slept a lot, so Aaliyah was usually the one out meeting new people and taking care of jobs. After a long day, Aaliyah made it back to the inn where they were staying and called out for Inori, or Kiri, as everyone here knew him. But before she could put her things down, someone suddenly flew out the door of their room and crashed onto the ground. To her shock, it was Inori, bleeding from his nose. Inori weakly called out for help, saying, "Help me, Ari," just before flopping over. Aaliyah was confused until she noticed a woman standing in the doorway with a fierce look in her eyes. The woman with wild energy looked at Inori and said she was surprised he didn't pass out after being struck that hard. She told Inori she could sense a talent in him that didn't fit someone who just liked flirting with girls. She introduced herself as Fanatique Lesejos, Divine Knight of the Lean Holy Kingdom. With way too much energy, she announced that she would rehabilitate Inori as if she had a new project to work on. Inori just stared at her, clearly baffled and having no clue what was happening. The girl looked at him, and Inori wondered out loud, what did she just say? Aaliyah watched the whole scene, feeling totally lost as well. She summed it up in her thoughts. This was her new life, a new town, a new job, and meeting all sorts of weird, interesting people. This was how things were turning out ever since she left her old world behind. Right now, she hadn't the slightest idea how she was supposed to react to everything happening around her. Okay, let's rewind a bit on what the hell is happening from Inori's view. Inori, who decided to change his name to Kiri after joining the guild, just chilled at the Adventurers Guild every day and got totally wasted. He looked like a pro at being a drunk. The guy had more empty bottles around him than friends, that was for sure. And guess what? He always told the annoyed waitress to put everything on Aaliyah's tab, not his. He didn't even feel bad. The waitress usually just sighed, because what else could she do? But Aaliyah? She wasn't wasting her time like him. She worked her butt off, took every guild quest she could find, and soon people started calling her Ari, the Black Rose. Aaliyah looked super cool in her black dress, with her black hair and a fancy purple glow when she beat up monsters at night. Some folk in town were totally obsessed with her style. She became kind of a big deal, super popular, and with all that money from quests, Inori really didn't need to worry about paying for anything. He just kept drinking and doing nothing. Now, some other adventurers watched Inori with serious side-eye. They just couldn't figure out how a guy like him could hang with someone like Ari. They even started whispering that maybe Inori had some dirt on her. Dude just sat there, looking too relaxed for someone holding so many secrets. Anyway, Inori's only real buddy in the place was this big bearded dude. He used to drink alone, but now he just sat around grumbling at Inori. The bearded guy acted like he was Inori's parent or something, always telling him to get a real job and stop leeching off a girl. Inori just told him to chill and mind his own business. To be honest, Inori had a wild excuse for all the daytime drinking. He said it was for training his poison resistance skill and for gathering information from other drunk adventurers. But the plan kind of backfired. Everyone except the old guy started avoiding him, so his info game was super weak. The only plus? His poison resistance was actually getting better. So, yeah. Success? Maybe? Hard to say. One afternoon, just as Inori reached the might fall asleep at the table stage, the tavern door jingled. In walked this insane-looking woman with silver hair and armor that looked way too holy for a bar. Inori's face went bright red. He totally thought she was a cleric, and maybe she shouldn't be hanging out in a dump like this. So, probably making the worst choice ever, he waved at her like they were old friends and invited her for a drink. His drinking buddy told him to zip it, but that never worked on Inori. The silver-haired lady, Fanatique, smiled at him, but she said that drinking too much was bad news for your body and you really needed to have some self-control. Inori tried to get a closer look at her weird church symbol and reached for her headpiece, but, bro, that was a mistake. Her friendly smile turned scary real quick. She told him it was a holy symbol and he shouldn't touch it. Turns out, that wasn't a cute way to start a talk. Fanatique just punched Inori so hard, he flew across the room and landed with a bleeding nose. It looked kinda epic, but also, ouch. Just then, Aaliyah came through the door, carrying groceries, and saw the whole thing. So now her master Inori was laid out on the floor, and Fanatique literally grabbed him by the face and picked up his head like a toy. Some adventurers started clapping, calling Fanatique a true hero for taking Inori down. They said maybe she could finally beat some sense into the day-drinking loser. But Fanatique just picked him up like he was nothing, threw him over her shoulder, and said she was doing all of this in God's name. She even talked to Aaliyah for a second, asking if Aaliyah wanted something, but Aaliyah was so surprised she just said no. Fanatique then explained she was taking care of Inori, the guy who tried to flirt with her at the guild. But she said he had more guts than people thought, and that with God's help, she would save him. Then Fanatique walked out, carrying Inori away. Suddenly, every adventurer in the tavern crowded around Aaliyah and started cheering. They thought Aaliyah was finally free from Inori. This is funny as hell. Aaliyah got totally overwhelmed. She pushed all the stuff away, grabbed her things, and ran out after Fanatique, who was still carting Inori around like a sack of potatoes. As for the other adventurers, they were left scratching their heads, still wondering why on earth Ari the Black Rose would ever stick with a dude like Inori. Some even said maybe he had some serious blackmail on her. Suspicious much? Meanwhile, outside on the city street, Fanatique carried Inori all the way to this big, fancy building. She dropped him down on a bench like he was a bag of trash. Inori groaned. 'Cause, well, his whole face probably hurt now. Fanatique poked him on the nose and told him she would make this next part easy, which sounded kind of scary. Then her hand started glowing with this bright blue, holy energy. Looked like she wasn't joking about that whole rehabilitation thing. Not a chill day for Inori, dude. Not at all. Inori could feel the energy wrap around his hand. Then a green healing glow covered his body. He opened his eyes, super confused and groggy. Fanatique just crouched down and smiled at him, like nothing weird was happening. She told him that he was feeling better now and that he really shouldn't drink so much. Inori asked who she was again, still a mess. She said her name was Fanatique, but he could call her Fana, or even Master. She said the important thing was to get moving. Before Inori could even protest, Fanatique grabbed his hand and yanked him up to his feet, dragging him off like she had all the energy in the world. She said the first thing they needed to do was pray. Inori was probably too sleepy to run away, so he just let it happen. Now, Aaliyah was watching all of this from around a corner. She peeked out, and oh man, she looked totally stressed. She wondered when Fanatique started holding Inori's hand and if people in the outside world were always this friendly. She decided that Fanatique was a super dangerous woman. Suddenly, Fenrir popped his head out of a puddle right next to her. He said he could smell strong, divine protection from Fanatique. Aaliyah realized maybe that was why she felt so uneasy, and asked if that was why Fenrir was trailing them. Fenrir tried to play it cool, but yeah, he was definitely curious. Fanatique pulled Inori right into a huge, fancy church filled with sunlight. This place looked like the main event for all the region's prayer fans. She acted super proud, saying this was one of the biggest churches around, and Inori was really lucky to see it. Then she completely forgot his name, and just asked again. Inori replied that his name was Kiri, because of his alias in the city. Inori looked up at this massive, hooded statue at the front of the church. It kind of looked like it knew secrets. He asked what the statue was supposed to be, and Fanatique said it was the head god. She told him not to stress, just watch her and pray the same way, with 5 fingers together, to represent the head god and 4 goddesses. Inori just went for it, pressing his palms together, closing his eyes, and thinking that his day could not get any stranger. As soon as his eyes closed, everything changed. No more church, no more prayers, just a dark, watery world in his head. He suddenly had the creepiest feeling that somebody, or something, was watching him. He felt a weird connection. He thought it had to be Fanatique's fault, but nope, it wasn't her, and it didn't feel like magic or anything in this world. It was like something was staring directly into his soul. That would freak out anybody, even a seasoned vampire. Suddenly, a giant blue eye opened in the dark void, looking right at him. Inori got mad. He hated it when someone touched his mind without asking, so he pushed back. With one angry thought, his own eye glowed red, and he blasted out a wave of dark power that shattered the connection. Back in the real church, he staggered, still feeling intense and angry. Fanatique leaned in, still super cheerful, and said that his prayer looked very passionate and that his heart must feel cleansed now. She seemed so proud of him and said it was time to move on to the next part of her plan. Inori was left a bit dazed. He stood in the church, staring at the statue. The weird feeling of being watched was gone, but now he was more curious than ever about that strange power. He thought he'd need to come back and see what was really going on. Meanwhile, Somewhere far away in a place that looked like heaven made of water and light, a goddess with long white hair and shining eyes sat on a golden throne, surrounded by other powerful goddesses. She said the connection with Inori had been broken. One blue-haired goddess was shocked because it was crazy that any human could do that. The head goddess looked down, very serious, and said the human was called Takafuji Kiri. Sometime later, inside the tavern, suddenly, the hooded man looked up, and his eyes almost popped. He told Inori that he had gotten pretty handsome. Bro, that was a weird compliment, but our boy indeed looking handsome right now. He looked like he just lost a fight with a train. Inori then told the truth. He had been through a lot. Then, it all flashed back to the forest. Fanatique, that wild, high-energy Templar lady, was the reason Inori looked like a disaster. She was totally going off on him, punching him over and over with her fists blazing with blue, holy energy. Each hit slammed into Inori like he was some kind of training dummy, and Fanatique didn't even seem tired. She just kept yelling for him to keep up, and said they should keep going. If you think that sounded bad, well, it got worse. Inori was thinking that this woman, who called herself Fanatique the Templar, was definitely not normal. His mystic eye glowed as he tried to understand what was going on. He realized why the attacks hurt so much. Light element blows were a serious problem for vampires and demons. Fanatique seemed pumped that Inori could figure out her attacks, but she also teased him that his body just couldn't handle it yet. That sounded kind of savage, but she was actually cheering him on, saying if he kept getting hit, he'd eventually get stronger. Inori thought that logic was crazy, but he didn't really have much choice. She just kept wailing on him. Now, Aaliyah was hiding nearby behind a tree, sweating buckets because Inori was getting absolutely destroyed. Yet Fenrir told Aaliyah that their master had ordered them not to help unless it was really bad. He said even though it was the middle of the day, which was bad news for vampires, Inori could escape whenever he wanted, so this wasn't an emergency. Aaliyah watched, thinking that maybe Inori had some big goal nobody understood. And, guess what? Suddenly, Inori proved Fenrir right. He just bolted, running into the trees so fast he left Fanatique standing there looking shocked. She actually seemed surprised that he made a run for it. Back in the tavern, the hooded man sat with his drink. Inori dropped into the chair across from him, still all beat up. The hooded man said he was surprised Inori had escaped from that crazy young lady. Inori just flopped down, looking like he'd seen a ghost. He said he'd never run so fast in his life. Then, Inori wanted some info about Fanatique and her whole Templar thing. The hooded man explained that Templars were basically top-tier monster and demon slayers, and they offered their kills to the head god. These people used special magical tools, and a lot of them could use the light element, which was especially rough on demons and, of course, vampires. He also told Inori that even though some people had talent with elements, what really mattered was tactics. But, since Inori couldn't use magical tools, there was no point studying Templar stuff. Inori felt like something was off, and then he realized he never told anybody he couldn't use magical tools. He stared hard at the hooded man, wondering how he knew. Then, out of nowhere, the tavern door flew open. There was Fanatique, drawn in a way that made her look extra silly and cute, but she looked so proud of herself. She found Inori, and his face turned pale as snow. He was completely freaked out. Fanatique didn't waste any time. She ran up and grabbed Inori by his already swollen cheeks, shaking him like a toy. She said he got a good break, but training was back on. Inori begged the hooded man for help, but nobody wanted to mess with a Templar. Fanatique just laughed, wondering what kind of training they should do next. Inori tried to shout for help again, but the old man just remained quiet. Hey! Friendship looked brutal in this town. Not long after, Inori was back out in the woods, lying face down in the dirt, feeling like roadkill. Fanatique was literally sitting on his back to pin him down. Aaliyah and Fenrir watched from the trees. Inori thought this training was just Fanatique beating him up over and over. He realized that, if this kept up, he'd be a zombie before he ever figured out how to win. So, he told his muscle-headed master that maybe they should go back to the church for a bit. To Inori's surprise, Fanatique's face lit up like she won the lottery. She was so touched that he wanted to go to church. She said it proved her training was working. Inori pasted on his best fake smile and agreed, but inside, he was laughing. This way, he could skip the beating and also check the church for clues. He called it killing two birds with one stone and leveled up his fake smile game. Inside the church, things chilled out. Inori watched people praying in the quiet room. He thought the quiet was cool, but he really wasn't into faith stuff. He focused, checking if that weird feeling from before was there. being watched or whatever, but it seemed gone, at least for now. He wondered if Fanatique or the worshippers really were connecting with someone. Even his own detection skill couldn't see it, so he thought maybe it couldn't even be picked up with normal magic. But Inori wasn't done yet. He decided to pull out a power from another world. He turned on a scanning skill that made his vision look like a digital grid, like some kind of super high-tech game. He scanned every single thing in the chapel, people, the walls, even the big goddess statue at the front. At first, nothing interesting popped up. The worshippers' clothes were normal, the walls were just walls, even the statue looked kinda boring. But then, his scan picked up something deep inside the base of the statue, a weird, glowing substance hidden inside. A text box popped up in his mind, calling it the Stone of Holy Light. It explained that the stone came from the roots of the divine tree and was used to hold the goddess's power. Every church was supposed to have one of these things. Inori wondered if maybe this was how the goddesses talked to their followers. He noticed there were 5 statues in the church, so that probably meant there were 5 goddesses. What a squad, right? He felt a little proud of himself for finding the stone and called it a good day for gathering info. But then he looked over and saw Fanatique completely starstruck. He was blushing and staring at someone across the hall. Turns out, it was Sir Raven, a dude with light brown hair and kinda old. Fanatique said he was the captain of the 4th Division of the Holy Knights and a huge hero in Regan. She got all hyped talking about how Raven saved Regan from a monster stampede 10 years back and kept protecting the city ever since. It was her first time seeing him up close, and honestly, she looked like a real fan. Inori realized that this guy was Fanatique's boss. She told Inori she wanted to go say hi, so he should just go back for now. Inori watched Raven from a distance, thinking maybe he should use his skill and check the guy out, just in case he was as scary as Fanatique. But as soon as Inori tried to scan him, Raven's eyes shot wide open and stared straight at him. Dude, it was like Raven knew someone was watching him. Inori looked away quick and tried to act like nothing happened, but he figured out that using his skills to check out strong people wasn't exactly safe. Meanwhile, Fanatique chatted with Raven, but Raven started talking about how he smelled a scent of his own kind and glanced to where Inori had walked off. Uh-oh, was he onto something? Back outside, the day wasn't over. Out on the training grounds, Aaliyah is sitting on a rooftop, watching Fanatique chase Inori all over again. She thought Inori had been stuck training with Fanatique every day since, and now he was learning all about fighting against magic tools. Fanatique yelled that Inori was good at dodging, but she wanted to see him do more than just defend himself. She wanted to know if he even had a weapon he liked. Inori said he didn't, remembering that his real weapon is dark magic. Fanatique, of course, got excited and decided Inori needed to pick out a proper weapon. She told him he had to go weapon shopping tomorrow because no real adventurer fought empty-handed. She even got so excited about getting to meet with Lord Raven that she canceled training for the next day, but told Inori not to buy some random junk. Inori realized this wasn't really a break. He still had to get a weapon. Sunset hit, and Inori watched Aaliyah still sitting on the rooftop. He asked if she had found a way to defeat him, but Aaliyah said nope. She didn't have any bright ideas. They ended up sitting together on the roof. Things were a little awkward, but Inori finally asked if Aaliyah was free the next day. He explained that Fanatique told him to pick a weapon, and he didn't know good shops in Regan, so he wanted her help. At first, Aaliyah looked surprised, but then her eyes lit up like a little kid's. She jumped up super excited, saying she was free and would totally help out. Aaliyah suddenly bragged that he really needed her help for everything. She then told him it was time to get ready and dragged him off toward the inn. Damn, Aaliyah is so cute. As she pulled him along, Inori was kind of speechless. He thought Aaliyah was just a bit too excited about all this shopping, but she said nope. She was totally ready for it. The next day, Aaliyah was getting way too excited about all the food stalls. She pointed out every snack like she was on a mission to eat everything in town. Inori had to remind her that they were supposed to be looking for weapons, not stuffing their faces. But Aaliyah said it was fine because the weapon shop was totally in that direction anyway. Soon, they ended up in a weapon shop that seemed pretty decent. Inori tried out some big swords and did his usual appraise trick. He thought the shop looked nice, but most of the weapons were fancy magic tools, not really his thing. Aaliyah wasn't helping much either. She picked out this giant, colorful scythe with a silly monster face on it and said it was cute and not a magic tool. Inori told her that weapon was rejected and wondered where she was even finding stuff like that. Aaliyah, of course, started pouting because she thought it would look perfect on Inori. Inori then told her maybe she should pick out something simple for herself too, since she usually hid her own flashy black katana. Aaliyah agreed and said, it would be great to find something easy to carry and cheap. That's when Aaliyah's eyes shot wide open. She spotted a blue mithril dagger in the display case. Inori checked it with his mystic eye and said it was high purity, mithril, could even boost magic, and was just the thing for her. Aaliyah hesitated about the price, but Inori said don't worry. He had more than enough cash thanks to all the monster hunting, and besides, the only thing he spent money on was booze anyway, so he'd buy it for her. Aaliyah blushed but didn't argue. After they paid and left the shop, Inori looked at what he bought and realized none of the weapons really worked for him. Aaliyah asked if Inori knew the real meaning of the dagger, but Inori had no clue. She just smiled and kept it a secret, then shouted about another weapon shop across the way. They headed down a tiny alley toward a super small, sketchy-looking shop. As they walked up, Aaliyah noticed a big spider chilling in a web and totally froze. Inori teased that maybe the shop owner was just lazy and told her to hurry up. Inside, though, the place was clean and organized, with all kinds of weapons shining on the walls. An old man with a monocle stood behind the counter and greeted them. He explained that this place only did custom orders. Every weapon here was made special for each person. Inori asked if that included weapons without magic, and the old guy said that wasn't a problem at all. They prided themselves on making whatever the customer needed, no matter how unusual. Inori's red eye glowed as he used his appraisal skill again. Suddenly, he quickly said he wanted to place an order, which shocked Aaliyah because he was usually so slow with decisions. The old man said thanks and told them both to come with him. They needed to watch Inori's movements, check his bones, and listen to what he wanted in a weapon. On the way, Inori mentioned the spiderwebs outside. The man joked about a retired old spider living in that hidden spot, and the shopkeeper said that Spider was actually an elder and his friend. Inori thought that was kind of weird and apologized for making a fuss. After that, Inori and Aaliyah chilled out in a cafe, sipping tea. Inori complained that shopping took forever, but at least they didn't waste time running around to tons of shops. Aaliyah was super pumped about the tea and said it tasted amazing. Inori didn't really get the hype, because it felt no different from what he used to have at the castle. Aaliyah said, maybe all the good vibes were just from being in a nice place. She said she'd always wanted to try this spot, and Inori joked that she could have come on her own, since she had money. But Aaliyah wasn't having that. She said that having someone to chat with made it way better. Aaliyah then asked why Inori picked up his weapon so fast at the last shop. He spilled a secret, that he'd scanned the shop with his appraises skill and realized all the weapons were top quality. So, he trusted the old shopkeeper, who reminded him of a serious old butler, even if the guy didn't seem like the best merchant. I mean, there were spiderwebs at the entrance. Suddenly, Fanatique appeared at their table out of nowhere. Inori was shocked. He thought she had a meeting to go to, but Fanatique said it was done, and she spotted the them on her way back. Then, she turned suspicious, asking if Inori was flirting with girls again. Aaliyah got all flustered and said she and Kiri were just companions. Fanatique was amused and didn't really believe it. Then, out of nowhere, a man in a white mask, which I am going to call Mask, showed up by the table. He looked at them right over the fence, commenting on why Fanatique jumping instead of using stairs like a normal person. Mask said followers of God had to be role models, yet this crazy girl wasn't giving off role model energy. He then introduced himself, saying he was Fanatique's overseer, sent by the church to keep an eye on her. Inori was confused. He wondered if Fanatique was in trouble. Fanatique admitted the higher-ups at the church were kind of nosy, probably because people around town were gossiping about her and Kiri hanging out so much. The church had strict rules for priest knights, telling them they had to be super pure, just said she had to be a virgin. Suddenly, Mask switched gears and started listing all the wild rumors floating around town. Alley of the Black Rose, that's Aaliyah, had a drunk freeloader named Kiri tagging along. The whole city was talking. Mask confessed that, actually, he was really curious too. The dude even whipped out a Black Rose fan club card. He was fan number 005, and asked Inori for advice on winning over cool women like Aaliyah. He even bowed and called Inori master. That was just wild. Fanatique totally lost it and yelled that as a priest, Mask shouldn't even be asking about stuff like that. But then Mask and Inori just started chatting and hanging out like best bros, while Fanatique grumbled and stuffed her face with cake. Aaliyah watched, saying that guys got along so easily. While Fanatique munched, she suddenly noticed the mithril dagger Aaliyah just bought. She pointed out that, in this world, giving someone a mithril dagger was pretty much like a marriage proposal. Aaliyah went red as a tomato and looked ready to explode. Fanatique joked that Kiri was slick to do that, but added that he probably didn't even know what the gift meant. Aaliyah was stunned. She clearly hadn't thought about it before. Just then, Fanatique called for Mask since it was almost curfew. She then said bye to Aaliyah, who seemed a bit shy after all that dagger talk. As the sun set, Aaliyah and Inori walked home together. Inori admitted he was wiped out after this crazy day. Aaliyah smiled, feeling happy to walk beside him. Somewhere nearby, Mask watched and thought that this was his first time talking with Kiri in person, and what a mysterious dude he turned out to be. In the inn, Aaliyah waved at Inori and said she had some guild requests to finish. Inori teased that she sure looked busy for someone who said she was free. Then he went back to his room at the inn, tired from everything that had happened. But as soon as he closed the door, things got weird. He felt something was off right away. There was a mysterious woman sitting by his window. Realizing Inori can feel her presence, she laughed. But here's the wild part. She started talking to Inori not with her mouth, but straight into his brain. Inori got chills and thought it was some kind of telepathy. The woman introduced her name as Fululu and said she used spirit magic to let him know he had sharp instincts for noticing her spooky presence. She said she'd heard rumors about Inori being a total scumbag around town, so she came to see him for herself. Fululu offered to teach Inori about spirit magic. The next thing he knew, she pulled him onto the bed and actually straddled him, acting super bold. Inori was surprised, but he tried to keep his cool, saying she was good-looking and he wasn't the type to refuse free feasts. But he realized way too late this was a trap. Golden energy surrounded them. Fululu hit him with some really strong mind magic that he just couldn't dodge. Suddenly, Inori's whole world warped. He found himself in a giant grassy field, even though he knew he was still in his room. Fululu floated behind him now, showing off her wings, and explained this was her own mental world. Here, she could do anything she wanted, like make his clothes disappear in a snap. Inori just stood there, butt naked and shocked. This manhwa is insane. You can't even decide the genre, oh shit. Fululu kept teasing him, saying she could drive him nuts with pleasure if she felt like it, and that maybe she would even make him obsessed with her forever. Then she was shocked to know Inori was a virgin, even though she thought he looked like a playboy. Fululu wondered if he was actually just scared of getting close to someone. Inori snapped back, telling her to shut up. But he didn't just say it. He fought back with some serious dark power. Black and oily energy burst out, swirling around Fululu, and totally started corrupting the world inside her mind. Fululu was shocked for once. Inori's eyes glowed with intense yellow light as he told her one more time, in a voice echoing through the darkness, to shut up. This was no normal fight. It was spooky spirit, magic mind battle level stuff. Fululu freaked out. She couldn't believe some normal human could take over her mental world. But Inori thought it was funny, because when it came to domination, he said he was basically a boss. Suddenly, everything snapped back to reality. In their inn room, Aaliyah came back to the room. She immediately noticed the door was unlocked and called Inori careless for leaving it like that. She entered and, oh snap, right in front of her, she saw Inori on the bed kissing a strange woman. Talk about bad timing. Aaliyah's eyes went full rage mode and started glowing, reaching for her new mithril dagger. But Inori suddenly moved the woman and make her fall. But what the fuck? Something was inside his mouth. He then spit it out, and, it looked like a tiny, angry fairy struggling to breathe. After a while, that tiny, fairy-sized sylph was sitting at a table. She said her name was Sylph. Sylph explained, a bit ashamed, that the Lord God had sent her on an oracle to trap Inori using her powers of charm and disguise. She tried her best, but ended up getting dominated herself. A green status box even floated by, showing she was now in dominated state, rebel against the Lord God. That's a big yikes. Inori picked her up and said the church and their god move faster than he expected. He argued that Sylph should have spilled all her secrets. He wanted to know about the Lord God, about spirit magic, about everything, but Sylph tried to act tough, saying she still had her pride and wasn't going to give up all her secrets just like that. Inori said, if she wouldn't talk, he'd just use the same methods she'd tried on him. He grabbed her by the leg and said it was time to pay her back for her own trick, using his special technique. Bro, what the fuck? I read the comic and Inori literally make her flooding. Aaliyah went full crimson and told him to quit it. All this was just too much for her, bro. This comic is not for under 18. I repeat, this comic is 18 plus category. After all the chaos, Sylph collapsed on the bed, super embarrassed and 100% beaten. Inori asked if she understood who the real boss was now. He said he needed to test out her spirit abilities, not just get information. Sylph, now totally loose, agreed to help. But outside, in a distant forest, where the group went to try her powers safely, Sylph just sat there crying. She complained she couldn't use her spirit magic anymore and wasn't sure what she could do at all. Aaliyah even wondered if Sylph was really a high-rank spirit after all. Sylph got mad and said they were both so annoying. She pointed out her hair had even turned black, and she thought maybe that was part of the domination effect. Inori wondered if spirits weren't really the same as living beings, since his domination skill usually didn't work on real people. Things were getting weirder by the minute. When Inori asked how many spirits existed, Sylph said there were spirits everywhere, all around them. Aaliyah pointed out that was actually how she was able to find Inori so easily before. If someone could use spirit magic, they could basically spy on people without anyone knowing. Inori realized that was a big problem and asked if Sylph could make him see the spirits too. Sylph didn't know if she could in her defeated state, but she tried. Suddenly, little glowing green orbs, the lesser spirits, started floating all around them in the forest. Aaliyah and Inori were amazed. Sylph finally got her groove back for a second, sitting proudly on Aaliyah's head and bragging that, as a high-rank spirit, she could always hide herself from other people's magic. That made Inori pause. He saw the potential right away. But that fairy had another surprise. She tested her magic and found she could make a swirling vortex of black wind, moving it wherever she wanted. Aaliyah then called it black wind, but it was more like smoke or shadow floating in midair. Inori looked at all this and thought, wow, maybe now things were really getting interesting. They are testing the power of the black wind on the creepy purple bug monster. Sylph said it was crazy how strong their attack was. If that monster wasn't from the demon world, it would have been totally blown to dust. Inori was confused and asked what the demon world was about. Sylph explained that, usually, you'd never see a monster like this so far from its home turf. Aaliyah wondered if it was really that rare. The fairy said yes. She explained that this forest just wasn't the place where demonic beasts were born. It was like finding a fish chilling in the middle of a desert. Super off. Aaliyah then asked if Sylph ever visited the demon world. Sylph, acting way too proud for someone who just got schooled, said of course not, but she could tell the forest spirits were freaking out. The spirits seemed to hate the light too. Inori, now that he could see spirits, just admitted he didn't know much about their moods. Aaliyah explained a bit more, telling everyone this area was supposed to be protected by the Ryson Holy Kingdom, a bunch of priest knights who were really tough against monsters from the demon world. So, it was definitely unnatural that this beast just turned up here by itself. Inori wondered out loud where the heck it came from. From far away, a shady figure with glowing blue eyes watched the group. Talk about bad news, right? Is this the new villain? Yeah, I am ready for the fight arc. Later on, Inori and Aaliyah went to the weapon shop to pick up Inori's order. The owner, old Sebastian, handed Inori a fresh new longsword. Inori checked it out, using his mystic eye, and was pretty hyped. The sword felt like it was meant for his arm, easy to control, solid and sharp. The owner said this would actually be his last sale in town, since he was moving away, and Inori was his final customer. They parted ways with a good vibe. Back on the street, Aaliyah pointed out how lucky Inori was to have enough cash for the sword. Inori just said that Fanatique gave him the money. Aaliyah, sounding like the team's mom, freaked out. She said Inori better go thank Fanatique right away, and without waiting, dragged him all the way to the church. Meanwhile, Fanatique was busy doing prayers with other knights, so Inori waited with his new sword, looking a little awkward. Finally, they chatted outside on a bench. Inori told her he found a good blacksmith, and Fanatique was so excited about the sword, saying it looked seriously tough and perfect for real combat. He added that it wasn't a magic tool, since his body just didn't like those. That means even though she teaches him every day, he won't get stronger. Fanatique only smiled hearing that. She had guessed it probably. She asked if Inori was telling her this because he was tired of her training already. Then came the classic Inori attitude. He told Fanatique, right to her face, that he'd hated training with her from the start and thought it was kind of pointless. He figured training wouldn't help him much, and maybe it was just a waste of her time, too. Instead of getting mad, Fanatique just laughed, saying honestly, with Inori's body, even a lifetime of training probably wouldn't do the trick. But then she shocked him by saying she'd keep sticking by his side forever anyway, because her specialty was believing in people, no matter how slow or stubborn they were. That comment actually broke through to Inori a bit. He grumbled that Fanatique was pretty stubborn herself, but he agreed to try a bit harder, even if it felt pointless. Fanatique lit up with the biggest smile. She was absolutely pumped that he was willing to give it another shot. But later that day, Inori and Mask were hanging out at a table in the guild hall, just chugging down drinks like it was the weekend. Mask, though, was being super loud and started raiding all the women in the tavern. Every girl around there was so angry, like what the fuck are these jackass talking about them? Mask was pointing at every lady and giving out these crazy purity reviews, trying to guess people's secrets just by looking at them. He even said some ladies looked super pure, while others had this tough, stay-away energy. Inori, who was already drunk with a big red face, bragged that Mask did have a good eye for people. He said it was just a skill he picked up from growing up around the church, where everyone is obsessed with purity. Inori even thought to himself that since that wild night, Mask had turned into one of his drinking bros. Mask was weirdly good at making people talk, so Inori kind of worried if he had some sneaky plan. But hey, Mask kept paying for food and drinks, so Inori didn't let it get to him. Good food, free drinks, he could live with a little weirdness. Out of nowhere, Inori pointed straight at Aaliyah, who was entering the tavern with that confident walk, and asked Mask to rate her. Mask started yelling about how Aaliyah was powerful and pure, but also kinda lewd and dangerous. He told Inori he'd picked a tough one with her. Aaliyah looked over, obviously annoyed, and marched toward them. Thank God she gave them 2 big punches to their empty head. Aaliyah stated she'd heard about some dude loudly judging women and wanted to see for herself. She threatened to ban them if they didn't stop, and then apologized to everyone like she was their mom. Inori whined to Mask, saying wasn't Mask supposed to be Fanatique's chaperone? Mask said he only had to watch either Fanatique or Aaliyah, not both. Besides, Fanatique was busy with church exams, a promotion test for priest knights. Mask explained this town was famous for those tests, and Fanatique had come here to try to move up the ranks. The test was so brutal, she could even lose her life. He also said she was working insanely hard, even though it was dangerous and people were spreading rumors about her and Kiri hanging out. While the group was busy getting chewed out, a bell rang in the tavern and everyone got quiet as a hooded man walked in. Inori called out for help, begging the old guy to bail him out. But the hooded man said it was Inori's own fault and that he should handle the mess himself. Inori called him stingy, but the old guy just said that wasn't the point. Mask quickly decided to leave so things didn't get worse, and promised Aaliyah he'd apologize again later. The hooded man then told Inori he should pick better friends. Inori shot back that nobody liked the old guy anyway, probably more than they disliked him. They both kind of just nodded, like, yeah, that stung, but maybe it was true. Inori then ordered more sake, ready to drown his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sylph, talking inside Inori's head, was freaking out about the hooded man. She didn't want to be near him, and even hiding in Inori's shadow, she wanted to bounce. She could tell this stranger could sense spirits, and that was super rare and terrifying for her. Right at that moment, the hooded man commented that it looked like Inori had a new companion, a powerful spirit. Of course, this shit shocked our boy. The man told him not to overthink it, and then hinted that he knew Inori could see souls and special abilities. He likes hinting at Inori to check his status right now. Now, Inori's mystic eye flared up, and he hit the hooded man with his appraise skill. What popped up was insane. The old man's real name was Ignoa, and he was part Magian, part elf, part dragonkin, part beastman, chimera, homunculus, human, and demon tribe. I don't even know what bro is. He had a bazillion titles, reincarnator, demon lord, salaryman, even the absolute one. It turns out the guy sitting across from Inori was literally the current demon lord, with a ton of legendary stats. Inori just sat there sweating buckets, realizing he'd been drinking and cracking jokes with the absolute boss of the underworld all along. Sometimes you really can't guess who you're partying with, dude. Ignoa noticed the mood, so he told Inori they should move somewhere private. There were too many eyes around. He even dropped Inori's real name, Takafuji Inori, right there in the tavern, so Aaliyah freaked out. She tried to tag along out of worry, but Inori hit her with a command to stay put. Seriously. He took her by surprise. Still, Aaliyah promised she'd wait for him there. Worrying. Cut to the forest outside town, where it got real. Ignoa said there was no need to be so nervous, but come on. Who could actually relax meeting the demon lord? Ignoa waved his hand and sent out a burst of purple energy that even knocked Sylph out cold. He apologized, didn't want any spirits eavesdropping. Now it was just the two of them. Then Ignoa started asking what Inori thought of his body. Turns out, he was rocking all kinds of features, from beastkin ears to dragon scales, a tail, you name it. A real chimera homunculus. Inori kinda agreed it looked like a, what the heck is that monster mashup? That's when Ignoa dropped his life story. At first, he was just a plain demonkin, but after his second reincarnation, he ended up with this patchwork body. He told Inori he was from another world too, so this was actually Ignoa's third life. In his first life here, he was the demon lord 2 generations ago, the kind who wiped out anyone who crossed him. He bragged about killing, conquering, collecting everything. Treasure, booze, women, power. If someone tried to take him down, he squashed them. Heroes, dwarves, elves, beast folk, didn't matter. He was a really strong demon lord. He was on top for ages, living wild. But eventually, even the demon lord runs out of time. Inori wondered if he actually died. Ignoa said nobody ever killed him, but he still had a lifespan, so that was that. After he died, Ignoa said, his soul ended up floating in this weird white void, and that's when he actually met a goddess. Back in the forest, Inori was trying to piece this together. He wonders if this white space god was the same one he'd met when he first came to this world. But he bet it's not, especially when Ignoa said his god was the Lord God of this world, not the same dude. Ignoa then recalled how the Lord God stripped away all of his memories, skills, powers, everything, and tossed him into a place called the Forsaken World. That tipped Inori off. The Forsaken World was really just Earth, the place Inori himself came from. Ignoa explained that, yeah, Earth was a world God had already abandoned, a place where nothing special ever happened. The flashback showed Ignoa living the most boring, normal life on Earth. He grew up in an average family, went to work at a normal job, learned to keep his head down, and tried his best. He married a nice but not super fancy woman, had a son, made mistakes with money, fought with his family now and then, and just lived earnestly. But even with all that, he admitted, he was happy. Ignoa said he finally learned what real happiness was, not as a demon lord king blasting everyone, but just being a normal guy, living, struggling, and loving his family. He told Inori it took him 2 whole lifetimes to get it, and now, with this crazy chimeric body, he didn't want to rule or destroy just for himself. He wanted to make someone else happy this time. Inori wondered if Ignoa wanted to go on another rampage, but Ignoa laughed that off. He explained he was made from all 6 main races of the world: demons, humans, beast folk, elves, dwarves, and dragonkin. The same 6 races that were always at war, splitting up the land, and hating each other because of the way God set things up. Ignoa looked around and told Inori that this world was purposely designed by God so everyone would stay divided and fight forever, and even people like Ignoa got avoided just for being mixed. Inori just shrugged and didn't really get it all since, well, he was new to this whole place. But Ignoa made it clear. Mixed bloods were shunned, races were oppressed, and there was non-stop conflict. That's why now, Ignoa said he wanted to destroy this broken world and make something better. He told Inori straight up, he wanted his help. Inori asked if there was going to be some kind of forced join the villain club speech, but Ignoa said, nah, Inori could do whatever he wanted. Sharing his story and plans was just his way of paying a cooperation fee up front. Then Ignoa explained that even if Inori didn't really mean to, he'd probably end up helping him anyway, just by living life, making enemies, surviving, and smashing obstacles. For Ignoa, that was what mattered, just living, no matter how wild it got. Inori stood there, thinking about all this, and laughed off Ignoa's selfish way of putting things, saying he'd probably do that sort of thing even without being told. Ignoa looked delighted, and Inori told him to start paying up more if he really wanted his cooperation. Inside, Inori thought he'd been on edge since day 1 in this world, and it was about time he got some payback, at least a little. Now back to Aaliyah's point of view. After Inori ordered her not to follow him, Aaliyah stayed behind at the tavern, pouting but stubborn as ever. From the window, she watched Inori and Ignoa disappear into the distance and felt a bit useless. She knew Inori was way more serious than usual, and it bothered her that she couldn't help. She even thought she must have forgotten her real place, since he hadn't really given her an order. Aaliyah left the town and found herself sitting under a big tree, feeling kind of lost and a little sorry for herself. But then, out of the woods, a bunch of creepy shadow wolf monsters jumped out with glowing yellow eyes, surrounding her. Crap. Talk about bad timing for a monster attack. Before things got worse, Fanatique showed up out of nowhere, swinging her polearm and taking those monsters down like it was no big deal. She told Aaliyah she shouldn't just be wandering alone in dangerous places like this. Aaliyah thanked her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fanatique said just to call her Fana, but also teased that it was weird for someone called the Black Rose to be caught off guard by monsters. She guessed that Aaliyah had something on her mind, probably Kiri. Ouch, she hit the spot. Aaliyah tried to play it cool and said it was nothing, but Fanatique didn't buy it. Suddenly, Fanatique attacked again and knocked Aaliyah flying. Whoa! Aaliyah yelled, asking what Fanatique's deal was. Fanatique said she just wanted to see how strong the real Black Rose was, and besides, Aaliyah seemed like she needed to wake up a bit. Now totally fired up, Aaliyah kept dodging and yelled, "What the fuck is she doing?" She demanded to know what kind of person Fanatique even was. Fanatique surprised her by asking if, when Aaliyah was a kid, she believed in God. But for the surprise, Fanatique said she didn't believe it when she was a child. She then told a tough story from her own past. Her mother was super religious and always prayed, but she never told Fanatique to do the same. One day, their village was attacked by monsters, and Fanatique's mom died protecting her. Young Fanatique was surrounded, and for the first time, prayed with all her heart, just wishing to be with her mom again. That day, someone like a goddess appeared and saved her. Fanatique never found out who it was, but ever since then, she believed in God and tried to help others, just like that person who saved her. She told Aaliyah she was strong too, and she should trust Kiri and help him out. Hearing that, Aaliyah finally let her feelings spill out. She admitted that she wanted to help Inori so much, but she couldn't do anything and felt left behind. Too absorbed with her feelings, Aaliyah let loose and punched Fanatique right in the face. Fanatique got a bloody nose but started grinning, saying it was a pretty good punch. She even felt like she heard Aaliyah's big mallet. Then she fainted, still smiling. Aaliyah just stood there, wondering if Fanatique was an idiot. After that, Aaliyah stood over the passed-out Fanatique and started laughing. This is the first time Aaliyah has seen a girl this weird. Fanatique also laughed and said, honestly, she was frustrated because she didn't understand Kiri all that well. Suddenly, Aaliyah smiled and guessed Fanatique would fix things in her own weird way and could understand Inori like her too. But Aaliyah thanked her for snapping her out of it. Fanatique, even half asleep, mumbled something sassy back, and the two girls just cracked up, even after all the punches and teasing. When the night comes, Aaliyah sits on the bunk bed, waiting for Inori to come home. Dude must have loved dramatic entrances, because Inori dropped in upside down from a black magical portal in the ceiling. He casually said hello like that was normal. Aaliyah nearly jumped out of her skin and told him not to sneak up on her like that. Inori hit the floor and explained he'd just been caught up talking with someone, and using that creepy portal was honestly his fastest way back. He promised he got a ton of new info and said he'd share it later. Aaliyah glanced at him and guessed that since he looked fine, nothing bad really happened. Inori teased her, asking if she was worried about him. Aaliyah admitted that, yeah, maybe she was. She joked about what would happen if Inori just died somewhere and she was set free. She said that would make for a really lame story. But honestly, she wasn't even sure that would be her happy ending anyway. Then Inori went quiet for a bit, which worried Aaliyah. She asked if something was wrong. Inori said it was nothing and then suddenly told her he wanted to see what she was really capable of, so she would be helping him with an experiment next time. Aaliyah didn't like the sound of that, she knew. Inori's experiments were never simple. Inori just grinned and said she'd find out soon enough. But while these two were dealing with their own drama, some seriously grim stuff was brewing elsewhere. At the church, a young woman with a naked body was curled up on the floor, obviously scared to death. Sir Raven, the boss of Fanatique, was doing something shit there. Mask was coming from the door, looking tense. Raven, acting like he owned the world, asked Mask if he had tracked down some runaway daughter of betrayal. Mask said he needed a little more time, but Raven didn't like that answer. He smacked a naked priestess hard across the room and ordered him to hurry up, saying they needed more priestesses for their next test. Mask was forced to agree, then left after bowing in the name of God. What the actually fuck? This church thing is rigged then. I can't believe someone who is devoted to God can actually be darker than a demon itself. For God's sake, let's just burn them to death, Inori. Raven then wears his clothes. He mumbling something about Chris, warning her she'd never escape his grasp. That scene? Straight up evil vibes everywhere. And out in the forest, things got even scarier. A mysterious cloaked figure with white hair and red eyes was channeling ugly purple energy into a huge demonic weapon that looked part bug, part nightmare. The weapon started to glow and grow, sucking the life out of all the plants and animals around it. The stranger whispered that it still wasn't enough. They wanted more. First, they planned to eat up the forest. But their real target after that? The whole city of Regan. As all this happened, a golden six-pointed star flashed, a sign that something big, and probably really bad, was about to go down. While Inori was just lying around in bed, totally knocked out, as usual, Aaliyah and Sylph were out for a stroll. Sylph, who was the size of your hand and flying around Aaliyah, whispered that if she wanted to escape, she'd have to try during the day. Inori was always either sleeping or just being a lazy dude, so honestly, it made sense. Aaliyah took Sylph out to a nice cafe, and Sylph ended up with a slice of cake in a giant teacup. At first, Sylph looked suspiciously at the cake and said spirits didn't even need food, and besides, she wasn't about to eat stuff like a human. Aaliyah got confused. Didn't all girls love cake? But Sylph snapped that spirits never got hungry, so favorite foods weren't even a thing for her. Aaliyah looked sad, so Sylph quickly got flustered and tried to fix it. She took a bite of cake just to make Aaliyah happy. And wow, once she ate it, her eyes just lit up with delight. She was totally hooked. That cake? Next level, bro. Aaliyah even introduced her to cheesecake, and Sylph went wild over the sweet and sour taste. They ended up in a food coma, lying back surrounded by empty plates, Sylph confessing that human food could be dangerously tasty. They agreed they should keep it a secret from Inori, wouldn't want him to know they had too much fun without him. While they chilled, Sylph actually opened up and said Aaliyah seemed different from Inori. A little kinder, maybe? She complained about how mean Inori was, wondering why Aaliyah hung out with him. Aaliyah grinned and explained it was because she planned to crush Inori one day. She pointed out that yes, she was under his control, just like Sylph, but she still wanted to get stronger and beat him fair and square. Sylph thought their relationship was weird. Aaliyah just laughed and asked if she really thought so. Then suddenly, a dark shadow opened nearby, and Fenrir jumped out, shouting for Aaliyah. Fenrir orders everyone not to call him by name, but their senior servant, reminding Sylph who was boss. Sylph got mad that someone was calling her a cute little doggy and challenged Fenrir, full of sass. When Aaliyah heard that Inori wasn't in bed, and Fenrir couldn't find him, Aaliyah said that sometimes Inori snoozed in shadow space if the day was too bright. Feeling the urgency, Fenrir invited Aaliyah and Sylph to check something out, saying they needed to come to the forest. But when they arrived, danger hit hard. The whole forest was dead. It was nothing but dry earth, broken trees, and animal bones. It looked totally sucked dry by something not human at all. Sylph was in shock. The lesser spirits were all gone too. Fenrir was just as spooked, and Aaliyah agreed. This was definitely not normal. Even the grass was gone. They decided to check things out anyway. Aaliyah was ready for anything, using her wings and flying above the wasteland, while Fenrir ran beside her. This shocked Sylph. What the hell? How can a human have wings like her? But Aaliyah shuts her up. This is no time for a silly joke. Fenrir then asked if she'd figured out anything about the disaster. Aaliyah, sharp-eyed as always, said the trail of destruction looked pretty fresh. She guessed that if she added up Fenrir's info with her own, she could even track where the culprit was headed. But honestly, she had no idea who could do something this insane. Sylph, who could always sense spirits, got nervous and said the ones up ahead were totally freaked out. She suggested maybe they shouldn't go any further. But Aaliyah, sensing the danger, dashed ahead to a ridge and gasped. Down on the plains behind the mountain, she saw something wild. A massive mob of purple insect monsters stampeding by the hundreds. Aaliyah realized these were the same kind of magic beasts she had fought in the forest, but now there were way more, like an army. Sylph screamed that they'd be spotted, so the crew hurriedly dove into another patch of forest for cover. Aaliyah quickly put the pieces together. She said this mass of beasts was a monster stampede, a nightmare event where monsters gather and attack whole cities every few years. But this time, she figured out the horde was heading straight for the city of Regan, full of innocent people. Remember how kind the people were to her? She couldn't watch the town get destroyed. As she worried, she remembered that Regan wasn't prepared for this at all. Usually, the church or the Adventurers Guild would be on high alert, but this time, no one was ready. The timing just didn't make sense. Sylph whispered that maybe they should warn Inori, because this was starting to feel seriously bad. Aaliyah agreed and told him to split up and find Inori right away. Fenrir wanted to know what Aaliyah was planning. Aaliyah admitted that Inori wasn't the type to help a city unless he absolutely had to, not his style. If Regan was in danger, it was up to her to take the first stand. She wondered if she should talk to the guild or the church, but realized it would take too long. She suddenly remembered the feeling of losing something she called family, like her sister. So, she decided, she's going to do something about it herself, even if she has to fight that horde alone. Sylph freaked out, pointing out the beasts were way too strong. Fenrir, sniffing the air, agreed. There were just too many, and they were not weak monsters. But Aaliyah ignored the warnings and drew her black katana, which began to glow with a ferocious red power. Aaliyah shouted that she wasn't the same person she used to be. Then, as the monster horde roared closer, one of the beasts spotted them. Sylph screamed. Aaliyah just gritted her teeth, saying she was tired of standing by and watching disaster strike. One magic beast blasted blue energy at Aaliyah, but she stood firm. Fenrir told her she was leaking too much magic power, so her sneak attack wouldn't work. Still, Fenrir was impressed Aaliyah might not have perfect techniques, but her courageous heart was incredible. Fenrir said this land had once been protected by his own comrades, so he'd lend Aaliyah his power now. Suddenly, Fenrir transformed into a colossal, shadowy wolf the size of a bus, his real form. Even Aaliyah was shocked by how huge Fenrir got. Fenrir declared he would fight by Aaliyah's side. As a monster lunged, Fenrir went toe-to-toe with the beast, and Aaliyah chopped into it with a gorgeous, blazing red slash. Fenrir laughed and told Aaliyah she had some real skill. Aaliyah grinned and said she'd gladly accept Fenrir's help. They'd fight together as a team. After that, they keep killing the monsters one by one. Fenrir tore through enemies like an unstoppable truck, his jaws and claws mowing down one beast after another. Aaliyah followed his lead, swinging her magic sword, which glowed bright red with every strike. Sylph, keeping a safe distance, and after seeing all the chaos, who could blame her, just stared and thought those two were insanely strong. Fenrir told Aaliyah to finish the monsters off completely, because if she only cut them in half, these gross things would try to crawl back together and attack again. Aaliyah took that advice and went all in. She slashed a beast with a full-powered swing, taking it down for good. But swinging this magic sword took a ton of energy. Aaliyah could feel her magic draining fast, and she started trying to save her power by switching to long-range vacuum magic. But dang, it didn't even work. The monster's shell was too tough, and bounced her spell right off. Fenrir thought using less magic was smart, but guessed these monsters were way too resistant to tricks like magic. In a flashback, Fenrir remembered the sword's original owner, Aegiana. That woman didn't just blast magic wildly. She only used her power for a split second, right when her blade hit, holding back and fighting super efficiently. That was the difference between Aaliyah and a true master. Aaliyah suddenly remembered that her awesome sword used to belong to Knight Commander Aegiana and figured Fenrir actually knew all about her fighting style. But then things got a little freaky. Aaliyah started feeling her vampire hunger take over. With no time to rest or recharge, she just bit down into the neck of a fallen monster and sucked its blood to get her energy back. Dude, even Sylph nearly passed out from shock. She could only watch in horror as Aaliyah started using her vampire powers on the battlefield. Fenrir, meanwhile, found the whole thing hilarious and said it was his first time seeing someone power up by feeding on monster blood. After that, Aaliyah felt way better and went right back to the fight, faster and stronger than before. Out on the edge of the plains, that creepy cloaked figure watched in secret, no doubt plotting trouble. Oh man, things went from epic to absolutely terrifying in seconds. The creepy cloaked figure suddenly clapped her hands. Just like that, a whole new army of monsters crawled out from every corner and started charging straight at Aaliyah. She was totally shocked. All the little bugs, even the tiniest insects, started moving together with scary coordination, wrapping around her body like a living trap. Fenrir and Sylph both freaked out and shouted at Aaliyah to keep moving and to fly away as fast as she could. But luck just wasn't on her side. Out of nowhere, a giant centipede monster lunged at her, clamped down on her arm, and chomp! It bit straight through the arm that was holding her sword. The sword dropped to the ground, and Aaliyah was left without her weapon. She stared in absolute panic and horror. Her heart was pounding, and she could hardly believe what just happened. After a huge monster threw back Aaliyah, Fenrir shouted for her, worried that she was died for real. Feeling the urge to help, Sylph unleashed her black wind attack and created a wild vortex that completely blasted one of the monsters. Fenrir checked Aaliyah and told her to run away, but the monsters kept coming. Aaliyah lay on the ground, half conscious, barely able to move. Everything went blurry. Then she saw something wild. A ghostly vision of her little sister Amanda, who looked as sad and bloody as she did the day she died. Amanda mocked Aaliyah, saying she was just as helpless as before, and even asked if Aaliyah was going to save herself and leave everyone behind again. But Aaliyah just stared at her and, the first time in forever, smiled. She realized this wasn't really her sister, just her own weak heart tormenting her. Even so, Aaliyah gently reached out, happy just to see Amanda's face again, even for a moment. The phantom faded away as Aaliyah wept. Her sadness turned into hard resolve. She looked at her hands, remembering how weak she used to be, and swore to herself that she would show Amanda how much she had changed. She wanted her sister to watch over her and be proud, but there was no time to breathe. The monster kept attacking her, and Fenrir yelled for her to jump on and escape, but Aaliyah insisted Fenrir and Sylph run instead. She was going to keep fighting, even on her own. Just when it looked like she was done for, bam! Inori appeared out of nowhere. He swooped in, caught Aaliyah at the last possible second, and then did something wild. He used his magic thread and offered his vampire blood to her, knowing it was the only way to save her. He said that having pride was fine, but it didn't mean anything if she died. Aaliyah, completely shocked, could barely process it. Inori floated in the air in full boss mode, wearing his formal suit and surrounded by a purple, vampiric aura. He reminded her that for a vampire, blood is life itself, and since he was going so far as to share his own with her, she should try valuing it a bit more. Bro, what a rescue! Aaliyah, still bloodied and missing her arm, could barely believe he came back for her. Inori just looked at her, kind of annoyed, and said she had lost her cool in the fight and totally missed what was really going on. Classic Inori. Cool under pressure, a little bit sassy. Then crap got serious. A giant monster attacked. Inori jumped in, tearing into the beast in one cool move. He then explained to Aaliyah that these bugs were tough on the outside, but their eyes, joints, and insides were exposed. If she'd paid closer attention, she could have saved her energy, and maybe not lost her arm. But no worries, because Inori used some freaky thread magic to actually reattach Aaliyah's severed arm. Aaliyah's mind was blown. Well, me too. Inori told her she probably couldn't heal herself the same way, so she needed to play it safe and recover. Then he pointed out her biggest mistake. She tried to save the city by slicing up monsters, but that was never going to work. Why? Because the real problem was that someone was controlling all these beasts. Right on cue, Inori called out the real villain, the creepy, cloaked figure. He teleported right into the mastermind. He faced her down, and when her hood came off, shocker. The mastermind was actually a young woman with white hair and red eyes named Chris Camassel. Inori tied her up with his magic and told her straight up he knew she was to blame. Using his eyes, Inori explained that Chris had the power to fully control magical beasts, the root of the whole disaster. He also made another crazy discovery. These monster attacks weren't just some freak accident. Every time a monster rampage happened, the city of Regan's church played hero and rose in popularity. The church's holy knight, Raven, always saved everyone, which made the church more famous, pulling in a ton of new priestesses. Inori said things looked kinda suspicious, almost as if the church planned the whole thing. Aaliyah caught on in a snap. Chris was probably working with the church to attack the city on purpose. Chris herself only laughed. She was honestly impressed at how much research Inori had done. Inori just gave her a look and said he had a super helpful informant, though he wanted to hear the full story from Chris herself. So, he tried to hypnotize her with his mystic eye of hypnosis, but Chris blocked him with her own magic circle. He was totally shocked that it didn't work. Chris finally screamed out that yes, she was the one behind it all, and that she only did it because she was following orders from a certain man. But now, she realized it was all a mistake to cooperate with such scum. Bro, this story is peak. So fucking peak. Chris was still raging after Inori captured her. She said she was a fool for ever trusting people as trashy as the church. Inori, dragging her back to the present, wondered out loud if she meant the church folks. Right then, a giant magic beast came toward him again. But Inori just stood in the middle of it all, calm as ever. He kept spinning out webs of purple thread, slicing monsters to pieces like it was nothing. Aaliyah saw a monster dropping from way above Inori, and Chris started laughing like a total maniac, yelling that she was going to kill him. But damn, our MC is not your useless and weak. He blasted that monster like a tofu too. Inori, now covered in monster blood, lazily licked some off his hand. He made a face, and said the blood tasted bad and smelled metallic. Dude became Gordon Ramsay in that critical moment. Chris lost it, yelling at Inori not to get in her way, saying she didn't have time to mess with him. But before she could do anything, Inori's purple thread locked her in place again, warning that it would rip her arm off if she got rowdy. Right then, Sylph noticed something weird. All the monsters were suddenly marching in the same direction. They were heading straight for the city again. Sensing the danger, she used her telepathic abilities to send a message to Aaliyah and Inori that the beast is now running at full speed toward the city. Aaliyah gasped in horror. The city was in trouble. A beast attack was coming. This crazy girl abandoned protecting herself and let the monster rampaging away. Chris sneered that, even if Inori and Aaliyah stopped her, the monsters would still run wild. It didn't matter if she was captured or killed, her spell would keep going. Inori realized his plan had a problem. He thought catching the leader would fix things, but Chris's mental magic was stronger than expected. Then Chris went wild, shouting for her monsters to march and destroy everything. A quick flashback showed that Chris had a sad history. A girl came to her and called her big sister. The truth is, when she was a kid, villagers and knights betrayed her and her sister. She remembered wanting revenge. Crush the city. Crush the church that played her. And even crush the man who used her. In the present, Chris totally lost control, screaming for her monsters to devour it all. But Aaliyah stepped up and said she wouldn't let Chris get away with it. Inori stopped her, saying he honestly didn't care about the city too much, but since he underestimated Chris, he felt he owed it to her to deal with the mess himself. But fuck, morning was coming, dude. Is Inori gonna be weak again when all this crazy fight happens? Looking at the bright light from the sky, Aaliyah looked at him, wide-eyed and totally shocked. Suddenly, it started raining. Inori told Aaliyah to think about rain and why it didn't hurt when it fell. He explained that it was because of air resistance. But the dark wind? It wasn't slowed down at all by the air. He detailed this crazy plan. He used his control over shadows and his black wind to teleport a giant stone above the clouds. He'd been prepping it for the last 7 minutes and 28 seconds, like who even thinks of stuff like this? Everyone stared up. That massive stone appeared high in the sky. Thank God the light is not morning, but Inori magic. Inori then erased the black wind that was holding the stone up, and bam! The stone fell screaming down, faster than anything, straight into the monster army below. The fuck, it looks like a meteor. When it hit the monster stampede, everything exploded in a fiery blast, the whole plane turning bright and molten, burning up every last monster in a single, massive move. Inori looked proud. He said it went just about as planned. Meanwhile, Chris just stared in total disbelief, whispering that this couldn't be happening. She looked completely broken, mumbling that this was just ridiculous. Inori explained that yes, it was basically just a big rock drop, but the destruction was insane. He said it was the perfect move to wipe out tons of enemies in one go. Soon, Fenrir came out from the shadows, catching their breath. Aaliyah was so relieved to see them okay. Sylph popped up too, not wanting to be left out. Fenrir said they only escaped thanks to Inori sharing his shadow movement power. Fenrir said Inori's new ability was totally on another level because it could just nuke everything. Now Chris stood frozen in shock, and Inori realized his hypnosis finally worked. Her spirit was shattered after everything that happened. Aaliyah, though, started thinking Chris's willpower had even resisted Inori's mind tricks before. She guessed there had to be a heartbreaking reason for all this pain. She then asked Inori if they could please find out why Chris had attacked everyone. Inori acted like he didn't care, saying he could pull out the info himself, but Aaliyah begged. She said she wanted to understand Chris. Inori was a little surprised because Aaliyah almost got killed by her, but he agreed. He said there were parts of Chris's abilities he was curious about too, so he would let her explain. Now came the truth. Chris began to talk, her voice tired and sad. She said she had a little sister who was so sweet and kind that it even shocked Chris they were really sisters. But Chris had dark magic, and her body even showed it. A weird bug kept following her. Because of that, everyone in the village hated the two sisters, calling them tainted. Even though life was hard, the church's orphanage took them in. For a bit, things got better. They had warm meals. Chris was happy just to see her sister smile again and wanted that happiness to last forever. But after a month at the orphanage, everything changed. A shadowy man appeared and targeted Chris. The memory flashed. Chris was beaten, tortured, and abused. The man even raped her. It was horrible. She didn't understand why, but she accepted it, just so she and her sister could have a home. As time went on, the man made things worse. She got to see her sister less and less, but Chris hung on, thinking as long as her sister stayed safe, she could endure anything. Then came the real shocker. Inori asked who this man was. Chris answered that it was Raven Vegan, the so-called hero of Regan. Guys, shut up. Let me pray. I hope this fucking man die and never come back from the deepest part of hell. Back to story. Everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around Chris's real story. Aaliyah was stunned. She asked if the hero Raven was really the same guy. Inori said that, yup, Raven was the man he saw at the church. Chris's voice was tired as she explained how Raven took her in and forced her to train in dark magic. She didn't have super strong magic, but she kept pushing herself. She created magic beasts for a whole year, lots of them, and fed them with the monsters Raven brought her. When the time was right, they used these beasts to create a fake monster rampage around the city. She had to watch while Raven, pretending to be a hero, gathered the church knights and defeated all the monsters, right in front of everyone. Sadly, a lot of people died too. For the first time, Chris realized she was part of hurting all those people. Meanwhile, Raven became the hero everybody loved. After that, Chris was locked up and forced to keep making monsters, and she wasn't even allowed to see her sister anymore. She could only send letters. She was scared that her sister, so sweet and pure, would notice that Chris had changed. In the letters, her sister said she was being trained to become a holy knight priest, and she even said she was proud of Chris. Aaliyah asked what happened to Chris's sister, and Chris, with pain in her eyes, said that her sister died. But it was even worse. Chris learned from Raven himself that her sister was already dead, and she found out the truth. Raven said her sister was forced to serve the church to purify her soul, just because she was related to someone with dark magic. Chris's sister couldn't take it, and she died. Raven even told Chris she couldn't save her sister, so she had to do her best from that point on. Dude, talk about cruel. As I said before, this man doesn't need jail. He needs a fucking hell. Chris sat in her cell, asking herself how everything went so wrong. Was it really just because she had dark magic? Was it because no one in the town ever tried to understand her? Did running to the church just make things worse? At that moment, Chris's heart broke. Then, in her dark cell, Chris met a demon named Neon. This demon offered her power, and Chris, desperate and angry, agreed. She made a pact and gave up being human, becoming something else. She turned into a demon, all for revenge on Raven. But even her revenge didn't work, because Inori, Aaliyah, and their crew stopped her. Now, Chris didn't know what was left for her. She told Inori about Neon, and Inori quickly guessed this demon probably wasn't connected to the demon lord he knew, since people actually died. Then Inori asked Chris one final question. He took a sword and wondered, after losing her humanity for revenge, all just to fail, was she okay with it ending right here? Chris only sat there, not knowing if she could ever say, "It's over now," and just accept it. Everything she thought she was fighting for, her sister, her revenge, was gone. Looking that Inori could really kill Chris, Aaliyah shouted for him to wait, but this was a super heavy moment. Inori ignores her and asks Chris again if she is really done with her revenge. The girl felt completely lost. She kept crying as if her world was ending. Aaliyah kept begging Inori to stop. She said Chris only did all that because the church used her, and she asked if Inori could spare Chris's life. But Inori wasn't convinced at all. He said no. There was no benefit to sparing Chris. He reminded Aaliyah that even his crazy hypnosis couldn't completely control her. To him, Chris had lost her reason to live, and he figured mercy or sympathy wouldn't change the fact that she was dangerous. Then, Inori raised his sword to finish things for Chris. But suddenly, a message popped up in his head. He hit level 15, and his demon rank changed from Baron to Viscount. Inori was like, "What?" Then, bam! He clutched his head and collapsed, totally blacking out. Aaliyah was panicking, trying to figure out what just happened. Suddenly, a flash of bright light took over everything. When Inori woke up, he was not on the battlefield. Instead, he found himself in some ultra-weird place with the same cheeky blonde goddess who summoned him to this world the first time. She was grinning at him. Inori wasn't amused and thought maybe the Lord God was coming for him, but his goddess just wondered if the Lord God he meant was the goddess from this world. But Inori ignored her and punched her in the gut. The goddess whined and yelled that he should stop the violence against the gods. Yet Inori kept dropping facts that he'd done this because she left him with one of her fans, the Isekai blonde guy that he had fought in the kingdom before, which made him annoyed as hell. She tried to avoid those fans' questions, and Inori asked why he summoned here again. She told him that he'd become a Viscount-class vampire, and it was her job to handle his rank up since vampire nobility didn't change on its own in this world. She said he should be grateful. Inori wasn't buying it, saying she must be bored, but the goddess got offended and insisted she was busy. She explained that when someone levels up a lot in one shot, like Inori did with that monster-killing meteor drop, the goddess herself had to do a fine-tune and officially boost his rank. Inori made a face and said the process seemed a little sloppy, but the goddess said he could read the details later. Then, for once, she got a little serious. She warned Inori about the Lord God, saying that God was a special case and it was a final warning for him. Meanwhile, Fenrir was checking on Inori's collapsed body. Aaliyah worried, wondering what on earth just happened to him. Fenrir said Inori just passed out and, thankfully, his hypnosis on Chris didn't break. Chris was still sitting there, blank and under a trance. Fenrir said honestly, someone like Chris should be killed immediately, because she was that dangerous. If it came down to just Fenrir and Aaliyah, there was no guarantee they could stop her if she woke up. Aaliyah felt guilty for letting her emotions take over and wishing for something she couldn't actually guarantee would work out. She wondered what choice she should have made instead. But before they could worry further, a new problem appeared. A cloaked figure with glowing blue eyes, Ignoa, popped up behind them. He told her it was useless to try reasoning with Chris now. Well, crap, looked like things were about to get messy all over again. Bro, This crew just could not catch a break. Aaliyah was startled at first, but then, Inori literally woke up and was shocked. He thought a danger was coming because of how big the mana is, but thank God it was just some old guy. But Ignoa didn't seem bothered by anyone. He joked and said sorry for popping up with too much power, which would totally freak people out. Inori, not in the mood for jokes, asked what Ignoa was even doing there. They started trading words, both of them acting way too casual for a couple of people standing next to a flaming monster crater. Ignoa basically said Inori shouldn't talk since he caused a huge mess. Even the city would notice those sound waves and quakes by morning. Inori glanced at the giant burning crater and coolly wondered aloud if this was really too much. Ignoa then, calm as fuck, casually wonders if he should just restore the place as before. Inori was so surprised by this casual offer, he kept asking what Ignoa really meant. Ignoa explained that if he restored the whole place, nosy people from the city wouldn't find anything weird even if they came poking around. Inori asked if that man could actually pull that off, and Ignoa admitted it was pretty easy for him, but Ignoa wanted something in return if he was going to help. Inori said he didn't have anything valuable, but Ignoa just wanted a private chat with the young woman, and pointed at our girl Aaliyah. After that, Ignoa then got ready to use his full strength, saying he hadn't done something this big for a while. Even he seemed a little tense with everyone watching him. Aaliyah kept reminding herself not to trust him just because he acted like an old man. She should just stay on alert just in case. Meanwhile, Inori quietly told Aaliyah to stay sharp, even though it probably wouldn't matter. He also said he'd be taking Chris with him for now, and maybe even have her arrested by the church. Inori kind of teased, saying if anyone could clean up this mess, it was the old man. Inori also hinted that if Aaliyah wanted to know Ignoa's real identity, she should just ask, no need for wild guesses. Then, Ignoa started his show. Purple energy swirled everywhere, lifting all the rocks and smoking earth into the air. It looked like he was rewinding time. The crater filled itself in, grass grew back, everything returned to normal. Even Aaliyah was amazed. She'd never seen power this insane in her life. When it finished, Ignoa apologized for making her wait. He pointed out how this spot was too easy to find, so they should move to a quieter place. He led Aaliyah to a nearby forest, which looked beautiful again and seemed totally untouched. As Aaliyah tried to wrap her brain around it all, she blurted out that both Inori and Ignoa had such overwhelming, abnormal power. She turned to him and asked straight up, "Who are you exactly?" Man, even Aaliyah had to admit, these guys weren't normal at all. With magic like that, every new boss just looked more and more superhuman, and the mystery only got deeper. Ignoa, looking at Aaliyah and dropping a bomb, he called himself the Demon Lord. Actually, the old Demon Lord, and also the current one, even though everyone thought he was dead. Aaliyah was freaked out at first, but when he offered to prove it, she said his power was already enough to convince her. Honestly, who wouldn't be convinced after seeing him rewind time and fix a giant crater like it was nothing? They sat down to chat in the middle of the beautiful, restored forest. Ignoa tried to act friendly but admitted that, with his bad reputation from 600 years ago, it was no surprise Aaliyah was on edge. He joked that his legend was still going strong in fairy tales, but Aaliyah told him not to worry so much about it, even though everyone in those stories thought he was a supervillain. Then Ignoa got curious and asked Aaliyah what she really thought about Inori. Why was she traveling with him? Why was she hiding her own identity? He told her to keep her guard up and apologized, saying he just had the bad habit of being nosy. Aaliyah explained it as best as she could. She called herself Inori's servant. She remembered how, when she was about to die, Inori gave her a choice: accept death or give up being human to survive. After that, everything changed for her. He became the one who saved her and gave her freedom, but also the person who held her fate in his hands. Sometimes he seemed weak, sometimes he was insanely strong, like when he destroyed a whole monster army with a giant stone. She blushed, saying she didn't even know how to describe how she felt about Inori. Maybe she had feelings for him, but it was hard to put into words. Ignoa stopped her and kindly said she didn't have to explain something so complicated. He said feelings didn't always need names. But then, Ignoa surprised Aaliyah. He looked her right in the eye and said that Inori was different from everybody else. He said Aaliyah didn't yet understand the true nature of Inori. He warned her, in a low, scary voice, that Inori would one day destroy this world. One day, Inori would fight against everything and everyone. He'd go beyond being just one person and reach the final form of existence. Ignoa said it was simply inevitable. Aaliyah was totally thrown. Ignoa kept explaining that Inori probably liked her, but what he was really drawn to was her future self, the version of Aaliyah with enough hidden potential to maybe destroy Inori himself one day. Inori was drawn to Aaliyah unconsciously. Damn, so the girl in the intro was Aaliyah the whole time? Fuck, I am so stupid to not realized it until now. Aaliyah was still super confused by what Ignoa just told her. Was it true that she might have the power to kill Inori someday? She couldn't wrap her head around that possibility at all. Ignoa said it was just one possible future, but Inori already saw that in her. He recognized something inside her that could challenge him. Aaliyah wondered if maybe, with a surprise attack or something, she could defeat Inori in the daylight. But then she remembered, if he ever really ordered her, she wouldn't be able to go against him. Ignoa just laughed and teased that it would be fun to test it out. He told her not to worry too much and to enjoy that she was still young and figuring things out. But Aaliyah felt so small after everything she'd seen Inori do. She wondered if she could ever become more than just his servant. Ignoa noticed she was getting lost in her own thoughts and told her Inori had probably grown too big in her mind. Sure, Inori looked powerful now, but Ignoa called him an incomplete brat. He reminded Aaliyah that Inori started with nothing. Just a regular kid, living in a world built by others, learning from teachers, and even getting his magic handed to him only when he came to this world. Ignoa said that's why Inori needed someone who could stand against him. It would help him discover who he really was. And the same was true for Aaliyah. She never worked for money before, but now she starts to feel how hard it is to get money. Aaliyah remembered some kind people back in Regan, and Ignoa admitted he was always getting scolded when he was young too. Then Ignoa gave her some real advice. Don't hold back just because she was a servant. He told Aaliyah to face Inori head-on, to tell him how she really felt. That would be her first step to reaching her own potential. He even handed her some motivation, saying this was the start. She needed to oppose Inori, or else Inori could never grow the way he's supposed to. That's just who Inori was. Aaliyah asked if Ignoa was really okay with this. Wasn't he working with Inori? But Ignoa just shrugged and said that wasn't important. He told Aaliyah to live her own life and not find things too easy, because a life where you get everything you want is boring. Before walking away, he told Aaliyah to say hi to Inori from him. As she watched him leave, Aaliyah thought about how Ignoa almost seemed like a parent to Inori. He could praise him one moment and scold him the next. And she realized, even if she couldn't win against Inori yet, maybe just standing up to him, speaking to him directly, would be a good start. In the inn, Inori was sitting alone on his bed, just thinking about how ridiculous Ignoa's power was. He couldn't get over the fact that Ignoa restored everything, the earth, the grass, even all the trees. Not gonna lie, Inori was a bit impressed. He figured that kind of power was exactly what you'd expect from a demon lord. Then Aaliyah came back to their room, apologizing for being late. She looked worried, but Inori told her it was fine. She saw Inori sitting there with Chris, who was still looking kinda lost after everything that happened. Aaliyah then said she needed to talk about what they were going to do with Chris. Inori, though, said there was no need for that right now. But Aaliyah mustered her courage and told herself to face Inori directly. She then told him that she had a proposal. Meanwhile, over at the church, things took a dark turn. Sir Raven stood in front of a big group of female priests, including Fanatique. He was giving a speech, congratulating them for passing their big test and saying they had shown holy power. He told them their bodies didn't belong just to themselves anymore, they were chosen by the gods for the church's benefit. Kinda creepy, honestly. He asked if they were ready to become shields for the people, and the priestesses all declared they were. Then he talked about sacrificing themselves for their believers and offering salvation. His words sounded noble, but there was a weird pressure behind it. Raven praised their resolve, gave his deepest blessing, and welcomed them as full members. But then, things went sideways. Raven's men locked the doors with a loud clang that startled everyone. Fanatique sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a knight used a purple chain of magic to wrap around all the priestesses. Sensing the danger, Fanatique tried to summon her sacred hammer to fight back, but when she tried to attack the knight, someone blocked her power. Things got even worse. Raven showed up, using some kind of magic barrier from a bright red crystal. He then summoned a wicked-looking red crystal blade, and he hit her in the stomach. Fanatique was stunned, calling out to him, but he just said he was acting in the name of the church. Raven kept attacking Fanatique and hit her with his crystal blade. She was badly hurt but still conscious, which honestly surprised Raven. He said Fanatique was wonderful. Fanatique tried really hard to stay conscious and urged herself to ask about all of this bullshit won't be a part of any test, right? Raven showed no sympathy as Fanatique tried to fight through the pain. He is the devil's incarnation. Fanatique got up for a moment, holding her wound, but it was hopeless. She tried to attack again, but Raven easily blocked it like some kind of game, leaving her feeling powerless and terrified. All around her, the other new priestesses were being attacked by all the other knights and priests. Looking at those enraging things, Fanatique tried to protect them, yell and order everyone to stop doing that. But Raven bound her with red chains. He taunted her for letting her guard down. Raven stood over her, reminding her of the lessons he'd taught during their training, never to take her eyes off the enemy, and saying this was her first real duty and that she should be happy about it. What a twisted guy. At that moment, many hearts start to touch her, while she finally loses her consciousness. After that, Fanatique was tied up, gagged, and chained to a wall in another room. When she finally opened her eyes again, Raven told her that even though she was captured, she was still pure. Looking at the other priestess being raped, Raven, in the coldest way, tossed the girl head down and said she was no longer needed. He acted like he had just been waiting for Fanatique to wake up so he could see her at her lowest. The other priestesses were suffering horribly, and Fanatique was forced to witness it. Raven told her that now they would all serve the church together, but it was clear the church had turned into a nightmare. Shit, this thing is too much. I don't know if I can show you guys this. Fanatique, braver than ever, tried to shout and fight back, saying this could never be allowed and that God would never allow it. She believed there was still hope, and screamed that this evil must never be allowed. But Raven doesn't care about such things. After all, people who believe in God won't do such crap, right? Suddenly, Raven put something to his face. A mask. The fuck? He is the mask man! Raven then repeating that this sort of thing must never be allowed and must not be forgiven. Then he laughs until he starts crying. If only when God really exists. That's it. Fanatique, hurt and scared, barely recognized him. She blurted out that he was the masked man. Raven suddenly started talking about his messed up past. He used to be a real believer, a holy knight who fought for the people. He struggled but trusted the gods would notice his effort. But deep down, he wondered if he would ever get some kind of reward. One day, he got invited to a dark, wicked party, the church's secret banquet, and he thought about stopping it. But he didn't. That evil feeling inside him started to grow. After that, he admitted he became someone who found joy doing these awful things, not someone who served God anymore. He became a hunter, pretending to be a hero, gaining followers, and using the church for his own twisted pleasure. All his faith was truly gone, and shouted that if there was justice, God should punish him. Raven stood over Fanatique and yelled that his old good self was already dead. He dared God to punish him for all the darkness he brought into the world, and said if nothing happened, maybe God never even existed. Even when she was down, Fanatique stood her ground and said he was wrong. But Raven just brushed her off and said only God could decide that. He even offered her a sick challenge, daring her to break God's law and see who would be punished. Suddenly, Inori appeared behind Raven, shaking his head at the whole ugly mess. A shadowy demonic beast shot out and hit all those crazy knights and priests, killing them one by one. Raven started to panic, desperately wondering what was happening, but Inori only stood over him, his vampire power swirling all around. Fanatique looked up, still barely hanging on, and realized help had finally come. Inori said that, from God's perspective, maybe it didn't matter if someone was filthy or not. Justice didn't work the way people like Raven thought it did. After all the horror, it looked like real judgment had finally arrived. All hail Lord Inori! Suddenly, Raven spoke, totally shocked to see Inori there. He shouted out, calling him Lord Kiri, and freaked out about the monster bugs crawling around the place. People in the church started screaming as these huge, bug-like monsters began attacking everyone. Inori just ordered the monsters not to let anybody escape. Yup, no mercy this time. Yup, as you should, Inori. Raven demanded to know if the monsters belonged to Inori, and guessed maybe Inori was using dark magic too. Inori told him that wasn't really the case. He said the monsters were borrowed. From Chris. Suddenly, Raven got it, Chris. Even Fanatique, battered and confused, realized these were the same monsters the church used in that fake rampage. Inori simply said the monsters belonged to the church in the first place, so he was just bringing them back home. Raven got mad, saying Chris had a grudge against the church, and claimed they spared her life, so she was ungrateful to attack them now. He also called Inori a fool for siding with Chris at all. Raven turned the red crystal into a massive, red crystal blade. He looked ready to fight for real. Inori just shrugged it off, throwing a joke about interrupting Raven's nasty hobby time. But Raven shouted he was sad to fight an old friend. Fanatique, watching all this while still chained down, screamed for Inori to run away. She was certain Raven was way too strong. The battle kicked off. Raven charged, but Inori dodged it easily. Raven was shocked by how quick Inori was, and asked if Inori really planned to fight with no weapon. Inori explained that his sword was special, a present from his mentor, and he didn't want to break it fighting against Raven's magic weapon. When clashing with Raven's weapon, Inori holds the attack with only his hand and says that this weapon is trash compared to Igiana's holy weapon. In an instant, he shattered the blade, leaving only the red crystal inside. Even Raven was stunned, finally realizing Inori had been hiding just how powerful he really was. But Inori only said he was just good at keeping secrets. He then looked over at Fanatique and made it clear he wasn't here to help her. That surprised Raven, who asked why Inori had really come. Inori then used his shadow magic and took out the legendary green stone straight from the church's altar. Raven was speechless, and Inori just said he came for this. What a Chad move. Raven, calling that gems the holy lightstone, totally freaked out. He explained that every cathedral needed one of those stones, but he just could not figure out why Inori wanted it. Inori said grabbing the stone was super easy since the church's guards were busy with that horrible banquet stuff, but Raven said that wasn't the real issue. He explained that even though you might be able to sell the stone, it didn't have any sort of big power for regular people. He guessed Inori must have some other plan. That's when Inori revealed he could see the true value inside things thanks to a special power. He looked at the stone and just knew. It had a deeper purpose. He said the stone of holy light acted as a way for God to watch people, like a window or an eye. On its own, it didn't do much. But when near someone praying, it became the eye of God. Inori said he had sealed its power for now, but he had already seen once through it, and after that, the god tried to assassinate him sent by heaven itself. So Inori told Raven that stealing the stone was his first move, a strike back at the so-called god who tried to kill him. He wondered out loud if it was just because he was some kind of heretic, someone dangerous that God wanted gone. The bottom line was, as far as heaven was concerned, Inori was just trouble. Raven suddenly got angry. He asked what made Inori so special that even the gods would go after him. Inori said he didn't have a clue and wondered why a real god would want to kill him, but at least he was someone worth being watched by those ravens called God. Maybe he was so worthless that even God has no interest in people like him in this rotten church. Fanatique, chained up and still fighting to stay awake, listened in horror as they said all this. In the end, Inori asked Raven if he understood now what the goal was. Raven smirked and admitted the whole story sounded awful but also kind of fascinating. He said maybe if he took Inori's head right now, even he could get some attention from the heavens. So in the end, Raven was some kind of bastard who wanted god affection, but he was worthless? Lol, that's funny. He was so stupid that I hope Inori would kill him in one slice. Raven then powered up, red energy swirling around him. Inori grinned, admitting he was glad things were getting a little exciting. The fight started, and Raven's attacks were crazy fast, but Inori managed to block him. He used his magic to create a red chain that hindered Inori's movement. Raven told Inori he'd been blocking attacks so far, but now he was going to pull out his big divine weapon. A giant, golden construct appeared behind Inori. It looks like a tomb made from gold, while the chain keeps wrapped around Inori, pinning him down. For a second, it looked like Inori was stuck. Raven tried to offer up Inori's soul to God in a dramatic, evil way. He activated the artifact, and suddenly the tomb ate Inori alive with all those spiky blades inside. Fanatique, still chained up and in pain, could only scream for Inori, thinking he was gone for sure. Raven thought it was over, telling Fanatique that Inori couldn't hear her voice anymore. He acted like it was a done deal. But then, surprise! A dark, twisted version of Inori stepped out of the tomb, breaking it with a big explosion, smiling in a way that just screamed trouble. His eyes were wild, and his whole body pulsed with insane shadowy power. Inori, now looking more like a demon lord than ever, taunted Raven with some nasty humor. He held up a red crystal, then blasted Raven with a wave of red energy that shattered Raven's defenses and left Fanatique free from the chain that shackled her. Then Inori went full savage. He finished Raven off in a brutal way, leaving his body a ruined mess. Raven was lying on the ground, fading fast, thinking that Inori was so much stronger than he ever realized. He was losing sight, his world growing dark. He couldn't even see any light anymore. We got a final look at Raven's body, still and destroyed. Inside, Raven's last thoughts were that neither salvation nor judgment was coming for him. This was just the end, plain and simple. This is giving me the ick, but I said it before. He deserved it. In a weird, dreamlike moment, Raven saw a vision of Fanatique, and Raven, dying, almost asked her for help. He said he was never able to defile her. She really seemed to have true divine luck, never tricked or corrupted, and he begged her to seek out God in his place. He gave her the red stone artifact he had used as the weapon before. Looking at the dead body, Fanatique remained silent. Tonight, her world as a priestess is destroyed. As the dust settled, Inori stood over the bodies, his demonic form wrapped in jet-black energy. He wonders if that crazy man is really dead. He kinda sad. He thought Raven had been a good drinking buddy at times, even if both of them liked trouble a little too much. In the end, Fanatique called out to Inori. She looked at the monster in front of her with a sad face. Inori stared back, with his monster form that was full of holes, but now starts to regenerate. The last sound that comes out from Fanatique's mouth is just one sentence. Who was Inori for real? Inori admitted no one had ever asked him that before. He called himself a thieving troublemaker and a killer, maybe even a nuisance to the gods. Not a great resume, right? Fanatique could only sigh. She remembered how they were sitting side by side on a sunny day, just chilling on a bench. She asked if he was tired from training. Inori joked he'd probably just slow her down, but Fanatique told him she'd stay by his side until he got stronger. She said she was a good judge of character, and honestly, it was a sweet moment. But now, in the present, those memories are just stupid moments. She thought that maybe all that training hadn't really mattered in the end. Inori was not someone that she could teach. He was 1,000 times stronger than her. Yet Inori got serious and told Fanatique the truth. He had never really cared much about what happened to her. He even admitted he was just tagging along out of boredom and said they never walked the same path at all. He revealed he came from another world, a totally different place, and that's why the god of this world was interested in him. He confessed that he came to destroy the church because it was being used by that same god. But, he admitted, he didn't actually hate the fun master and apprentice time they shared. Inori's mystic eye started to glow gold like, big moment alert, and he announced their fake relationship was over. Fanatique agreed, but you could tell there were still tons of feelings mixed in. Fanatique added that Inori was always someone way out of his league, but now, just for a second, she got to see a bit of the real him. And if Inori's personal battle was just beginning, she wanted to watch him fight it. Fanatique, all soft, reached out and touched Inori's face. She asked to see his true self, but then, without another word, Inori turned away. His dark mana is fading, and he doesn't feel the urge to fight her. He said he was leaving, and as he got ready to leap out, Fanatique called out for him desperately. He paused for a sec to tell her, when it was just the two of them, she should call him Inori, not Kiri. Then, as an extra, he mentioned the priestesses were still alive. The monsters only attacked people who ran, so only the foolish men got eaten. Then Inori disappeared up through the ceiling, leaving Fanatique to stare after him as the ground beneath her began to shake. Suddenly, monster bugs started bursting out of the church and attacking Regan itself. Fanatique, battered and bloodied, stood bravely as a huge monster towered over her. Just when things seemed hopeless, Aaliyah showed up, her black katana glowing, and said she knew Fanatique would survive. She was honestly just glad to see her friend was safe. Aaliyah started yelling instructions. She told Fanatique not to relax, even when it looked like the monster was down for good. She begged her to retreat and focus on helping the injured. Then Aaliyah cut loose, swinging her black katana and smashing a giant monster with a wave of black and red energy. Classic Aaliyah, always ready to throw down. Fanatique finally snapped out of it, thanking Aaliyah as she ran to help others. Meanwhile, the guild was fighting hard too. A guild member shouted for everyone to follow the Black Rose, that was Aaliyah's nickname, and it looked like she'd become a symbol for the whole crew. Fanatique called for everyone to lure the monsters away, hoping to save even more lives. In the thick of the action, Aaliyah kept slicing monsters and shouting, but this time, Inori was quietly watching the chaos from a distance. He remembered a moment ago when Aaliyah gave him the proposal. Aaliyah stated that Inori always popped up when things got tough, but he never really got involved unless there was a real fight. And she saw right through him. She guessed he was going to attack the church. Inori didn't deny it. He pointed out that, unlike her, he didn't care much about protecting the city. Still, Inori kept showing up and fighting, and she used to think maybe it was because of her. But she realized that wasn't it. Inori was always jumping into battles, like the one with Fenrir or Captain Igiana, even when he could have walked away. He rescued the city from monsters just to see how strong he was, not because he cared. Aaliyah said it straight up. Inori didn't really care about people who got caught up in his chaos. He only cared about fighting the real big shots, demon lords, demons, even gods. Inori wondered if knowing all that would make Aaliyah give up on helping him. But Aaliyah didn't quit. She said the church was dangerous, But people like Fanatique and other good ones inside deserved help. She wanted to find a way that didn't mean killing everyone. She could get the guild involved, settle things down, and maybe fewer people would get hurt. In exchange, she also asked Inori to let her be the one to punish Chris. Inori agreed, kind of, but reminded her that Chris's mind was already broken, and she didn't even want to live anymore. Even so, Aaliyah refused to give up. She said maybe it was selfish, but she had to try. And then, Aaliyah told Inori something huge. She belonged to him, but she was still going to help the ones she wanted to save, in her own way. She'd stick with him, but not lose herself. Bro, this is what I called character development. Back on the battlefield, Inori watched everything while the fight seemed to end with Aaliyah now smiling. He admitted that in the end, he'd rampaged and gotten rid of the worst people in the church. The rest was up to Aaliyah now. At least now he has the stone, and it doesn't matter if she wants to go through the trouble of helping other people. It's her business. He then talked right at the sky, like he was addressing God or whoever might be. Up there, he said, "You've lost one eye, are you still watching?" The church is now messed up, and it seems like his goal to shake up this god is kinda working. At that moment, you could really feel it. Aaliyah wasn't just some sidekick anymore. She was making her own rules, even while the monsters raged all around. And Inori, with all his power and attitude, actually trusted her to handle what came next. After all the chaos, Aaliyah was walking through the forest, thinking about everything that had happened. She found Chris sitting under a tree, looking pretty broken after all of that. Aaliyah told Chris it was over. Raven, the guy who used her, and all those bad people from the church, were gone now. There was a quiet between them, because heavy stuff like this just takes time. Aaliyah opened up too, admitting she used to have a younger sister but lost her. She started talking about her little sister, remembering how sweet she was, always grabbing her skirt. Aaliyah remembered brushing her sister Amanda's hair, saying it was so smooth and shiny. She got a little sad, because their last real talk was right before they had to say goodbye. She then apologized for drifting off topic, but said that Chris was free now. Then, Aaliyah handed Chris a note with the location of her sister's grave. She said she hoped Chris could visit. Unlike herself, Aaliyah couldn't even find her own sister's remains. But Chris remained silent. She curled up. Is this finally over? Meanwhile, back in Regan, the city was all torn up. People were gossiping like crazy. They were saying a monster rampage broke out inside the church, and that Captain Raven got taken down by a monster. Nobody believed it at first. Some blamed the church, others said it was the adventurers who saved the day. There were even rumors about graves being messed with, and people wondered if the city would ever get back to normal. Later, Chris found her sister's grave out in the quiet forest. There was even a giant bug monster nearby, but it just stood there and waited, like it was keeping guard. Chris, all alone, holding a skull, and started to hug it. Fuck, that's creepy as hell. Suddenly, somehow, she could feel her sister present. She hugged her, and they talked in that soft, sad, wishful way, wanting a warm place with a comfy bed and plenty of food where they could just stay together. Her sister said they just needed to stick close because being together made them feel warm again. Chris broke down, crying, saying she felt so stupid for everything she did. Back in Regan, Aaliyah and Inori walked through streets that still looked rough from the attack. Inori stated he was going to another city. This city is now boring for him. He then asked if Aaliyah was leaving town too, and she said she was. Well, how can she won't follow her boyfriend, right? Inori wondered if she was disappointed, but Aaliyah told him her mind was made up. She had already finished what she needed to do there. She then asked if he had any idea where to go next. Inori, with his flat face, admitted he had no clue at all. Aaliyah just shook her head and called him reckless, but you could tell she didn't mind. While at the same time, Chris's thoughts drifted. She smiled and hoped for a new beginning somewhere far away, somewhere warm, just not here, together with her sister. Well, let me fix those words. With her sister's skull, to be precise. Aaliyah, too, smiled, looking stubborn and full of hope. She was ready to go forward, too. Together with Inori. The next day, at the guild hall, people were losing their minds over the news. Black Rose was really leaving town. Some folks didn't even get a chance to say hi, and now the whole place was buzzing about where they might go next. Meanwhile, Inori was in an inn room, packing up for the trip. He stuffed his bag with fruit, bread, Aaliyah's favorite tea, and even a bunch of random gifts. Dude was low-key thoughtful like that. Aaliyah called out that she was done packing too, saying his magic bag of holding was super handy. Then Inori asked if it was time to head out, and Aaliyah was like, "Yep, let's go." The two of them walked through the town, but people weren't about to let them leave quietly. Townsfolk swarmed Aaliyah, asking if she was really leaving, calling her a hero, begging her to join them, or even proposing marriage. Aaliyah got swamped and admitted she only just turned in the leave notice, but somehow, everybody already knew. Inori teased her for becoming famous, saying she should have taken it easy. Aaliyah joked back that it was her first time on a real job and she found it fun. Right as they reached the edge of town, Fanatique popped up, blocking their path. She called them out for trying to sneak away without saying anything. Aaliyah was worried and told Fanatique to take it easy since she was still healing. Fanatique just brushed that off and wanted to know about Kiri. But Inori? Nope, he had already run off. So typical. Fanatique joked that was just like him, though she asked if she should calling him Inori now. That's when Aaliyah got real. Because Inori opened up to her, Aaliyah thought she must do the same too. After all, it's not like she wanted to hiding it from Fanatique. She revealed her true name, Aaliyah, former princess of the Rising Sun Kingdom. Fanatique was shocked, yelling way too loud about Aaliyah actually being royalty, but Aaliyah tried to keep it quiet. Fanatique grinned and asked if Aaliyah loved Inori. Aaliyah got super flustered, denying it, but Fanatique said it was obvious. Aaliyah admitted that Inori had saved her, and even though she didn't totally understand him, she wanted to follow him in her own way. Fanatique said if that's the guy Aaliyah chose, then she could trust her own judgment too. She told Aaliyah to take care of that idiot for her. Then, in classic Inori fashion, Inori was found napping on a rock caught by Fanatique. She yelled, laughing and saying she'd let it slide this time. She told him not to mess with her friends Aaliyah, or trick his master ever again, or there'd be hell to pay. As they said their last goodbyes, Fanatique thanked Aaliyah for trusting her with her real name. Aaliyah waved, and Fanatique watched them leave, smiling. Fanatique thought to herself how much the town had changed since they showed up. And as Fanatique alone now, she hoped Inori would keep collecting good things and growing stronger, and said that one day, she'd definitely catch up. A couple days pass, and now Aaliyah was in a waterfall, deep in sword training mode. She was slashing water around with her blades. Pretty cool, honestly. Then we see her and Inori hanging out outside their new home, a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Talk about secret bases, bro. Inori tell her that he caught something pig-like for dinner, and wanted to grill it instead of sucking its blood. Aaliyah wasn't fooled, though. She said that was definitely just a monster, not a pig. Welcome to Monster BBQ Night. She explained that since leaving Regan, they were just wandering, not exactly sure where to go. She figured it was a good time for magic and sword practice. Their buddy Fenrir was still wiped out after using up all his power, so he was recovering inside Inori's shadow. And Sylph, who used to annoy them all day, was obsessed with picking gourmet fruit now. Meanwhile, Inori was still holding on to that green stone of holy light he stole from the church. Aaliyah asked if it worked, and Inori said he tried to use it to peek into the gods' world. But the second he tried, the connection got shut down. He didn't seem too stressed, though. He said he'd figure out how to fight the gods eventually. No biggie, right? Later, Aaliyah tried to magically purify the monster meat over a fire. She was using her holy flame to see if it made the food safer and tastier. She explained monsters were built from dark energy and usually weren't healthy to eat unless purified, but she hoped to make them good for dinner. Yet Inori teased Aaliyah about eating a bug-type monster raw last time. Aaliyah shocked. She said that's even more reason to cook it better now. They started talking about how Inori felt the monsters in this region weren't very tough. He kinda complained. It was getting boring for him. But Aaliyah said that just meant Inori had gotten way too strong, way too fast. She went deep. She said the local monsters were tough compared to normal places, but nowhere near as wild as the monsters Chris could summon. Even those strong monster got wiped by Inori with just a single attack. She said maybe there just weren't any wild monsters left that could keep up with Inori. Inori got that serious look and said he needed more battle experience, but needed a tougher challenge. He dreamed out loud about fighting stampede-level monsters but wished they were easier to find. Of course, he joked that nobody that strong would just show up out of nowhere, right? Then, Inori got a bit weird and asked Aaliyah if her goal was still to become stronger than him. She admitted it was. Inori said if she ever did, she'd be free from her servitude. Or, he suggested, she could just try to kill him to get free right now. Aaliyah was just like, huh? And stared at him, not sure if he was joking or actually crazy. She was totally thrown off, but Inori told her again. She should fight with real killing intent, or else there was no point. He reminded her, this is how she could see if her power was enough to stand up to him. That got Aaliyah fired up. She said she really wanted to see what she could do now. So, heck yeah, let's battle. But still, this doesn't seem right for her. Then Inori called for Fenrir. He wanted all their familiars to run off the nearby monsters so nothing would get in the way during their duel. Fenrir kinda panicked and asked if there was really a need to fight, but Inori said any of them were welcome to challenge him, if they were brave enough. Fenrir was like, dude, no way. Once was enough fighting a monster like Inori, and he had zero interest in doing it again. Inori thought Fenrir would actually be a lot stronger now, but he joked that Aaliyah was the only one left he hadn't fought. Aaliyah's eyes got all determined. She was ready. But suddenly, the flame got into Inori's hand, and he yelled, "This flame is so bad for vampire, it could burn their blood. Damn, bro. He is so smart but stupid sometimes." Later that night, Aaliyah soaked in a hot spring, thinking hard. Fenrir and Sylph were with her, chatting about how the fight would go. The rules got set. 3 days to train and get ready, then battle in the afternoon. Inori promised to turn off all his skills for tracking and fortune-telling so Aaliyah could plan however she wanted. Everybody had time to get ready, and it would be a fair battle. No shady tricks, just pure skill. Sylph got a little salty, saying Inori was underestimating them by not using all his powers. Yet, Fenrir stated that fighting Inori at night was impossible, so doing it during the day evened the odds. Aaliyah wondered if she should really try to kill Inori, like he said. Sylph cheered her on, saying to go for it, since winning meant freedom. But suddenly, Fenrir reminded Aaliyah that she needed to do her best and really use her killing intent. Sylph teased Fenrir that as a dog who wanted to be free too, he should also need to fight like them. But Fenrir got angry and stated he was not a dog. While both of them were arguing like always, Aaliyah thought back on everything. Being saved by Inori, leaving her old life as a princess, tossing away all her titles and pride so she could start over. She realized she gave up everything to be truly free, and this was her shot. She decided if freedom meant putting everything she had up against Inori, then she'd do it, even if it meant fighting to win, no matter what. She stood tall by the water, a new fire in her eyes. "Wow, close your eyes, boys," she declared she'd throw every skill and ounce of strength she had at Inori. Sylph and Fenrir agreed. In this battle, nobody was going to play weak. So, 3 days passed since Inori and Aaliyah decided they'd finally fight for real. The sun wasn't even up yet, and Inori stood on a cliff, looking out over a huge, empty wasteland. He looked calm, but you could feel the energy brewing inside him, like a boss ready for a final fight. He went over his skills in his head. With his skill steal, he had grabbed all kinds of passive abilities, things like heat resistance and poison resistance, which were always working. But those weren't his real aces. What made Inori scary were his unique skills. Things only he had, like vampirism, dark magic, 2 different mystic eyes, and more. All things he got from jumping across. God, I don't know how many different worlds. Bro, seriously, this guy was stacked. I can literally see he has 1,000 skills. Still, all that Isekai got him cursed with the Sunday god's hatred, so his daytime powers were limited. The only unique skills he could use during the day were only a couple of useful ones, like detection. He thought Aaliyah might see that as a huge weak point, and yeah, she wouldn't be totally wrong. But if she thought she could just roll over him because of that, she was totally wrong. After fighting in the monster rampage, Inori's rank as a vampire and his overall level shot up. His powers leveled up too. Now, for this fight, he could choose 4 unique powers to use throughout the day. He thought carefully about what to bring to the battlefield. First, detection. This would let him move first and keep track of everything. Second, Eye of Vision, which gave him amazing eyesight and could even let him see things happen before they did. A real game changer in a fight. Third, Dark Magic, perfect for controlling everything he had conquered so far. Fourth, well, he decided to try out a skill he used to kill a strong enemy in the past. Dude knew this was going to be the real deal. Aaliyah might have been training hard, but Inori was also planning his moves, and with those powers locked in, this duel was going to be insane. Down on the battlefield, Aaliyah was hyped and getting set. She was talking with Sylph and Fenrir. Sylph was a little snarky, asking if Aaliyah's plan was actually going to work, but Aaliyah was confident. It was finally her time to shock Inori. Fenrir offered a magic sword, but was definitely not interested in taking on Inori himself. She had spent the last 3 days prepping, stocking up on tools and planning like mad. One of her advantages is a lot of magic tools, and she will use them with her brain. Sylph watched from the side, hoping to catch Inori off guard and maybe even finish him herself. Fenrir just said not to die out there, but Aaliyah shrugged. She was ready for anything, even defeat. If Inori did kill her, that just meant she gave it her all. The sun began to rise. Both vampires felt it instantly. The exact second the sunlight crept over the earth, Aaliyah counted down, so focused you could practically hear her heartbeat in the silence. Then the battle exploded. Inori stood, he activated his special detection skill, and blue energy started to shine out from him like he was a superhero powering up. His detection had gotten way stronger since his rank went up, so he tried to sense where Aaliyah was hiding. He checked everywhere, thinking maybe she was farther away. He remembered that they never set any rules about how big the battlefield was, but he felt sure Aaliyah couldn't be hiding too far away. No matter where she hid, he was confident. With the Eye of Vision skill and its crazy clairvoyance, he was absolutely going to find her. But bro, that's when it happened. Aaliyah activated her own special move. Suddenly, wham! Out of nowhere, a black blade stabbed right through Inori's eye from behind, blood flying everywhere. Inori was totally stunned. He did not see that coming. The fuck? So do I. He turned, and there was Aaliyah, surrounded by wild red energy, holding a sword that pierced him. She stood behind him, looking wild, like she really wanted to kill Inori. Damn, I got goosebumps. Don't mess with our girl. After Aaliyah stabbed Inori in the head and heart, with no mercy, she was ready to slice him into tiny pieces with her powered-up sword. She needs to finish it before Inori can regenerate. But then, Inori, he suddenly moved, yelling out how much it hurt. He kicked Aaliyah so hard she flew like a rag doll through the trees. His purple energy blew a trench straight through the forest, and Aaliyah hit the ground, coughing up blood, all bruised and wrecked. That was just from one kick. She barely managed to stand up again, thinking there was no way Inori got this strong just by leveling up. At least, she thought, she landed the first big hit. Inori was over there wondering the same thing. His top-tier detection skill couldn't even find her, and it freaked him out how she aimed right for his weak spot. He realized that if he hadn't used some sneaky vampire magic to move his heart, that attack would have finished him. Wild. Inori took to the sky with dark wings, feeling weirdly alive because it had been ages since someone pushed him this close to death. He was grinning. Yep, dude actually enjoyed the danger. But the moment he lost sight of Aaliyah, he realized she might have another nasty trick ready, maybe even something that could stop his vampire healing. The real problem, he couldn't use his Mystic Eye's future sight power now. That's when Aaliyah tried to get him from behind and hide, but Inori smelled her blood. He used threads of purple energy to wrap around her, stopping her from moving. Inori told her she already lost too much blood. If she didn't finish him with her first move, there was no way she'd win. Inori used his dark magic to summon the magic blade and send her a big magic move, True Domination. But Aaliyah wasn't going down easy. She gathered up energy and broke free from the thread. She shot that blade so hard and made it shatter. Inori stood in the middle of the battle, his eye glowing, impressed Aaliyah wasn't finished yet. He said, with all the damage she took from that kick, no normal person would still be standing, so he wondered what kind of trick she was using for that quick heal. Down on the ground, Aaliyah glowed with a green healing light. Meanwhile, Fenrir and Sylph watched from the sidelines, commenting that Aaliyah was doing way better than anyone expected. Still, Fenrir said Inori had way more power, durability, and recovery, and that disabling his detection and Mystic Eye was the only reason Aaliyah even had a chance. If Inori managed to heal, that would be game over. Aaliyah knew it herself. As long as Inori could smell her blood, she couldn't hide anymore. She figured if she wanted a shot at victory, she'd have to take him head-on before he fully recovered. That's when she got ready. Next up would be their real, no-holding-back, blood-soaked showdown. Meanwhile, Sylph was annoyed Aaliyah couldn't finish Inori at the first attack. A trick she could have pulled off thanks to the Sanctuary, a magical hideout hidden in a giant tree. This witch's secret sanctuary could totally mess with enemy senses, and Aaliyah had borrowed the magic item that powered it. Even Fenrir admitted he wasn't protecting any master these days, but Aaliyah still had her own pride to defend. So he lent it to her. Back on the battlefield, Aaliyah stood ready. She figured Inori thought she was weaker in close combat, so she switched it up, throwing a wild mix of fast attacks, staying at just the right distance. Then she unleashed Air Hole Vacuum Magic, a wind spell. Inori's Mystic Eye couldn't even see. Inori recognized it, realizing wind magic was basically invisible to see when his special eyes were damaged like this. Aaliyah pushed her chance. She fired a non-stop, sky-piercing barrage of wind magic, trying to end it while Inori couldn't use his Mystic Eye to dodge. But Inori wasn't about to lose. He cast True Shadow Interval, creating a tree shield, and making her attacks useless. But the attack created a big smoke on the battlefield, and Aaliyah swore she lost him in all the smoke. Inori teased her for being great at hiding, but not so good at finding her target. Then, boom! He popped up right behind her using Shadow Shift, his next-level dark magic. Quick as lightning, he trapped Aaliyah with Gleipnir threads, binding her tight. He told her only an absolute black longsword could cut those threads, so she should give up if she was smart. Looked like Inori had checkmate. But dude, Aaliyah wasn't done. Suddenly, a pure red energy blade tore right through her hand and broke her free from the threads. Inori was shocked, but there stood Aaliyah, eyes glowing red, bursting with power. She stood tall and didn't back down. She told Inori not to think he was the only one getting stronger, and warned him not to underestimate her. She just wants to kill him at this moment. Inori laughed. Finding Aaliyah in front of him is thrilling. She sold her soul to reach this strength. He remembered her low point and now saw how unafraid of death she was. He honestly respected her guts. Inori just grinned, his own dark power flaring up. He told her not to complain if she ended up dead, because now he was going all out too. Suddenly, Inori used his insane berserk skill, his last unique skill he chose today. He warned Aaliyah not to complain if she died, because he was going all in too. Berserk is a skill that pushes himself way past his normal limit. He hit Aaliyah harder, sending her flying. That hit packed enough punch to knock her to the ground. Inori said he couldn't really control his strength in this mode, and that's what made it so crazy. The fight got really brutal. He rose up into the sky on demonic wings, laughing like an absolute maniac. But then Aaliyah coughed up blood, but she didn't stop. Purple energy swirled around her as she created water from her magic, and rain started to fall, making everything all sad and dramatic. Aaliyah was still on her knees in a puddle of rain and blood, just breathing hard, barely hanging on. Inori thought back. He remembered telling her way back that it's cool to stick to your resolve, but it's worthless if it gets you killed. It took longer to heal than Inori expected, but now his mystic eyes recovered. This means the chance for Aaliyah to win is 0. He figured out why Aaliyah kept getting back up and healing. He realized it. She must have a sylph on her side, and Sylph herself looked surprised that he noticed. He called out her strategy. She was using Sylph's black wind to send blood directly into her mouth and speed up her healing, since blood can heal her, which he thought was pretty clever. She was planning to wear him down in a battle of attrition. But things weren't looking good for Aaliyah. Inori pointed out that she lost her main arm just to escape, and she was losing tons of blood. Plus, now that she didn't have her special katana sword from Igiana, she couldn't finish the fight with quick, powerful moves. In a war of attrition, she'd just keep bleeding out. Aaliyah just stared back in stubborn silence. She admitted she wasn't in perfect shape, and her power was running low. Still, that wasn't a reason to give up. She charged at him, but Inori let her sword pierce his hand, laughing, and said, "Gotcha." She was trapped in his plan. But Aaliyah yelled back, "No, Inori is the one tricked into her plan." She said the only way to break Inori's thread was with her black katana, but since she didn't have it, she couldn't escape, right? That's why she uses that thread to trick Inori without him even realizing. She make the thread trapping both of them. Aaliyah called out their last test of endurance and shouted, holy flame," like it was a final challenge. The scene ended with both of them locked in a crazy, holy flame, burning their vampire blood together. She yells, "There is only one question hanging in the air. Whose life is going to burn out first?" She was going all in. Inori, stuck in that holy energy, tried to figure out what was happening. He realized Aaliyah was using light magic, the very thing that could really hurt a vampire. He thought it was odd she figured out his weakness, but then wondered if maybe she found out during his old battles, or from seeing him fight Fanatique. There was some guessing involved. Aaliyah admitted she just gambled because she had no other cards left to play. Sometimes, you just gotta go for it, right? Aaliyah just smiled. Of course she knew. She was always on Inori's side, even remembering every little detail about him, including the day when he burned himself with holy magic and panicked. This is her last resort, maybe her suicide bomb. The battle raged on. Inori warned Aaliyah she was going to die because his berserk skill tripled his damage and stamina. Plus, her healing couldn't keep up with the light magic's damage. He could see her HP dropping fast with his magic eyes, and he knew she didn't have much left. Aaliyah said that if that was true, she'd be pretty frustrated. She told him she fought with killing intent this time, and, honestly, she thought it was actually kind of fun. Right when things looked fatal, Inori commanded Aaliyah to stop her magic. She tried to resist, but had to obey. Inori finally used his absolute command, and the fight finally ended. After the fight ended, Aaliyah fell into Inori's body. She had lost too many HP. Inori told her again that he had no intention of killing her and said she needed to hurry, or she might die anyway. In the end, Aaliyah bit Inori's neck and fed herself some of his blood. The scene faded to a quiet forest, showing that the wild fight was finally over. Later, Aaliyah woke up in a cave, with Fenrir watching over her. She was super confused at first, but then realized her arm, yeah, the one she lost in the battle, was back and fully attached. Inori came in and teased her, saying she sure didn't look like a winner. She got flustered, because she couldn't even remember if she'd won or lost. Inori reminded her that he promised not to use his command powers, so technically, he lost. He even brought some fresh monster blood and offered her lunch. Classic vampire romance, huh? Aaliyah was embarrassed, but Inori stated she had drained his blood already, so stopped the shy act. He told her that she gambled everything on beating him, but he changed her resolve, and he'd give her any wish she wanted because of it. Aaliyah just looked down, all embarrassed, not sure what to say. But after Inori kept telling her that he would grant any wish, Aaliyah finally looked at him. And dude, that's how this ridiculous, bloody, crazy fight ended.